the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. I've ended worlds. What is one measly legend? Again, ready for the big finale. This place is kinda nice. Might stick around for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
Washed. Retired. What happens when you take two former Apex pros, put them in front of a camera with a microphone and a green screen?
We are live from Sweden here. We are not on a green screen. Dude, fucking cut the VOD, guys! Cut the VOD! More shots going down. Knock gets knocked. Skittle Cakes, the last one alive. Can he do it? Some more shots going down. He's gonna get the KP for his team in a 1v2 scenario. Is he gonna get the armor stop? He does! And is he gonna win it for his team? Can he do it? The armor stop coming out from Skittles, and it's gonna be a one. Oh my god! Skittles! We are live from Raleigh, North Carolina. This is not a green screen. That guy is that shredded. I mean, he is that sick. Like, he is that chill. Look at him. I mean, oh my goodness. If you are in Raleigh and you want to come watch, stand here, hang out, vibe. You could just don't get me banned on Twitch. Do not show you're not sacked. But you can come behind and Millie Rock. You can't do that. Fuck TSM.
I'm interested to see if on game day, are we going to see some Revenant gameplay?
I hope to God no. The early bubble from Obley though, and this actually might cost him. Oh my God! Insane play by Parka with the grenades and the wingman shot. Yuki going down, more grenades going on, and holy shit!
Listen, I think one thing that people underestimate about me is you might have bigger arms than me.
Way bigger.
You might have a bigger chest than me.
Way bigger chest.
But I have a bigger heart.
That means nothing, Greek, when I can literally pick you up and throw you. But they do have a team on the left side, so they could get sandwiched. Oh my God, the spray transfer was disgusting, dude. Looking like me in my prime.
You are horrible.
But we have this is a green screen. Come here, listen. Chat, this is not a green screen. These guys are all fucking liars. They are TSM fans at heart to make sure he can still.
Oh, and they get laid
Oh
on.
my God! And he collaterals! He collaterals with the Kramer no scope, and they're gonna get the wipe on the GW. Oh my God! Did you just type to the admins, "I'm losing my mind"?
I am.
You just typed in the professional Discord with all the admins running the show, "I'm losing my mind."
Yeah, but I hit him with a heart.
I've known these guys for years, and I wouldn't even say. It's on my Discord. The duo Poprex is still alive. These guys are phenomenal, man. You guys need to show love to these dudes. They are still alive, the duo. That is absolutely insane, bro.
Hold
With
Rex for a minute.
13 squads and they're limited.
Show you TSM. TSM is not fighting.
You guys keep saying we need TSM. You need energy. Guess what? They're not doing anything. Shut up. Energy is looking though with STK here.
Before the B stream, NiceWigg was simply one of the few controller players grinding Apex ranked whose life was forever changed by a Twitch raid from the biggest Apex streamer at the time, Dizzy.
I'm playing with Dizzy. I'm playing with Dizzy. I'm playing with Dizzy. What the fuck? It's Dizzy. It's Dizzy. What is going on? Yo guys, thank you so much for being here, man. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. I'm the #1 controller player on PC. Much love, guys. Guys, you don't understand, man. I've been grinding the fuck out of this game. I've been streaming like 14 hours a day, 15 hours a day, man. Tank! Whoa! What? No. No way he just hosted me, bro. There's no way he just hosted me, dude. There's no way I have 10,000 viewers right now, dude. Nah, this is a dream, dude. This is 100% a dream. There's no way this is real, dude. I'm dreaming. That's all I want, man. That's all I really wanted to do is stream, dude. This is my fucking... This all I want to do is just talk to people and have fun, man. What's going on, bro? Thank you so much, Dizzy. Thank you, dude. Like, thank you so much. What the hell, bro? This is crazy, man. This is actually the craziest moment of my life, dude. Oh, what the hell, dude? I just want to reach out to like thousands of people a day, bro, and help some people and have fun, dude. Thank you guys so much, man. Are you kidding me, bro? I don't deserve this, dude. I don't deserve this, man. What the hell, dude? Dude, so, bro. If only you guys knew, man. Just thank you so much, everybody.
And unbeknownst to this new audience that had just discovered him, he was but a week away from quitting streaming and going back and finding a full-time job.
I was a trainer for a while, and then I get fired from my job, or I quit. My boss, like, came after me. I was like 18, 19. I was working really long hours, and he was like kind of just taking advantage of a kid that wanted to make money. So I quit. Told my mom about it, and my mom was like, don't tell your dad. And I was like, okay, I didn't tell my dad. So I quit, and I was like, listen, I'm not gonna get another job for like a whole month. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna stream. Like, I don't know what's telling me to do this, bro, but like, I'm gonna go stream. If it works out in like a month, then I'm gonna keep doing it if I'm making money. He's like, if not, then I'll go get a job at like, I don't know, fucking Crunch Fitness and just work as a personal trainer there, because it was a cool gig.
Instead, he was able to use this new attention to launch himself into the Apex scene based on not only his unashamed and genuine personality, but also at the time being one of the only controller players in Apex, which back then was viewed as a large disadvantage. In these early days of Apex, behind the scenes, EA had begun the process of creating a competitive circuit, prompting orgs to begin to look for talent to compete under their banner.
I got signed to CLG, bro. CLG signed me literally with 0 competitive experience in any video game ever. They're like, yeah, we just want you. And I was like, okay, that's fine. They're like, pick your team. And I was like, you sure about that? So I picked Noko. And that was a weird decision, but then we played pretty well. There you go. I just literally chose Noko. We played with Lyric as well, who was really good. That was when we were on CLG. We played Noko, Lyric, and we fucking did horrible. Lyric quit a week, literally a week till X Games. He practiced for 2 months. He quit a week before X Games. We got Natus instead.
And with this, Wig became the first ever controller player signed to a tier 1 org, teaming up with Madness and Noko. They were eventually able to make it to the finals lobby at the preseason invitational, but eventually after about 6 months together, the team disbanded. Wig jumped around trying to find his next team, which ultimately led to Yeet Squad, where he accomplished the peak moment of his competitive career, beating the feared Complexity, the all-star roster of Rogue, and even topping Prime TSM.
I'm here, you're good. Let's go!
Right here!
Above you! That's all you! I have no armor!
Kill his ass, dude!
Let's go! We're the fucking best!
This was during the summer of 2020, and around this time, Greek, a console player, had officially moved over to PC and was for the first time entering competitive Apex. As Greek and his friends began grinding ranked, they eventually were able to reach the upper echelons of the Predator rank, where they finally were granted access to the top 50 Discord created by JMO, formerly known as PvP. And in this Discord, our duo would meet for the first time.
I had just gotten invited into the top 50 Discord after grinding with, you know, my comp teammates. And there was like one day where Wig and a Prize put an LF1 in there, and I had responded, and they were like, yeah, sure, bro, like run it, whatever. So we hop in there, we have like a good rank session. Then they're like, yo, like we need one again anyway, like, do you want to run it back? I was like, hell yeah, let's do it. So then we played again, had another good one, and then we ended up making a group chat for just like meeting up and ranking or whatever. And I just kind of became their third at the time, because they were normally running with Frex, right? And Frex is like notorious for always taking off KC splits, and he would never ever play ranked on KC splits. So coincidentally enough, it was a KC split where I had like first ran with them, and they were just always LF1 because Frex was just gone. So I can kind of thank Frex for our friendship growing, because if he never took that KC split off, I never would have just met them and like ranked with them all the time. And we've been good friends ever since.
But although they were becoming friends, their paths were going in separate directions. Greek was beginning his journey through the competitive scene, competing through the various winter circuits, and eventually qualifying to play in the 2021 ALGS Online Championship. This effort secured him a spot on the org Charlotte Phoenix as he began to compete in Pro League. Meanwhile, for Wig, after CLG, he had the variety of teams, but was slowly losing his love for competing. But he still loved the competitive Apex scene, and this put Wig in a spot that many pros eventually reach. Either he continues the grind, looking for a new team, trying to make his way back to the top, or he takes a risk and tries something new and unknown. And so Wig decided if he wasn't going to play competitive Apex, well, then he might as well watch it. And after deciding to watch party, an opportunity presented itself. Competitive Apex, although technically a few years old by this point, had just recently begun what was the Apex Legends Global Series, and as it was growing, they began a push to get the community much more involved. This could be seen with the likes of Girl, casting, guest appearances from Hodzic, Nocturnal, Raven, and more. But crucially, they also saw the value in watch parties. Watch parties as a concept was not new. It is a form of entertainment for competitive events across esports that has existed for a long time, and so during the online ALGS Winter Circuit number 3, NiceWigg was granted an opportunity that would set him on a path he never expected possible.
When I first started, I got hired to host for the B stream. Funny enough, no one really knows this, but I got hired by EA to. They paid me to literally watch the second lobby going on for an ALGS, right?
And by the way, just in general, bro, you making your casting debut live right now, this is one of those dope moments. How does it feel to be casting? How you enjoying it so far?
Honestly, man, I would be here a lot more, doing a lot more things. I think just sometimes I can't control my language, and I get way too excited. And if I'll start cursing up a storm, or I'll start doing this and that. And for me, if I did that live, I would feel terrible.
I really went in with the intent after that B stream being like, damn, EA like wants to do something with me. Maybe I should just keep doing this no matter what viewership I get. Like, I might not be the top dog right now, but like 3,000 viewers, still fucking great. I didn't get 3,000 viewers competing back then, so I was like, I'm getting more viewers now when I'm watch partying. Why would I stop this? I'm making myself a living. I can afford my rent. I can afford bills. Like, who knows where this can go? So I have followed my gut, bro, like 4 times in my life with certain really, really big life-changing decisions. And my gut's always been right. And something was telling me, bro, quit pro play. Quit fucking trying to make something of yourself that you're not going to be. Understand, like, your space and who the fuck you can be in other ways. And keep streaming this watch party, bro. Like, who knows what's going to happen. And after I got signed by EA for that B stream, I was like, yeah, I got to keep going. So I watch partied everything.
But this watch party, while building connections with EA, was big because over the course of the next year, NiceWigg was given more and more opportunities to host these official ALGS watch parties. And during this time, Wig got signed to 100 Thieves as a content creator, meaning he was headed to the big city of LA. But who wants to move alone? So he took his ranked squad of a Prize and Greek, and they decided to all make the journey together, moving in as roommates.
Wig was like, yo, do you want to be roommates? And I was like, hell yeah. Like, when are you thinking? He's like, we'll actually have to like have an answer and have an apartment by like 2 weeks. And I was like, man, I can't wait to talk to my foreign parents about how I want to move across the country and live with 2 people that I play video games with that I met over the internet. I can't wait for my mom to hear this one.
And shortly after came WIG's biggest watch party yet, the 2021 ALGS Online Championship, where of course his roommate Greek was once again competing.
Knocked, almost gonna go down here. Koda got me one shot, but then look at this. Stig coming up. No audio on anyone. Stig with the 2 kills. Zach Major getting a knock on the Cody. The full kill coming out from Greek. They need to get this KP. This is huge for the homies. And 3 KP. Who cares if he plays top 5? It doesn't matter. You need this KP. Zach does have the Kraber, so he's a little bit dangerous right now. The 145 coming out from Greek. And the controller Eva coming out. Huge for Greek and company. And the zone is closing, but they still have time. Top 7 with a bunch of KP for the Wally catchers, showing that these boys want to be signed. They want to play. Someone pay attention to how good they are.
After this, Kungarna is crowned the champions, and the first official year of the Apex Legends Global Series was complete. And heading into year 2, there were sweeping changes. The broadcast had improvements, including the command center, where viewers at home could watch every single team's POV. Greek, of course, was still competing in Pro League at this point with Charlotte Phoenix, while WIG was playing with a prize and It's Timmy under Team Sheesh. Team Sheesh eventually falls apart mid-split, once again seeing WIG choosing to watch party. And with WIG and Greek as roommates now, during watch parties, Greek would occasionally join the stream when he wasn't playing himself, literally sitting right next to WIG, oftentimes with the map stream open on a laptop to help find fights. But heading into split 2 of year 2, EA had something cooking behind the scenes. All that time that WIG was building relationships with EA was about to pay off in a massive way. For the first time since 2019, the Apex Legends competitive scene would be returning to LAN, and the schedule was condensed in a way that forced 2 lobbies to play simultaneously. This meant that EA needed a secondary broadcast to show the lobby that wasn't occurring on the main stage.
And here is how everything breaks down even further. You'll notice a secondary stream we have here. Well, that is being done by the incredible NiceWigg, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Speaking of that secondary stream, we got to make mention. There is the man, the myth, the legend himself. He is within a stone's throw of this desk, and we are fans, certainly. We try to get him to say hi, but, you know, he's too cool for us, Bardock.
He's oobing us from up above.
And with that, the B stream was born. But WIG knew that in order to create the best possible show he couldn't do it alone. And so he asked the only person he would want with him in this moment, Greek.
We didn't even come up with this idea. No one knows that. We didn't come up with the B stream going to Sweden. I got a call from Shaheen, and he was like, bro, like, what do you think about you watch partying in Sweden? I was like, yeah. He's like, bring whoever you want. And I was like, obviously gonna bring Greek, no doubt. So I got Greek in, and then there you go.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, they're the ones that came up with the vision before we did, and they took a shot on us. Me and him have never casted a game before.
Bro, your viewership's actually fucking goated. Like, this is something that the people love. Let's invest more in the people and you guys to give what the viewers want. And that, to me, is just something I have to always tip my hat to, because without them, Shaheen doing that, Joseph, and other Jasmine from Lenovo now on fucking EA, like, without them just really dedicating, like, their commitment to us, we would probably not be here doing this right now at a level we are.
While most other esports do another official broadcast for their secondary streams, the B stream was just 2 friends with a passion for the game, having fun, while being able to provide insights as they were both able to compete at the professional level themselves. And the B stream was a massive success, as the community outpouring of love was insane. The B stream returned for the Raleigh ALGS Championship and continued to push to new heights, peaking at over 70,000 viewers.
You have one job if you are a fan here at the event. Do not show sack behind my stream and get me banned on Twitch. You hear me, Greek? That goes for you too.
For WIG, it was clear that watch partying was going to fully take over his content, as his love for competing had been fading for some time. Heading into year 3, he was going to give it his all. And with Greek seeing all the success the B stream had, it was time for him to make a decision as well. Going into year 3, he could continue to pursue being a pro, or go all in on watch parties and content creation.
I was trying to qual for the LAN in, what was it, Sweden? And I didn't make it. And so I got the opportunity to watch party at Sweden, did that, and then we came back and I tried to play in the POQs for Raleigh, and didn't make that. And then I was like, all right, well, I still get to go to the lands. I have way more fun. I don't have to compete, and I could potentially get paid doing this and pursue content creation. And I mean, 100%, I'd be lying to you if I said that like Wig didn't fully convince me to do it. I wanted to continue like trying comp, and Wig was like, bro, you're wasting your time. Your team is ass.
Bro,
and then I just started watch partying with him, like in his room.
Bro, I would watch Greek, dude. I would be watch partying, and Greek was in the room next to me. I listened to Greek go, fuck, man. And every time he died, bro, he would go to the kitchen and open the fridge, bro, and just look for something to eat. There'd never be anything there. He'd come back in his room. I'd be like, I'd walk out, bro, and he'd walk out again. I'd be like, bro, you guys are ass. I was like, I would be telling him like mid-tournament, like, you need to quit. You guys, look how miserable you are, bro. Like he'd get off, bro, and he'd be so miserable that he'd be just ordering just insane food, bro, to like cope with like the fucking sadness.
Here's the funniest one: is it's literally game 5 out of 6, right? Like we're going into the last one, and my team dies early. I walk out after malding, right? Wig walks out because he heard me, right? We're about to go into that last game. Wig fist bumps me and goes, "I'll see you at LAN anyway."
So Greek chooses to go the content creator route, but unlike the past, he and Wig weren't going to just settle for simply streaming match days and LANs from North America, because it is called the Apex Legends Global Series for a reason. So Wig and Greek started to dominate the watch party scene, watching all 5 regions, match days, scrims, everything, and all while pulling thousands of viewers every single day, introducing them to new teams, players, playstyles, and more.
The LAN started up again with like APAC North, APAC South. Greek was like, bro, we should watch everything. And I was like, really? I was like, do you think should we? And he was like, yeah, why the fuck would we not? And I was like, bro, that's so true. And that's when me and Greek, bro, squad streamed, hopped on and watch partied almost every fucking region for a long time. And that's, I think, when the B stream takeover like really started. That's when it skyrocketed.
For me, it was like the realization after Sweden. Like Sweden was like, you know, I think we did good for our first time. But it was like, it was that like realization of when I would try to cast and there was like players that I didn't know their name, what team they were on, what region they were from. And we got back as a collective and we were just like, bro, you know, they're giving us this platform to be able to like put on for the esport and like show everybody what it's about and where everybody's from and shit like that. And we're doing players such a disservice by not knowing like what region they're from and what team they're on. So we're like, that stops here. Like we're gonna start watching everything. And even before the lands, if there's like some regions that we can't get, we're at least gonna touch over and know like every pronunciation of someone's name, to, you know, where they're from, what language they speak, what region they compete in. And we wanted to make sure that we were the most knowledgeable, at least, of like above all.
Wig and Greek were quickly becoming the main source of competitive Apex content, because every time you want to watch, they were always there live. And EA recognized the impact that they were having and decided to bring them back for year 3. The B stream returned for the Split 1 playoffs, Split 2 playoffs, and champs, improving every single time. With the Split 1 playoffs, it was clear all that time spent studying other regions was paying off as their knowledge had gone to another level. And during Split 2, they take the content even further, adding the wide swing, allowing for fans to see all their favorite players in a panel style podcast. And then with the Split 2 playoffs, they were put to the test once again. Although they were still the B stream by name, there was no longer a lobby that would be running off of the main stage simultaneously. The LAN was scheduled in a way that allowed for every single lobby to be played on the main stage. And so the B stream became simply an alternative way to watch all the games. And with this, they finally had the setup moved down next to all the players, allowing for some more great moments. And then with the championship, it was clear that everything was coming together as their storytelling had reached the same heights as their humor and casting. But it would not be a video of mine without a little bit of insight into how they do what they do. How is the B stream ran? How do they have such great chemistry? And how do they rarely miss fights?
Usually Wig has the main monitor and then I'm on the side monitor, but we're both obviously like observing. And so I kind of just have the map up and I'm kind of just like keeping mental notes of what teams are going to either be forced to rotate on his own close, who's going to be contesting, and who's going to potentially like run into each other, whether it's, you know, a fight in a building or a zone close. And like he takes up like a majority of like the active casting is what I call it, like exactly what we are doing like in the moment. And he kind of pushes through that because he knows that I'm like always looking for the next thing to switch to, so that like when I kind of drop off what I'm saying to look to the next thing, he just kind of carries it forward.
But yeah, basically Greek has like the most important job. He just sits on the map and looks for fights and stuff like that, and then I have to do it. But I don't think people realize how hard it is. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and complain, but like what we do is tough. There's, for like ALGS broadcast, bro, they have like 12 people doing what we do for 2, you know what I mean, to 60,000 50,000 people. We're doing what 12 people do. We're doing a 10-15 person job with just 2 people and 2 PCs. When we first did Sweden, we had 1 computer only showing, so it's just my computer that would show. Greek's computer had no capture at all. So whenever Greek was watching on a stream, I couldn't press a button on the stream deck to go to his monitor. I had to literally go to my map, look at him, then go to where the fight is and click it, etc. Like Greek now, with the way that they set us up, thankfully, is Greek now can watch a fight breaking out somewhere else, and once the fight starts, I press a button on the stream deck and it goes to his monitor, and then I look for another fight that's happening. So the process is really smooth now and way better. That's why we don't really miss fights ever now, because we just know what to look for, Greek specifically and me, just know when a fight's gonna occur, right? Rotations, etc., what teams are doing. But when we first started, man, it was hard. We were exhausted.
I would literally have to tap him on the shoulder, and I would be like, bro, and I would like point at the monitor at like what was about to happen, like on the map, so that he would have to then pull up the map, like zoom in, because like, bro, sometimes when you're trying to work like the mouse and there's like, you know, a bunch of people in one like specific area, you can't click on the exact POV that you want. He would just start like spam clicking until it was like the exact one that we needed. It was so tough.
I'm really thankful that the streamer, like the viewers, like kind of got used to that. No complaint about that, because it still does happen. I can't really fucking be perfect with only just a 2-man job, but we do a good job now. I feel like though, people keep asking us if we want people to help us. We really don't. Like, it's no shade to anyone else. It's not that we're being selfish. We don't want people to be a part of the team. We do. It's just like, man, I'm not gonna lie, I'd get frustrated if like the person watching the spectator just missed 5 fights in a row. You know what I mean? It's also hard to do active casting and color commentary when someone is switching the POV for you, which is, I want to like take a moment and like, I'll put this in the video, bro, because people don't really get this. We cannot do what the professionals do on the main broadcast. Like, what they do is hard. They don't run with the narrative. They're casting a narrative that is given to them right now, and that is way fucking harder than writing your own script and going after teams that you want to. They're watching whoever the broadcast thinks they should be watching, and that is fucking difficult. And while being professional, they're not calling each other douchebags and flicking each other's titties and fucking dapping each other up every 20 seconds. Like, we have that unprofessional aspect to us, which is we wouldn't be able to be the professionals, if that makes sense, with only 2 people. It wouldn't be possible, for sure.
It's undisputed that the B stream has been an amazing addition to the Apex community, continuously reaching new heights every single go. Not only that, but when we look back, we can't help but realize that the B stream wouldn't be here today without the help of so many others, notably that Dizzy host all those years ago. That allowed Wig to grow his stream to the point where he was able to secure these opportunities, and the love they showed to all regions around the world participating in the ALGS helped raise the brands of players everywhere. Wouldn't be possible without Greek seeing the potential the B stream had and ensuring they put in the effort to reach it, pulling all of the ALGS along with them. And they make sure years later to always pass that love that was shown to them by rating others with this massive influx of viewership that they have. Wig and Greek got a life-changing opportunity and they took it, and in turn have potentially given so many others a shot at the same chance to turn their passion into something bigger. I know I personally am thankful for the positivity they push, for watching my videos on stream, and for shouting me out along with all the others they constantly show love to. When I look at the landscape of Apex, I truly believe that NiceWigg, Greek, and the B stream as a whole is the most influential and impactful thing to emerge from this video game, because with one single bit of love thrown their way, they've continuously thrown it back at others while making each of us have fun along the way.
I know this is very random, okay, but it's really important to me. I want to say that whatever you guys are going through in your lives, take it one day at a time. You got this shit. Bad days do happen, bad months happen, bad years happen. But no matter what, at the end of the day, as long as you keep pushing and keep moving forward, there's always a light at the end of the darkness. I believe in you, believe in the me that believes in you. And I love you guys, man. Do not give up, ever, all right? I love y'all so much. You guys are phenomenal people. Thank you for never giving up on me, and I promise to never give up on you guys. I love you so much. You guys are great.
1枚めっちゃロークリキル KP 狙うよ。いやいや俺も1枚死んだ。もうやった。1枚殺した1枚殺した。残ってるよ。やったやったやったやった。バンガバンガバン。1人は絶対絶対。スイングしろもう。ノックラスノックラス。やったこっちやった。いけいけいけいけいけ。よーし。ボーナス。アコ。マジでな。いやキャノンキャノンキャノン。どっかだよこれ1枚75。肉70クリプト。やった。これフラルキルこれ。まだファイロン受けてないと思う。ダウンに80ダウンに80。飛んでる。あめっちゃいい丸ぐらい入った全員100全員100。俺周り見るオッケーオッケー。ダウンに肉80入ってるからもう2個出すね俺。抱えた。ワンパ飛んでる。こっちもいる。キル拾えそうなとこあったらってエナジー100、160。向こう側拾えると思う。次取った変わるいや取ったよいや変わらずに俺周りずっと見たい。奥でファイト起きてる。ちょっと下のここ死んだオッケー。俺ダブルエナジーだからもう来たよ。次やることだけ聞いていい？俺らマジゆっくり移動前見てくれよ。上からどっち取り切るか決めれる俺ら。了解。俺の方からどんどん来てで左魚触れるか一人見といてほしい。俺こいつは右のやつ囲りながらだよ。待ってる一人。俺の方ねどんどん。腹切上がり注意だよずっとこれ。俺の位置入ってるけど撃たれるからマジどっか魚真下いる9ファイト目めっちゃバカめっちゃいやフェーズがマジだ。オッケー左使うようにしてる。あごめんここ俺のとこ耐えれる。壁耐えてるから耐えれる俺のとこ。俺燃えた上インのキングそれ。わかんないゆかさん俺らが起こす今起こす。超えてみてほしいそれ。待ってそれ燃えるんだこれ。いないどうせいない。大丈夫下でファイト。オッケー下でファイトね。カーテンあと10秒ぐらいだよ。10秒ぐらいだね。僕で耐えれるから1回。アーマー落とすキングアーマー落とす。オッケーもらう。1回立て直して。もらった。ウルト来た。ゆっくりだ。角で俺らここでいいよ。いや任せた俺いけない今。俺の前いけよこれミラーリング来るからね。ダービーの入り口がワンチャンバルスワップしるそいつ。スワップで返せる。ダービーの下が来る。俺の方来て左回りで行こう。左回りでスイングしよう。ダービー下来てない。俺らが入りたいとこにももうワンパーティーいる。俺の真下これ来てほしい。ごめんスワップもらう。白まだいるこのパーティー打ってバンガーめっちゃローナイス。次前いるからね。前パーティーいるからね。カーテン7秒いやいないわこれ。いける全員で一緒にいける。いくよゴー。オッケー渡って張り付いて右側にしかいないから奥側に入ってパーティー。ここ大丈夫。さっきこっちでこれこのガンガルトでなんかアクションしてもいいかも。ちょっと登ってみろ俺。いや壁ある。やめて絶対食らっちゃダメ。俺右押さえるよ。罪注意。敵のコンジェットが壊そう。いやそのパーティー使った方がいい。スイング勝てるからこっちの。真上ピーク1枚100真上ぐらい切ってみる。切った真上ぐらい俺も切る。これさめっちゃ右前行って右奥まで行ってこれ右マジで本当にめっちゃ削ってる。大丈夫ゆっくりやろう。俺めっちゃ食らわせるよ相手。いやめっちゃろそれめっちゃろ。 取り切ろう取り切ろう取り切ろう。オッケー。ラスト2枚ラスト2枚これ取り切って取り切って。
俺いけない2人でやってほしい。
バンガルト来た。これさ右の下にこれバンガルト待って終わりてくんの待って。いか
ローだ左手
もうやってくれ俺ゆっくりゴー右回りラスト右ナイス
俺らもうナイスよう勝ったな。
ナイス。ありかも。バンガルトキルは前にいた。
右で木。
このバンガ待って木ない。これバンガルトであいつピークできんよ絶対。木これで攻めてくるかも。
いやーブラハム下いるそこ。決闘した。
バンガマジョやった。
ナイス。
ゆっくり。いや俺チップでもいける。サツキそれ。
一人。
ホライゾンここ赤ペン1枚。めっちゃろ。
殺せ。絶対来ないと思うキング大丈夫。
今ファイトしに行った。
これを絶対魚振る。前側から魚振った方がいいね。
この木何？
もう行った方がいいかもこれ。
いいよ行こう。左からライキ魚振。
後ろ来れなくした。ファイトしないやつはこっち取り切らん。俺ダウン取ってるよ。
バンガルト来ちゃった俺。
オッケー。でも俺は入ってるんだったらそっちが黒さん無理。
殺しでありかも。コンジュールとかぶせれる
来たよ。
80全員食らってる。
オッケー。1個前やるよ。
敵のコンジュールとある。ホイールは1個。
奥側
上結構きつそうだよ。車線
俺の周りでやってるかも。
めっちゃ2クロもう1枚めっちゃ出てる。
オッケー。
1枚死んだ。
やってるよ。
ここ近い。
オッケー。左から覗く。
わた一人。
これ行こう当たるよ。
左側から攻める。
やったラスト。
無理せんでいいのに。
削られた。大丈夫。左前まで取る。右下見て。ここまで取る。いや見て頑張ってみろ。
落ち着こう一回。
絶対大丈夫。
ここの段ねここの線路全部ね。こっちのパーティー見えてないから気をつけて。そこの岩裏にいたさっきホライゾン。こっち。ホライゾンいる40。KP 130。ナイス。
俺はちゃんと
こっちまで取る。
エリア広げすぎたら俺らカバーできないからさ。
こっち超える走った。
それ見た方がいい。
こっち側中いないよね一応。
人は分かんない。いないと思うよ。
これさ左前上がりが一番怖くない？でもこのパーティーウィングマンね。バッタ
どこ？
オッケー。3枚いるからね。でも3枚いるよそれ。
見えた。
右の別派いるかもそれ。右の別派。
1枚めっちゃロー。クリキル。KP 狙うよ。
いや俺も
1枚死んだ。
奥に50。ナイスラストワン。スイングしすぎちゃダメ。ここいる。ヘイいるから絶対ダメ。
分かってる。
アンチ見て。ちくわから前切ったら勝ち。
ここも最強ね。左前がウィングマンだから取られたくない。死なないでそれ。
オッケー。
リブトで消えたわこれ多分。
オッケー。ギリで炊きたいんだよな。
俺もギリで
奥のパーティー上のドラスなかったら勝ちだからね一応。
降りた奥降りたよ。
インファ右下。
右下了解。グレキル。
階段奥にある。右下打ってね。考えてきた。
ラスト舞台。
ほらきちいね。頭こ
れ見て。敵の空爆。
俺の。
オッケー。
下スイング。
下スイング。やってる。2枚の1枚の。
ゆっくり。
俺のキルでーす。
ナイス。ごめんちょっと楽しくなっちゃった。
そうだね。まあ大丈夫よ。
いや俺キルポに貪欲だからさ普通に。
いや俺は丸があるから上直していいんじゃないもんじゃん。
ここ側面多分側面。本日30。
側面俺下がるよ。
いや下がっていいよ。
俺下がってる。
敵のバンガルト。起こしてる。丸ぐり切った。左側ピークするかも。
これ壁ある。
バンガルト使っていいこれ。
いいよ。
ガンはこれ殺さねえワンちゃん。張り付いたピークできる ?40 2人40
一人肉
死んだ
終わった
支払い取っていいよそれもらうわ。
クレバ
渡りでそこだと思う。
見えないラッキーあんま前で過ぎたらやばいぞ。
いやアスだし俺らこっちがフリーだから。
赤ピン入った。
角カーテン後ろ来た了解。中戻る。
そのくぼみのやつはワンダウン取ってる。 ここワッシュここキル取れるかも。ここ見て。
絶対これ
1枚殺した1枚殺した。もうドカってるここ。ワンこけてる。そこ終わった。屋上
登ってるよ。
やった
俺の方来て
降りた一回行った一回。
屋上さん殺した屋上でいいよ屋上でいいよ。
起こしてるこっち。こう撃てるよ。
これビッグダメージ出たら一瞬やらね。一瞬で
いいよ。
俺後ろ見てるから2人で見な。
あれウルトあるよね。これ撃てるよさっき。やった
あるよ。ライツ周り見てほしい。
見てる。いや俺後ろ見てる、ずっと後ろ見てるけど分かんない。どこ行ったか分かんない。これ左側面か。
もう一回殺した右寄り巻いてる。あれここ切るだろ。まだ渡ってないバンが。
俺一回入られたよ。
お前こっちキル拾えるよ。俺の方。俺も
このバル見よ。バル取った。
死んだ大丈夫。ハボックなんかな。
こっち外周見て。クリプト焼く。ちょっと丸フリップ切ってみるわ1個。
キル取りにくいかもそれ。
肉入った。肉こっち。真下何パーティーいる？2回だけ？奥が取り切りいったよ。1回のパーティーが奥取りいったよ。
マスターワンパだよ。
真下殺したらチャンピオンじゃない？俺ちょっと降りてみていい？ここ窓車線僕で。いやもう僕でやりたい。俺僕でやりたい。いい？降りてよ。2階じゃない1階だよこれ。
1階ね。オッケー。これさカタリスト外出てねこれ。出てない。
最初はそこやからさ。俺の
切り方。
こっから出てくるんだね。こう
キングの方からね。
こっからこう。
いいよ。なら真下側右側使わせたくないねこれ。
こっち行った。こっちのパーティーと真下だけね。赤ピンに2枚いるから2枚いる。赤ピンと黄ピンにバンガルと切り合ってる。相手2回いる今。
いや俺が2回いる。
張り付いた。1枚死んでる。右張り付きのパーティー1枚死んでる。パクトルはそれ。
取れた。赤ピンからキピンね。
でいいと思う。
右側からキピンに対してけどね。
そう俺バンガルト使った。ライキーワンチャン今でいい。
降りてきてるよ。
右側使ってカーテンの右側ね。俺のバンガルトこれ。
ドローン上からこれ。
真下のパーティー殺さないとダメだよ。いや真下やろ。そっちやろ。そっち見る。真下やるよ。語ろうここでいい。ここ取れ。
俺の前にいる。
俺も入れ替える。
俺は大丈夫だよ。
階段取れる。
これスワップ出てる。
階段でいい。俺ら階段でいい。ゆっくり。
割れてる俺の目の前。
こっちやってる。こっちローラストロー。下戦い。
後ろ。
勝てる。
ナイス。バカキル取ったぞ普通に。アンチが気持ちいい。
ありがとう。
フナティックは運だよ。
運だけだよ。
我々は
増してる。
真下のこのコンテナの隙間いるよ絶対。
奥入ってしてるかもこれ。
してるってそれ。
チャンピオンだよ。そっちが取り切ったチャンピオンだよ。
隙間いるよ。隙間めっちゃ残ってる。やった。奥取り行く？
取れない？
取れる。
行くよ。ここ行くよ。まだダウンしないこれ。ゆっくりでもいいかも。やめ。バック。
車線切ったよ。右の左の車線切ったよ。
そう。で上入ってないっしょあんまり。
肉見てくんね。俺の。
大丈夫。敵で半分。取られてる。めっちゃろこれ1枚。
これいないね。頭取らないと。壁ないからね。分
かった乗ってみろ。あれ乗った。奥これパイロン壊したら殺せそうだけど。
右さバンガルト切った方がいいかもワンチャン。
右にバンガルト切った。俺ハードピークしてみようかなこれ。
まあこいつはここしかない。いる場所
削れないこれ。爆発のタイミングで進んでみる。もう一回僕ないからね俺。ここ頭1枚取るわ。
チャンピオンファイトね。
全員食らった怒りこれ。
オッケー。待って俺の方から車線
ボコってる。
俺の方からでいいよ。
やった俺突っ込むわ。
アンチガイ
したかこれ。1枚やった。やってほしい。
俺裏のミラーリング見てる。
前大丈夫。
三角が来ようとしてる。
肉任して来季左出れる？これタコ打ちできる。ここ
入る。当たれた。広めに持つ。
めちゃめちゃボコボコにしてる隙間。
キル拾えるよ。
もうありえんボコってるよここ。
俺らしかないよこっち側全部こっち側だよ。俺ら取れてるよ。
屋根上から撃たれた。たつきバッテリー何本？
最後ウルトたまるよ俺壁たまるよ最後。
壁上がる了解？地下のエバスカ上がりと急上がり。これ右打ってほしい。殺したラストワン。取った。降りたこっち。バンガルト。ライカの方行こう俺。
俺の方届入らないと思う。入ってるけど食らおう。大丈夫なのここ。
入ってる。右回りキャ食らってないこれ。右打つわ俺。ダメ。ライカさっきのカーテンやってこっちから。
オッケー。
後ろ死んだ。こっち来て。でカーテン切って。
カーテン切った。これめちゃめちゃ狭いかま。めちゃめちゃ。
いやいいこれで絶対やれよ。相手のカーテンが落ちたら。
一回右見るよ。
右見て。カーテンは超えてないと思うこれ。
ない。
めっちゃバンガルト来てる。
先よ。
カーテン落ちた。絶対ファイトするこいつら。
左側車あるよ確か。右側左前突っ込める。壁降りたらいける？
いやいてめっちゃ巻いてる。バンガ
一人はやったスイングしろもう。
ノックラス
こっちやった俺がいけ
よーし
ボーナスポイン
強すぎたこれ100ポイントあんじゃね
ボーナス
俺バカキルしたぞ。
Los Angeles is alive and well at the Galen Center, looking at beautiful here in Santa Monica and having opportunities just down the road to find your seats at our Split 1 playoffs, where the action has been taking place all day long here. We've gone through 2 6-game series, and we are upon our 3rd in just a moment to see whether some of the powerhouses like DarkZero and TSM will make it into winners tomorrow, or if they will face the elimination bracket 1. All of that to be decided here today in just a few moments. So if you're tuning in, watching at home, welcome. If you're here at the Galen Center, welcome. And we're so excited that you're here on a Friday night, enjoying yourselves and getting ready to watch some good Apex as we keep it going. My name is Rain Day, and I've got a lot of similar faces, a new face again, I guess, for today's configuration. Zephyr Hodzik joining us in replacement of Jamerson, who did a great job last set, and of course, Graceful rounding out the desk. It's been great so far, a lot to talk about, a lot has happened. In fact, maybe that's where we should try to kick things off from what just occurred. We saw Hodzik a big win from Moist, taking it 1 point over Reject WMNDY in that set to obviously qualify them for our winners tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see NA finally waking up. I know, I don't remember the exact points, but I mean, they had a horrible World's Edge, Moist did, and I saw them in the halftime, and they looked like they really wanted to come out swinging, and they were hungry for it. I talked to Goat a little bit, and I mean, they did just that. They had a monstrous storm point to come out for a lot of points that they needed.
Yeah, and it was a great showcase from a lot of the teams in that position, because the group stage of B and D, it was their last chance, the last moment to finish it off. There was a lot of questions, though, Graceful. I had Liquid Alienware. They did perform well. That last game didn't set them up for success. BR Demon started out strong, though. A lot of names kind of had a marquee moment within those 6 games we just played.
Yeah, I think it goes to show to see that a lot of the teams that we have been talking about being, cold and slow starters have finally started to warm up. NA specifically have all started to warm up, and I think it really goes to show that, I think people have adapted now. However, we talk about adapting to group stage. We're moving on to the next stage. We're right about to move on to the next stage tomorrow already. And can they now adapt to something completely different? We've seen people on different POIs, but hey, who knows?
Yeah, and Ben, Alliance, a team that has been successful all around the day.
Yeah, not just them, Aurora as well here in this bracket, absolutely launching through. And while they didn't come out with that win, we still got to see some incredible faces make themselves apparent, notably Reject WMNDY. Yeah. I know we talk about them being kind of the vanilla, the tried and true here of a lot of these teams, but it's one of those that, at the end of the day, that's all you really need when we start to talk about match point, that kind of stability, or as Graceful always likes to bring up, consistency that represents these kinds of rosters is usually something that can potentially come out with, well, as you see there, a win.
And I think consistency starts to be less of the topic as we move on now. It starts to be, can you actually win these games? Because everyone who's going to get into the winner's bracket, as we can see the standings as of now, here Gaming rounding out our 20th, but of course they've already played 3, so they almost guaranteed will lose that spot to a team who is going to play again in this upcoming ANC bracket. You're starting to see teams who have been able to kind of do it all, Hodzik, and I think that's what our top 20 so far has said. Teams that can win, but have also really just played very consistently over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, again, as we've reiterated many times throughout the tournament already, it is just group stages. It does matter you're playing for upper bracket, so you can have a bit of a rest. You don't want to go through the loser's bracket run if you can avoid it, but it is really important for all these teams that, like Geared Gaming, or that might be potentially knocked out, all the other ones as well. It's really gonna, they really, as long as they, a lot of I was in the player lounge, and a lot of them looked very defeated, and I was kind of just telling them, like, you just got to take it as a learning experience. Every group stage is kind of just, it's your chance to learn how the LAN is being played, and it's your chance to adapt. Some teams come out a little bit faster, some start with a flat tire. It happens.
And that's just kind of a part of competing as well. People, across this arena, and as you go down to the bottom 20, we have to talk about it. Sometimes competition, you swing, you might get hit though. And that's the thing. These teams maybe got hit a little bit more than the top 20 teams, but it's about bouncing back, and also participating in this type of exchange, Ben, means that you are going to take some lumps along the way to figuring out your opponents and figuring out how to be successful, like Hodzik said.
Yeah, I think for some of their teams here, of course, we look towards squads like Luminosity. Unless we're seeing an absolute blowout of a match, we're guaranteed to see them have to work through those trials and tribulations that you kind of discuss here, Hodzik. But at the end of the day,
but I give this a kind of a once-over, even as we start to bridge past WMNDY and Made in Heaven and above. You know, those are some realistic, achievable goals. We talk about that triple point threshold. They're very close to doing that. I mean, top 5 and above should be enough to set you up.
Well, it's time to start shifting into what's in front of us. We've seen 2 groups so far. We started the day at 10 a.m. It is now about 7:05 Pacific time, and we are finishing up with A versus C. And the teams behind us getting ready to get going have some big stakes at hand. You had mentioned LG, 34 points with a cutoff of most likely 100. You're right. Unless they have one of the best series we've seen, they will most likely be in elimination, but still a fan favorite. Oxygen Esports in a great position. 07 as well, almost guaranteed with a few points to play off of what they've done so far. But Graceful, when you look at this, besides TSM, because we know that's the story, everyone is waiting to see them pop off and kind of show up to LAN, which they have not quite done in the way that they expect. Who do you have your eye on?
So immediately what comes out to me is probably Crazy Raccoon, Navi. There's plenty of teams that are like, they are solidified as really good veteran teams, but they have been struggling to, like I said, adapt. But now going into this last bracket, I actually looked at, you know, POIs and drop spots, they are not contested. So when we're looking at teams that are not contested, I also saw Elevate, I saw, you know, CR, I saw Navi, they're not contested, and some nearby POIs are contested. That opens up for opportunities to just get, you know, fast 3Ps, even better loot and objectives, and that might snowball in a good way to give them momentum to hopefully finish out games strong.
Well, as you get a high overview of the teams that are about to play, we do want to now focus in on some of the teams that we will be seeing here, especially the teams that we've seen throughout Pro League that have made an impact. This team, I was pretty excited to see because they were bringing in a roster that consisted of some legends that we haven't seen in a while, such as Seer, Horizon, and of course, Catalyst. They've switched off of that, but they've continued to step up their game, or should we say, elevate it.
During year 2 of the Apex Legends Global Series, Cloud9 rose to prominence behind their IGL, Zach Mazer. But in year 3, things began to fall apart.
Cloud9 placed 21st in Split 1, nearly being relegated. Zach then goes on to join E8 and place 16th in Split 2, once again missing LAN. Meaning at the championship, he would be watching from the stands instead of competing on the main stage.
You know, that was a real tough time in my career, and God, I'm just so glad to be over it.
Going into year 4, his perceived stock was as low as it had ever been, but he persisted. Zach picked up Shubi to be their anchor.
Shubi's good for about 400 damage. Those times are absolutely fantastic. I really love his composure in his role too.
Then added Zapto to be the fragger.
I've just never met someone who can shoot like Zap and just stay as consistent as Zap, and who can also communicate like him, and who can like just kind of like, he is like his own IGL, you know? Like when he needs to take over, he can.
And finally brought in Talmadge as their coach.
Me and Talmadge go back and forth all the time. It's very loud, but it's all passion. It's all wanting to win. And we always do find a common ground at the end of the day where we get to learn.
Despite the promise this roster had, they didn't have a lot of believers.
It's one of those things where you deal with it for so long that like it's pretty easy to tune out, right?
No, I want to prove every hater wrong. I want them to see me hold that trophy.
But maybe the doubters had a point. Zach had missed all of last year's LANs, Shubi had never made it to one in general, and Zapto was entering his first ever split of Pro League. But because of the team's poor performance in year 3, they didn't earn a Pro League spot and had to compete in the preseason qualifiers. But they easily showed they belonged.
And it's up to Shubi to clutch it up. Carr gets reloaded, playing the knockdown shields for now, has the damage to do it, but Shubi needs to hit the 30-30. The hip fire isn't connecting, but he gets the last shot.
I had, in my opinion, like a top 3 guaranteed Horizon player in a Horizon meta. I had Shubi, who I knew was going to play his role borderline perfect, and the game is in my hands. If I don't succeed, it's going to be only my fault.
But PSQ is only to make it to Pro League. Winning PSQ and qualifying to Pro League didn't shift the public's opinion. Now they had to show up and prove they deserved more.
One shot!
They're aping. Lumen.
One is here. 120 bang, 150 bang.
Quickly, E8 proved to be one of the most consistent teams in North America, eventually finishing top 6 in the region.
Feels good. I mean, didn't really expect anything else. We put in
tens of hours of practice every day when we first started, and I just knew we would do good.
After a year falling short in Pro League and missing each LAN, Zach is looking to complete his redemption arc, and E8 is looking to continue to climb to the top of the ALGS mountain.
No matter how bad I want to win, it's completely out of my hands at this point. And that's a beautiful thing, because it's best for me to just let it go and let them play to the best of their ability, and then, you know, we wrap it up at the end of that and put a bow on it and say, hey, we tried our absolute best, you know? And if it comes out being first place or something even lower than that, then, you know, you can still hang your hat on that and say that we did a great job and put a great effort in.
High hopes, realistic expectations, however, I would say tempered with the confidence that they have been performing well and only look to be performing better. Hodsick, Elevate, ready to take the stage in just a moment.
Absolutely. Beautiful video by Jayhawk, first off. But absolutely feel Talmadge's sentiment there. You know, there's only so much you can do from his position. You give your team like the tools to success. You give them like a solid game plan, but at the end of the day, it's out of your hands. And speaking of being in control, Zach is honestly, his redemption arc has actually been really, really strong, I think. I think he's had such a troubled career. He had a lot of success early on with FlyQuest. But then, you know, once hit the C9 arc a little bit, and then after that, it kind of he fell short a lot. And he's a player that's been hungry from the start. His passion cannot be questioned. And it's honestly, I think we're seeing the best version of Zach that we've ever seen. And I've been someone who's been very critical of Zach as a player. But I think his IGLing has really led them to a strong spot here.
It seems like they found a nice rhythm, and that's the thing that you're right. From what we've seen with Zach, it's been the talent's been there. He's been ingrained in the pro scene, really, in the ALGS. He's an extremely famous player, and you would think those results would be expected from someone of that caliber, that marquee name. But at the end of the day, he has been looking for more. He's always kind of sought more. He's maybe just been a step away from some of those expectations, and it does feel like this is the moment. So I agree with you, Hodsick, and I'm sure a lot of people are rooting them on in this Elevate squad. They look geared up and ready to go. Another team, though, in Group C, I believe, that is geared up and ready to go. You were mentioning them, Graceful, a little earlier. Crazy Raccoon. They've got a good thing going here, and you were excited about the fact that they're not contested in this group.
Yeah, so Crazy Raccoon has been one of the teams that we have consistently seen repeatedly on LANs and also on tournaments, online, of course. And I feel like we have so many regions where we have teams that are kind of, how should I say, uncrowned kings. In a way that everybody, like you said, the success we're expecting from them aren't quite met, even though we all know they can reach that spot.
Right.
And I feel like they're here to prove that they are capable of being there. I am expecting a minimum finals, and if they're not getting it themselves, I'm sure that they are expecting that of themselves. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they can prove themselves, especially now being uncontested and having good POIs to rotate from. For me, seeing the zones being such repeatedly in the same direction, I think that they're able to adapt, and I think they will overcome, but they have not so far.
APAC North's left a lot to be desired, although they've been so close. I mean, you look at Fnatic, you look at the performances at LAN, you look at Crazy Raccoon, a team that's always mentioned, yet when it comes to that winners, when it maybe comes to the final day, we're waiting, we're looking, the same stories keep repeating themselves. We thought at Champs it could be different. It wasn't. Maybe Split 1 is the start of something new. Not to quote High School Musical, although somebody was just saying that to me earlier in the green room. Ben, I want to talk also about another team, Natus Vincere, a great organization. Obviously, they're picking up energy as they head into this. You hear some shouts in the crowd. There's fan support, but can they get it done heading into this one?
This is a team that comes with such a history when we talk about the LANs. They get dogged on a lot. Yeah. I mean, there are people who come out going into these tier lists that we see online saying nothing but free KP or simply 40th, which I think is absolutely, I won't say that word, but I'll tell you what, when it comes down to it for Na'Vi, they are one of the most successful teams that we have seen out of EMEA coming out of some of these first few days. And I got to give some huge credit over to the roster changes that we saw coming into the building of what was Orgless in Hungary and then became Na'Vi. A huge shout out to KINOTROPE, right? Especially being this fixture on Element 6 that gave this team the pressure and power to evolve, send them to playoffs, and then make that adjustment. I know for a fact when we talk about Matape and Tyler, they've been through it before, right? They've had the lowest of lows of any of the teams out here, and you simply cannot compare that to anybody.
It's an incredible amount of support that they have at every LAN at all times. And no matter how they're performing, you know that this just feels like maybe that one that Matafe wants to go home and say, we did it. We finally got it done. I mean, it's really the story of a lot of teams in EMEA as well and APAC. They're all fighting against what has been North America or APAC South transition, North America dominance at LAN. Could this be the start of a different story? We will see. And let's see also what our talent thinks as we have to make some predictions before we head into every group. And of course, we've got to go to some of the favorites. I'm going DarkZero. I think that they performed extremely well. They're in our top 3 overall. And I think when you consider this, they may just be the team that leads it since they've got a match to play. But a lot of TSM in there. We see Tifko and FURIA elevate from Dia. We just highlighted them, and he's a smart guy, so I can see that happening. But I want to go over to ours here on the desk, my analysts. What have you all picked? I'm seeing some more Aurora and some Disguise. So I'll leave it to you, Graceful, to represent Aurora. Why you think they're going to take this one? Kind of obvious for those who have been watching, but walk us through it in this group.
So the biggest thing for me is that, honestly, it's a toss-up between DarkZero and Aurora. And I think they are they're yin and yang. So I think DarkZero is playing perfect Apex in terms of from zone play, and I think Aurora is playing perfect Apex from edge play. And me personally, having the experience of, not playing edge too much, I'm intrigued by learning. I think everybody right now in this room playing this LAN is learning from Aurora how to play. And I think that, they have something nobody else does.
That's a strong statement. I mean, learning from Aurora how to play at LAN, our 40 best teams in the world who have already qualified. I think that's a sign of how good that they are. Really quick point. DSG, you think this is the one that they're going to get it done because they need to?
I just want to make it clear, we picked these predictions fairly early, especially
he says, I didn't have coffee when I made this prediction.
No, but I'll tell you what, this has been a team that has shown they have the capabilities to show up when it counts. And at the end of the day, while it may be a tough series for them, especially after what we just saw early on in the day, the turnaround is always available for a roster like Disguise.
Well, you know what that means. You've done talent predictions. There's only one other thing left to do, which is to get these matches started. It is A versus C. DarkZero, TSM, DSG, Aurora. It's Friday night at the Galen Center in Los Angeles, so you better be excited because it's our last series of the day, and we've got 2 great casters to kick us off with it. Gino and Vicky Kitty, take it away.
Thank you so much, Rainday. I don't know how he keeps doing it. Rainday always giving us this praise, giving us too much power. I mean, who even let me on here? What's good, guys? Vicky Kitty, Genome here. What is up, LA? We've been here all day, and we still have so much more Apex left to go. My very favorite thing to do here, Genome. I mean, there's an imposter among us. I mean, Disguise, I mean,
Yeah, look, that was an interesting call from Zephyr. Maybe they've donned someone else's, jerseys to play in this one. Yeah, look, unfortunately, they are going to be in the losers bracket, so that's going to be a tough prediction for Zephyr to win for that one. I think, as Graceful was saying, toss-up between Aurora and DarkZero, definitely. That's how I was looking at it as well. Of course, had to go with the homies DarkZero. But we will be starting off on World's Edge.
Going on to World's Edge, we could expect some 50-50s to happen here. And it's going to be interesting with this being our final group games to watch. Groups A versus C, but which 50-50s are you expecting, Gino?
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll get to see some of them coming up here because we've actually got a couple listed on our drop spots map. Here's the one that is probably the most important. 2R1C and Made in Heaven have not had an incredible group stage thus far. They're both sitting, I think it's about like 60, 65 points, something like that. And, they need a really decent effort here to make it through to winners. But they're contesting each other, Vicky, right? So it's kind of I wouldn't say a battle to the death because, of course, they'll just fall down into that elimination bracket. I feel like whoever wins that contest, it will go a long way towards them making that top 20.
I mean, when you have one team at 27th overall and the other being at 21st, this is where we get to really iron out which of these squads will be making it into that winner's bracket, which squads will be going and meeting the previous squads that we just saw into that elimination bracket. But a nice little flyby here as, again, we are starting on World's Edge, which could change things up for the squads that may find that success story on Stormpoint.
07 able to pop over down to Thermal Station now that neither Disguised nor Alliance are sitting there in this group matchup. KINOTROPE, most teams getting both Morn and Stacks throughout these groups. We haven't actually seen those split very much, and that's part of the reason why we're getting so many contests. The same thing could be said about Dome and Launch side. You know, in times gone past, teams have wanted to go for those POIs specifically rather than in groups. And if this is to be believed, we're getting some fun stuff coming out of Fnatic at the very least. Lifeline, Mad Maggie, Horizon.
Don't pull at my heartstrings here, Fnatic. You guys have teased us before, but if that's the case, we know that they're one of the squads going in for the 50-50 over by Harvester.
Exactly, it's a tough fight down there in Harvester. We haven't seen Lifeline be used in these contests as much though, right? Usually it's the Conduit coming out for those, the Radiant Transfer, the extra shields, but you know, you rarely ever get the chance to go for a res in those contests, so you know, maybe that will be the difference maker. I mean, Doc getting the health up, you've actually got a higher health pool than a shield pool when you take these early fights. You've only got the white armor, so maybe that's what they're thinking.
Although something has changed up here, everyone. You could see Crazy Raccoon alongside 2 Rats 1 Controller, the team that we were expecting to potentially contest Made in Heaven over by Climatizer, have now landed on the other side of Geyser 4. Right now, waiting though. You talk about interesting compositions, Genome.
Yeah.
The Lifeline, the Crypto, and the Bangalore, but the action has not stopped. Oh my goodness, trying to get away. Strafing Flame, sending MDY White back to the lobby.
Well, that was a quick win for them. Good stuff for Legends Gaming. Right next to the respawn beacon. That's one contest down, and yeah, like another one we weren't expecting, right? So MDY White, instead of going for NORTHEPTION at Monument, have moved over to Landslide. Much, unfortunately, yeah, not to their success.
Things like this are going to be happening in the lobby, as well as these teams already finalizing where they're standing in the overall standings, what they could do to these other teams that could potentially try to greet them on their respective POIs, as 2 Rats 1 Controller are trying to get into position. Right around the corner though, right around the crates. Missy gets isolated though. Swinging on the other side, Haraka's also a little separated. Uchaku's trying to use the little crevice between the rocks to get out of the line of sight here. With Missy going down, they lose out on their lifeline first, so it's going to be a 2v2.
And it just seems like a theme this tournament, doesn't it, Vicky? The lifeline's going down first. Is it the other teams identifying that and hunting them down? Or is it the lifeline players overextending?
Also, maybe getting a little brave, because it does look like 2 Rats 1 Controller were able to maybe get an Evo Harvester going, because they had the blue Evo going into this fight, giving them the health advantage, as Gizna is the last one alive right now for Crazy Raccoon. Magic has to happen, and maybe the miracle instead has moved in, because it looks like in a distance the third party has moved from KINOTROPE making an appearance.
Now, of course, the benefit of taking on these different POIs and taking on contests in you know, areas that they might not be expecting it is that you know, Legends Gaming and Crazy Raccoon that were landing in Geyser, you know, they probably wouldn't have their composition geared towards it. So they're at a disadvantage from the start. And that hurts Crazy Raccoon, but not so much Legends.
And also tells teams that landed POIs nearby that this is the perfect third party if you want free KP, which is exactly what KINOTROPE Gaming was able to do here. This is the team that lands between Big Mod and Stacks. Guess what? They not only looted quickly right out of their POI, but they immediately showed presence into this third party. Now they're going to be able to profit, trying to see if they can try to get that straggler for right now, as we see more teams. I mean, talk about teams that need to perform or at least have a miracle. LG. I mean, Luminosity. That light is dimming. We have to see what they could do here in a lobby like this, when you're faring up against the demons that are teams like DarkZero, man, TSM. I mean, we can expect the best here. We have to see. Legends Gaming are going to start rotating already off the rip, and it looks like Boogie Boarders are having some fun here in the feed.
Yeah, Fnatic didn't end up having their contest either. Never to change. It didn't actually catch exactly where they landed, but must have been somewhere north. Maybe they took over the empty Skyhook East landing spot, because Fnatic have, yeah, just had a free rotate up from Harvester, just as Made in Heaven did. They might have been worried about 2R1C, but of course they dropped elsewhere, and they've been able to come over from Climatizer, as you can see from that zone. Most people inching towards Skyhook. But there's every chance, I'd say, it can pull a little bit more south of that. Obviously, yeah, no one is banking on Survey Camp, but, you know, Boogie Borders and whatnot playing the Survey Beacon House a bit lower.
Grandma's house, and they were also able to get a good amount of KP here. Zero was able to get the first stock as Sice follows up immediately afterwards to find Joker. Jed's gonna get the finisher here. DarkZero looking as strong as ever. When it comes to looking at Gray Apex, this is the team to definitely keep your eyes on right now. They're gonna have full blues. On top of that, they're not gonna chase too hard. 18 squads now left in the lobby with so many teams already making that rotate to the northern side of the East Skyhook POI.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a long way for KINOTROPE anyway. So the fact that they're taking their sweet time all the way down the bottom makes a little bit of sense because, you know, why not have that an early contest and grab your KP that way if you're going to struggle to get it with low priority to the zone and you know, grabbing a bad spot towards the end. DarkZero, 2 kills on the board already. They are very close to taking out this group stage and being #1, Vicky. In fact, I'd say it would take a miracle to stop them at this point because you know, the only teams that are ahead of them have finished the group stage already. They, you know, in the last series, they won't be playing anymore, and DarkZero are only about 25 points behind them. And on the pace that they're on, they're averaging about 60 points a series.
Wow, that's crazy. I mean, they would literally have to just stop playing the game, put down all their peripherals, if anything, for any team to try to see if they could try to take it over them. But look who's lying in wait. It is Fnatic, but the Bloodhound scan! Who are you fooling? The Nox grenade after that to follow up Suzuki. A little bit out of the fight for right now. I'll try to pump the back, but actually disengages. Huge here as Leica is able to get right back onto the gravity lift to get out of the fray. And just like that, Navi!
Yes, celebrate Satsuki. That was incredible. I mean, yeah, they get scanned out, but you can see they had the utility at the ready. The black hole comes in, and the nades are just perfect to lock them down.
Do you know what's even better here? Is that the Warden I see on my screen? Is that the Mad Maggie from Fnatic? I mean, between that, the Lifeline as well. So quick to react. Huge gravity lift right there, too. So that was also a get out of jail card. If they had to restabilize, they could get right back into the high ground here. Nice little overlook on where the circle is going to be pulling, but this is the type of circle where you could expect so many teams on that east side of Skyhook to try to coexist here. But if that circle pulls towards that lone truck on the north side, on the outskirts of the building, south of the train tracks, you've seen that before, or even in the open between where TSM's building is, or between wrapping around that mountain. We've seen the circle either pull there or more towards that south side where you could currently see LG in.
Yeah, exactly. I'm definitely banking on that one right now. I think LG have picked this out. And as we said, Vicky, they need to have a monumental performance. They need to roll back the clock there until, you know, to the glory days of Sweep, basically, to have any chance. Because they need essentially a 60 or 70 point game if they would want to make winners bracket. I think at this point, honestly, you just want to have a half-decent game and sort of get your mental back in check so that they can have a good run in the losers bracket.
Gotta say, as we tune into FURIA, who have been able to get on top of the high ground for right now. Team doing fantastic so far. Showcasing what they could do where they're in a bit of a pinch. I mean, Vaxlon has been the MVP in helping out this team. I mean, we saw what they were able to do on Skyhook circles in the last series we saw them in. I believe he was able to get that res too with the replicator right next to them. But trying to take control of Hype before seeing where they want to rotate next. Talking about rotate, we also get to see NORTHEPTION trying to get that Evil Harvester on the outskirts of the circle, but they also have a nice ring beacon here before they move into that next circle.
I was always a fan of Tider's shotguns, but looks like he's become a little bit of a meta slave. Well, I mean, you know, just depends what guns you got this game, but, you know, playing the Havoc and the Prowler for the moment.
Waiting perfectly. KINOTROPE are on the high ground here, and with full blue Evos, they have all the information they need to feel confident. The Conduit ult getting sent up to try to buy some space, but that does not stop Miak here. He's going to be able to move forward, going in on the other side after popping that Beast of the Hunt. They're trying to hold split positioning right here too, and KINOTROPE maybe not as clean as a fight to start this off here because the third party is right behind him with 2 rats, 1 controller.
Yeah, just a little bit of chip damage coming in there, I think was enough to help that one out. FURIA.
Oh, cleaning things up though, the speed run. Finding 07, engaging on this fight, and look who is waiting on the outskirts. It is TSM trying to capitalize off of this, trying to prevent them from trying to reset.
Now remember, TSM need a decent series here. Unlike in times past, they have not locked things in by now. They cannot rest on their laurels. If they want to make it to winner's bracket, they have to keep going here.
At least they're going to be able to get some extra loot here before they make that next decision, especially since Reps has a smoke in case they want to get out of this building here. But it's about the information that they just scanned. The building to their north, Oxygen being able to get out of that fight, as well as DarkZero kind of coexisting alongside them here. Nice little flyby. You can see Oxygen in that high ground building, but it is LG closer to the sniper tower, where moving onto a position like that early game could be a little scary because you have a lot of open positioning for other squads to try to find an opening and keep you in their line of sight, as well as you can see Sweet is going to be able to get rezzed.
They play the Caravan. It's the perfect spot if you've got a Watson. They don't have a Watson. They've got a Caustic. That makes it an okay spot. But as many teams start to pull up around them, as they will, the circle is definitely shifting towards that Caravan. It's gone north and north. It won't finish on top of the tunnel, which means the only real playable space is this Caravan that we've got here.
Even crazier, Sweet was truly on the sticks. I mean, he had dropped the Mosem at one point. He only had the Havoc. He picks it up from the truck. It looks like maybe they were swapping some things there. But while playing patiently and rotating there as early as they did, they're going to be sticking onto maybe Blue Evils for a majority of this mid-game here, unless they could get some poke damage from the squads that are going to be rotating like Boogie Borders out of this grandma house.
I think it's a good spot for Boogie Borders, actually, but a couple of teams finally make their way to Survey Camp. Essentially just the teams that were playing Edge. KINOTROPE moving through Epicenter earlier, obviously, and 2R1C as well.
Nice getting rid of that crypto drone for right now, seeing the team that's inside the building to their left, making sure that no other squad should try to come up the third party, because guess who's waiting? Aside from 2 rats with controller on the other side, Virtus.pro maybe trying to see if they can have an opportunity. This is the team that's been holding that north side of the train track tunnel. KINOTROPE don't like this position with 13 squads left, round 3 closing in. They want to hold the edge of this circle to see if they can capitalize. But one Tappy having to pop the shield back 4 right now, trying to give some suppressed fire at the squad Made in Heaven, who have already tried to rotate through that next choke.
Yeah, it's a much better spot for Made in Heaven. A small part of that tunnel will be in the next zone and the zone afterwards. So they really want to, you know, you've got a couple of different avenues that you need to hold on to. You've got to look north, you've got to look south through that tunnel, and then you need to make sure that once all that is said and done, the zone closes, and then you can move in towards LG, towards that cavern. But at that point, you know, your back will be locked off, you'll have the tunnel around you, you'll be so safe. So if Made in Heaven don't get caught off here, because they are quite split right now, they could be in a good spot. Now, Virtus.pro, they're the ones to the north. They've got to deal with 2 rats, 1 controller, and Made in Heaven. So why don't we listen and see how their next rotation occurs?
Someone can like walk up our tracks, by the way, because I'm not looking at it right now.
We're coming back. We're coming back.
Okay, I'm fucking going back to west side.
Yep. I'm just gonna chill here and make sure this team, like, if they want to come around, I'm gonna core sculpt them. Okay.
Literally. I should have like, I might get kills this side. Just tell me immediately if they're fucking coming in. They should go into the middle.
Yeah, we can look to clear tunnel this zone as well. Because I don't think. No, this.
I mean, like realistically, they should try and like fight out for the other side. But we can definitely try and kill them.
Probably dead.
I tried to smoke for you.
Yep. Pushing up. You pop hound ult. Yeah, Get back to the heady. Main hound ult. Yeah, we're gonna have to kill these guys. Yeah. I see nothing so far. I'm scanning. Look at my scan. Okay, push them out.
Just force them back, force them back.
Yeah, I'm playing the guy heavy. Yep. They're not close.
60 on one.
Nice, yeah.
Two went back, two went back. They might have all gone back.
No, they get heavy. No. I'm course scouting that heavy. Yeah, do it. They scan. 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, scanning. Ingas.
Yeah, I needed forward.
Well, it was a scary moment there for Pricey. He backs off, and I really thought Wei and Sharky could have pressed up there just to buy him a little bit more space, but luckily for Virtus.pro, 2R1C are a little too scared. Some well-placed thermites keep them at bay. Eventually, they're going to have to push in, but you can see they're starting to get the better of 2R1C.
Especially getting that knock right afterwards, getting those blue evos right back up to purple now. 2R1C. They try to engage on that fight. They even had the health advantage, but like you said, Genome, taking way too long while Made in Heaven as a duo try to approach from the tunnel side, getting pinched with their backs against the circle, and Boogie Borders on the other side, who literally one shot, but he was able to pull off that shield back at the very end, running double energy for now. You heard the Beast of a Hunt being activated, but trying to avoid the onslaught of nades getting hurled in their direction. I believe that's LG trying to take that fight. It is Sweet rolling in on this fight.
Okay, LG, they try and go proactive. They're worried about this team on the hill, but with Slayer going down first, LG, is that a move that they're going to regret?
And aside from the smokes here, they are on the sticks, literally. Look at this. He got 1 syringe, 2 shield cells. He does have the Kraber, though. Make magic happen. We got to see. I'm expecting that maybe Funk is in a similar situation. And the truck, while all of that was happening, Made in Heaven just for free.
And they're a duo as well, right? So you've got a 2-on-2. They've got Funk with the Bloodhound, right? So I think they've identified that, and they say, hey, we can take this. It's a fair 2v2, but they still don't get there. Made in Heaven go down as well. Was that the caustic gas?
No, honestly, TSM on the roof, the audience seeing that from a distance, reps cleaning that up. Perfect shots, perfect positioning for TSM to take those shots at LG when they were trying to engage.
But now the real question is, what are Virtus.pro gonna do? Just to let you know, they're still in the tunnel at this point. They had a chance to go out. They could have come back in towards that caravan, but now I think they've actually waited too long, or should I say, I think they... Oh, no, okay. All right. They've got time to get out on the tracks. I guess as far as the mini-map goes, it looks like they can't get out from there. But yeah, as you can see, they can just play the top. There's just not a lot of cover. DarkZero below them. We haven't seen much from them this game. They've just been biding their time. But hey, they've made top 4. That's already at least 5 placement points.
Huge here, too, for TSM, as they're still going to be a bit in the circle on the lip of this rooftop building. They're not going to be allowing Virtus.pro to get that free rotate, because if it isn't just TSM that has them in their line of sight, we know it's DarkZero right below them. And DarkZero, this is huge information from TSM, because they now know that the team below them has blue Evo shields, which is why DarkZero is so desperate to try to take some shots at Virtus.pro to maybe see if they can farm a little bit of damage.
Yeah, Zero barely just getting away from that one. Might be happy that it was the M&K player and not the controller being able to dance away.
How getting shot in the middle of this rotate, going right through the zip line. And that was all because Oxygen Esports that were sharing the low ground part of the building have now climbed their way up and have taken that same exact spot. But could be way better for TSM. They got the res, and they're going to be able to get the reset.
Oh, that's huge, getting Hal back into the fight. And not only that, securing this high ground. Virtus.pro on the high ground above them, the higher ground, I guess you could say. DZ, they're just trying to live.
Can't make this up. The scriptwriters are working in overtime right now, while Oxygen Esports are finding themselves back in the lobby. 3 squads left: Virtus.pro, DarkZero, and TSM.
Okay, so Virtus.pro, they throw the bang ult to the left so that they can try and engage on DarkZero now. With Wei popping the Beast of the Hunt, they know this is the time to go in. They're gonna clean them up.
Oh, and now TSM, this is the green light. DarkZero, they get eliminated. It is Virtus.pro versus TSM, and Virtus We're trying to get the reset here. Pricey in a bit of trouble. Sharky loses out on his shield. He gets deleted by Verholt. TSM are looking to make a statement, taking game number 1 on World's Edge.
Well, you can see from the reactions from the VP boys, they're very happy with that second place. Of course, on top of it, they still managed to get 7 kills. Not bad at all. Of course, TSM will walk away with the win in addition to 7 kills of their own. So, look, TSM, I mean, they made that rotation, right? As you said, they were kind of forced into it by Oxygen. Yeah, the fact the other 4 teams, or the other 3 teams didn't really have a chance to get that finish on Howl. He was just too kind of locked away from the sightlines. And once that happened, it was, you know, I think it was a really smart move by VP to take out DarkZero, the bang ult used to lock TSM off from the fight. And they cleaned it up quickly enough, right? They actually gave themselves a chance. They took the fight so well that they gave themselves a chance to win the final fight against TSM. But yeah, look, you saw Wei, he had a chance, a couple of angles, missed shots. Verholst, of course, rarely will miss those.
Verholst, being the entry fragger right here, was also able to open things up, getting that first knock as well. That was such a good call on the timing of their rotate when Oxygen was the one that took control of that high ground. You can see here, guys, not only getting the dub, 7 KP, like you were mentioning, Genome, Virtus.pro is going to meet them up there in second place with 7 KP themselves. DarkZero, I mean, they were playing with blue Evo shields until, what, the second to last circle or so. We're still able to get some KP themselves too. Made in Heaven. Even looking at Luminosity, I mean, they were struggling. They went for a quick rotate. They also predicted that truck that was over to the east side of Skyhook. Unfortunately, though, having to play that out as a duel when we decided to take that one fight from Made in Heaven, it was a nail in the coffin. I mean, that was just free KP for TSM.
I mean, if you go back to Rally, it has been back and forth between DarkZero and TSM. If we are going by that script, Vicky, it would be DarkZero's turn to lift the trophy, right? And I just have to say, on World's Edge, which we have cast a lot of today, how many Skyhook or trial zones have there been? Because, yeah, you talk about DarkZero being on that blue armor towards the edge here, as we see, you know, Fnatic picking up 6 is not too bad, and FURIA trying to keep their hopes alive as well on 4. But, you know, yeah, the fact that we've had so many zones up the top there just means they can walk it in, right? I mean, they're used to playing with red armors over the other side of the map, but certainly just being able to pick out a god spot like that or get into those circles very early as they did there, you know, Zero can play that either way.
Yeah, literally TSM just wasted no time to get into that positioning. They have learned their lesson with these very volatile circle pools. As we take a look at the top 3 squad stats here, 3.6k damage from TSM. I mean, damage across the board for our top 3 squads. Look at Virtus.pro, 3.3. DarkZero with 2.6 out here. Nice little evened out for TSM between Verholst and even Howl getting 3 kills apiece here. Loving this consistency as well from Virtus.pro, Genome.
Yeah, look at Sharky on the top there with almost 1,700 damage. That man, does he have nerves? Do they exist in his body? Does he feel pain? It doesn't feel like it, because when he gets on land, he's just unstoppable, honestly. And you can see him just leading from the front here. That change, as we heard in the interview that Jayhawk did with him, you know, from the support player to the fragger of this team has gone very smoothly.
Has to go through a different mindset here, too, to find that success. That was game number 1, everyone. We got 2 more games on World's Edge, and when we come back, game number 2 coming to you soon at the end of this break.
Every world is the same. You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. I've ended worlds. What is one measly legend? Again, ready for the big finale. This place is kinda nice. Might stick around for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
The official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS. We are here in our last set of group stages. TSM taking game number 1. The audience feeling that energy. Letting everybody know who they're rooting for.
I mean,
explosive games from them, D-Rome.
Look, I wouldn't be surprised if it was called the TSM Center instead of the Galen Center, because they seem to have some sort of home crowd advantage here. You know, every time we see them on the screen, every time they are popping off, which is, you know, hasn't been maybe as much as some of these fans would have liked, but as you can see from that game, definitely still a couple of times a day, they are getting very rowdy, very excited, and I mean, we are too, because we're here at LAN, you know, it's day 2. We're just about to finish the group stages, and that will determine who goes into the winners bracket, the top 20 teams, and who falls into the elimination bracket, the bottom 20 teams.
This is my favorite part about LAN, is the audience out here to also give me some of that energy, but also to highlight the stakes of what these players are playing for. It's not just the legacy. I mean, we've seen TSM in positions like this before. I mean, who knows? Who are the scriptwriters behind the scene? Because somehow they always end up pulling through. But then you have to highlight the teams that have shown the most consistency throughout the season. DarkZero still coming in top 3. Love to see and highlight some more of these squads that are really showing up here as we move on to game number 2. I talked about it earlier on with the teams that feel that success on World's Edge. I mean, the crowd doesn't see it, the audience at home don't see it, but we get to see the player chat and how it was like, you know, starting off on World's Edge, I don't know about that one. I mean, I probably would have preferred Storm Point. Well, guess what? Nothing to worry about, because you just took the dub on World's Edge, and now going on to game number 2, we're gonna see how this 50-50 happens with Legends. Let's jump into a listen-in as we get started.
I got 2 guns. I got open.
Go double check. Kano 1.
Nice.
I'm standing.
Blood, almost cracked. Horizon running, no gun.
Yep. I'm chasing.
Han, no gun. Han, charge rifle. I'm with Koi.
Yeah, I'm seeing.
I need 20. Han hit 30 up here.
Yeah, I'm gonna swing him.
He's running, still running.
Yeah, I'm still swinging him. Weak.
Rise is running.
Wait for Rise going.
Chill.
Yeah, we have to run back.
We're good. Rise is not, countdown not turning. We didn't start looting. We're good.
We didn't thirsty up
We got cargo bot. Yeah. Are you, I can't get the cargo bot, guys.
The straggler left from MDY White manages to get away while Legends Gaming pull it off for right now, backing away, having to be careful as Boogie Borders does land nearby while taking a look at Crazy Raccoon. We saw the action non-stop over by Geyser. Well, guess what? 2 Rats with controller had already rotated through the tunnel, not trying to stay in Geyser for very long after what they witnessed from KINOTROPE Gaming, who went for the third party.
Yeah, that's an interesting spot from 2R1C there. Trying to get the dregs from Overlook is going to be tough when they've got to backtrack it all the way over to finally something a little more south. Seems like perhaps staging maybe even the top of Thermal. Of course, yeah, you see Never to Change up the top there, and then, yeah, Maiden Heaven still sticking over at Climatizer. So, yeah, not nearly as many contests as we thought may get in there. Na'Vi, once again, splitting Dome and Launch Site.
It is nice to know, after all the northern circles that we were talking about earlier, Gino, we are taking a trip over to staging a circle that TSM is very familiar with as they take the evac tower to rotate after getting that ring console over from Lava Siphon. You highlighted Navy, another team that, like you said, also was able to split that loot from Dome, from Launch Site, also taking that evac tower so that way they can close in the gap before they make their rotate, probably from Tree. But so many other teams already ahead of the curve when it comes to their rotate. I mean, ALGS is already there at staging. Boogie Borders have also rotated from the edge side of things. Expect this action to really kick up here as we see more teams who have taken their time, like NORTHEPTION, now right here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, they're running into Virtus.pro right now. They're a team, obviously, that is feeling it, and you can see.
Jumping coming out of nowhere. I mean, literally left field. Renegade Bangalore. I mean, NORTHEPTION are actually going to go for the reset. This is going to be big here. Put on the conduit shields in this fight.
Yeah, well, I think Virtus.pro held off a little bit because they saw WMNDY on the other side over there in Monument. A couple of extra shots coming through, and as a result, VP have been doing so well, sitting at second after that first game. Don't want to push their luck too much. Why risk it on a third party for just a couple of KP?
I think we should go here.
Very true here, especially. They have the blue Evos, but trying to just make sure the squad is still behind them for right now while they make their rotate. WMNDY just looking to see if they can try to re-engage while NORTHEPTION are going to be way ahead of them, but coming in from the north side from Skyhook, it's going to be Elevate. Having to be careful. A lot more of these teams, most of these teams rather, are going to be coming in from that north side once they try to go through landslide, maybe by the tunnel.
All right, teams pulling up around staging. You can see the Fnatic are right in the thick of things. So are 07, Boogie Borders, Legends Gaming, even TSM.
I mean, have we been bamboozled here? They're really just throwing out everything at us. Even the Mirage from Sotuki. The Mad Maggie gets sent down here first, though. They will be able to at least reposition inside of the building for now. And a nice little ego check here for Crazy Raccoon. Love that. Seeing that on the other side too. It's kind of crazy. It's so far away from Overlook side too, with so many spots.
You know, in some Japanese tournaments, teabag is actually banned.
What?
Yeah, it is. So to see CR doing it like that, I feel like coming from them, that means even more.
Listen, Gino, we could just say it's not a teabag. It's going to be a tactical crouch here in this case.
My bad.
Crazy Raccoon, after coming on top from that fight, feeling themselves, are going to be able to start rotating to get their time inside of that circle. More of these squads like Fnatic have been able to get that reset. Nobody's going to fall for that decoy. Legends Gaming also getting the scan just to see who's ahead of them in Mirage Etoile. One of the squads still rocking that conduit. It is nice to note, by the way, that the straggler from NDY White that we saw at the beginning of the game is still alive, and they did have a conduit themselves. They have not been able to reset, though, so that is something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, looked like they were trying to go towards perhaps Skyhook to get the res off, but after all this time, I think they've reversed course and might be trying to do it in the ring over at Climatizer.
Gotta go climb on top of this mountain. 07. Hearing some chants in the crowd here, as Legends are gonna be able to get on top of the Mirage Etoile. No party here, though. Not gonna start it as 07 are just looking.
Or are they?
No turbo on that Havoc here, but not even necessary. Just waiting to see. All right, it's okay. Look away, look away. That didn't happen. You close your eyes, it just never happens. It's okay. But
Come
also,
on,
I mean,
guys.
come on, from that distance.
I can see the people in the crowd like, as if they've never missed an entire clip of Havoc shots. Like, yeah.
Legends Gaming are gonna be able to dance around the Havoc bullets. Player K is rocking the charge rifle. I mean, even between him and Monsoon, seeing that charge rifle out into play makes me think little cuckoo cuckoo. Made in heaven with the full purple Evo. Gonna be approaching VP on the other side, but look who's on the hilltop. It's gonna be E8. And this is going to be a very tricky rotate. And the reason why I say that is with the squads that will be coming in from the east side, there's a lot of open ground that we know between Harvester into staging, but I'm more so worried about the teams that have found their own space in staging that are going to be able to take some free shots at these rotating teams.
And it looks like it is going to pull back towards staging, not down towards thermal. Elevate, they're just hoping to hold people off at the landslide choke. Maybe teams like DarkZero.
Huge Senti shots that we're seeing from Yuka himself. Gonna be able to also get that finish. Crazy Raccoon. Maybe the BM wasn't working here when you're stuck outside the circle for as long as you were. So it looks like they were able to just rotate back around, wanting none of that business of NORTHEPTION, as they're going to be able to now get the reset leaving out of Geyser. You can see this other squad taking their time. MDY White still as a solo, not being able to find the opportunity to get any res or even the banner here. Wondering what's going on the outskirts of the circle. Like 2 rats with controller taking their time, but look at that northern choke. 3 squads there trying to fight for the high ground by the train tracks.
Yeah, the fact that the other MDY White player is getting stuck in the zone makes me wonder if they didn't have enough meds. No, they're still moving around. No, they're actually okay. They did get the full reset.
Huge. Able to get that respawn beacon up by the hill that overlooks Fragment East as DarkZero coming out on top. Red Evo, double purple, having their own little side quest out here, while Jen also has the gold helmet. Important to note, while they're taking control over all this space, though, they're denying the opportunity for teams like Legends that had to backtrack a little bit so that way they don't get caught on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, I think Zero, one of the best IGLs at tracking that kind of stuff as well. Who needs the gold helmet when? Which ultimates are they prioritizing in that point at time? It's, you know, it's a small thing, but it makes a big difference if that ult is up for a fight or not.
That's Lava. And Made in Heaven having the high ground. Free beams coming in for Taxiton. Catching one Tappy. Gonna be able to get loot on top of the Death Box on top of it here too. 20 squads still left.
What's fascinating that Made in Heaven's presence in Harvester has actually forced everyone else to take very different rotation paths. I mean, Virtus.pro, they were right there with them a minute or two ago. They've gone all the way down to the south of Thermal Station to come up from that direction.
It's about sending a message. I mean, all that pressure from just taking up the space. They got 2 KP to their name. MDYW have not been able to fully reset here, it looks like, too. While Zero finding player K. Looks like Legends did try to rotate from that northern side, and they're paying for it. And DarkZero went all the way out of their way into the circle, gave up the northern circle, top of train tracks position, just to chase after Legends Gaming. But you know what? It's not a whiplash of confusion here. DarkZero is feeling that confident, Genome, that they have so much points that they're not risking much of anything. They're booting Legends Gaming away.
I mean, considering we're in Zone 3, they're taking significant damage. That is an interesting choice. Definitely want to go back through the VODs for, I reckon. But meanwhile, other teams getting stuffed back into that zone damage. Made in Heaven once again just gatekeeping over at Harvester versus CR and NORTHEPTION. And then as we talked about, you know, the landslide choke also an important part of this zone. But it's going to be MDY White coming in against 2R1C. And obviously they've struggled to get to this point in the game, and it's all going to be for naught.
Very unfun for them to deal with that. I mean, 2 rats from control. That was free KP from them, gatekeeping that team from rotating in. And Virtus.pro also get eliminated in your feed. Vayne going crazy himself with the Sentinel.
One of the DZ players was just ahead of 2R1C there. They almost got caught out. I think they were looking for something over towards landslide, but here we go. Yeah, it was. I think it was Jen Burton who was all the way there by himself. They've obviously worked out the presence of the other team, and they just want to stuff them into that because DarkZero can walk straight into the zone from here. They have absolutely no problems playing these tracks, whereas 2R1C, it's going to be so tough for them going back through the tunnel.
Navi engaging on a fight. We see in the kill feed, by the way, Oxygen going crazy. I believe they've pinched 07 too, who are in a bit of a rut. May actually run into the solo of Legends Gaming, so it's going to be a 1v1 over there, while Navi engaging here on the south side. Oh, the southeast side of Harvester, right on the north side of Thermal Station by this choke. But while engaging on this fight, Luke is waiting for them. TSM nearby. FURIA having double blue, 1 purple. Health disadvantage here to try to engage, as 2 rats one controller also trying to find an opportunity to maybe move in. Navi playing off this low ground could be incredibly risky though. They may be on the lip of that next circle. They popped a piece of the hunt earlier, but how are they going to try to rotate around this in this position?
Fantastic question, Vicky. We're going to have to get the answers. Straight up team fight here.
Cool.
Scan gives lots of information. Now they know they're all stuck behind this one tiny little rock. They spread out, one on the low ground now to get those angles, and this Hemlock is just going to go crazy from Madness.
That was one Hail Mary of a Costa Trap if I saw one, sending it and getting all the way to the high ground before FURIA now still repositioned on its height. Oh, but in the distance, Oxygen Esports maybe the saving grace before dropping down though. Vax finding that knock on some attack fake. And FURIA, they do not let them see the inside of the circle one bit, while 2 rats from controller do get eliminated on the outskirts of that tunnel that would have led into landslide from Fnatic.
Yeah, look, I mean, Madness, you know, he didn't get the damage done. He was just the bait in the trap that they set there. It all works out in the end. Just as it's doing for Elevate here, the circle pulls. It's a little bit north, I think, of the Dorito house. So Elevate, they've got a little way to walk up those tracks. They'll have to worry about FURIA now, who will be coming through the choke that we just saw them winning that fight in.
Wow, this is free here. Fnatic have not only been able to take care of 2 rats from controller on the edge of that circle, but took an evac tower to land here. The onslaught of nades coming in, 10 squads left here. Satuki does not have the Mirage ult, but he does have that decoy sending it forward. Gonna be able to avoid a lot more of this pressure from the ults coming out.
Yeah, just love that Mirage from Satsuki. He's trying to cause chaos with it. But it's so hard with DarkZero pushing in with nade after nade.
Oh, huge coming in with the wrecking ball here. The Warden has called, but Zero is unfazed. They get the knock onto Yuka, immediately closing in that gap. But the trade-off, they lose out on Sykes. Jen follows up, finds Leica. Now backing away just so that way Jen can reset safely. Gets a scan to see where the other duo is.
Oh, I didn't see Bamboozle come up on the screen that much in ALGS, but it's not just you guys at home. Even DarkZero, one of the best teams in the world, struggle to pick out which one is the real one and which one is the clone. But they've got the reset now, and DarkZero here coexisting. LG under them. Fnatic, they've taken them down in front. It looks like there's never to change somewhere in here as well. Maybe on the oh yeah, under the like the ultimate low ground. Boogie borders, however, in this house, so important. FURIA are coming for them. You can see Elevate in the other train car down the other side though. Oh, maybe they peek up and have a look.
I mean, look where at this point. I do love this off positioning from Madness, so that way he could give some suppressed fire for his teammates, but look who's behind him. Vax does get a knock, the Cossack Gas doing the rest, but perfect timing from E8 to move in for the third party. No invite necessary here as FURIA get eliminated. Now it's just a matter of time to clean up the action that's happening in this house, but do they fully commit with Oxygen Esports being on the other side of this house?
Yeah, Oxygen Esports, they've sort of been the unspoken element in this game so far. Playing just ahead of where Elevate's spot is right now. They haven't had to engage so far. FURIA finish off Boogie Borders. Oh, they had such a good spot, but congrats to Elevate, who have pushed through team and team again to get here.
E8 were able to scoop that up, finish off what was left here of Boogie Borders, while Oxygen Esports are going to still be on full Evos, not fully committing. Let's jump into a listen-in with Oxygen to see what their next move is as the circle closes in behind them.
Enemy, let's check out this area.
I think you still have to anchor it.
Oh yeah, I'm chilling.
We're gonna be in your LOS.
This team might hit us. They could.
Right.
You have to
Smoking the guy on the right. Smoking the guy on the right. Come with me, Reese. Walk up left.
Okay, coming now.
They're Cossack ulting me. They're Cossack.
Okay,
I'm big ulting them. Big ulting them.
Left.
We have to.
I'm ulting.
No, you have to look right, bro.
I'm
Cossack ulting on the team. I'm taking him on that road.
I'm walking up. I'm batting. Safe on me.
I think they went in the building. No, underneath the building. Team on the left. They're in a corner over there. Team on the left is still looking.
Yeah.
I think we need to kill right, guys. Wait, he swung me, bro. No audio, man. Fuck. All the way over here. 25.
I'm done.
Pinch in a hard place. This fight would have been crucial here for Oxygen, as I believe they have 80 points in total on top of the 13 that they're going to be having after the performance in that last game here. But DarkZero once again, the Griefers in the lobby to move in to stop some of these dreams from happening. Finding these knocks here before trying to fully commit, but also being wary of the squad right across from them that just got that Bloodhound scan.
Yeah, DarkZero really wants to finish off these kills, but with only 100 ammo left on the Havoc, Zero knows he needs to be a little bit circumspect with using that. He's also waiting to pop Beast of the Hunt with LG on the lower ground there, and E8 across from them that they have to worry about. I mean, you can see LG can just pop up at any moment, but DZ with the full reds, certainly things could be going their ways. You can see LG have been using the armor swaps to try and give Slayer effectively purple armor. That'll last for, I think it's about 30 seconds, in a very smart way to equalize the armor advantages late into the game.
A huge point here too, especially with Sweep popping that ultimate accelerator, so that way they can have the bang ult for this next circle. It's crazy seeing the diversity of gameplay that we're witnessing right now, with LG playing very reserved, patiently on that low ground. DarkZero playing this like it's a pub match with nothing to lose. Absolutely terrifying. As Elevate, though, have the elevation here right now. The slight lip of the high ground before they have to inch forward. They know exactly where LG is thanks to that Bloodhound scan, and they had the Beast of the Hunt ready, but DarkZero taking a lot of damage as LG forced her climb up.
DarkZero just waiting. They're slowly pushing the other two teams into each other as they weather the storm of this bang ult. Will they get sent on the ticks? They know they're stunned right now. A smoke on the right side, that's to block off LG. You can see the scan gives them every piece of information they need.
That was a huge Nox stay to send in that corner right now. Elevate still on the high ground. Zap with the Beast of the Hunt activated. A gold Devo, that is all they need for Elevate to take game number 2.
Oh my God, says Zach Mazer after that one. Pushing the stress out of his temples, and why wouldn't they with that? Elevate move up to close to 100 points and very close to making their way into the winner's bracket. It's a massive game for Elevate. They knew they needed it. And even those last, 6 kills, even those last
5 placement points that they were getting by pushing themselves up higher and higher on the podium in that match. I mean, that's a 22-point match for them, Vicky. It's a big part of them making their way through this tournament and hopefully, eventually, onto the Sunday.
And this is the team that rotated from the northern side of World's Edge in the perfect position to not only third-party FURIA versus Boogie borders, take the best positioning that they could for that final circle right there. And like you mentioned, they needed this. I think before we started the series, they were sitting in 14th place overall. I love the story that we're seeing right now from Elevate. I talked about them yesterday. Zach Mazur, notorious for those Mazur moments, but with this team gathered together, Jayhawk highlighted it before in that reel. This team not only practices so hard, VOD reviews every little mistake, but this is the team that I've seen grow the most as the Pro League has gone on.
It's beautiful to see, isn't it? And it's, I'm sure all the Elevate fans there are also very happy to see them pick up those 22 points. DarkZero forging on with 18. That moves them so close. They are now 1 point off being top of this. They have all but stitched up the group stage. LG, 11 points for them. As we noted, they would need a monumental series, 60, 70 points, so they need to be averaging at least 10 a game.
And this is one way to start things off at the very least, finding themselves in another top 3, top 4 finish out here. Lovely to see, even looking all the way down, FURIA with 4 KP, Fnatic to meet them out there. TSM do get top 10, finishing in 6th with 1 KP as we tune into the second page right now. Crazy Raccoon though, with 6 KP, I mean, they were feeling themselves. We saw some chaos happening over by Overlook, but then they got gate-kept on their prolonged rotate.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Raccoon sitting on 78 points overall right now. They can get there, but it's still quite a job to do. Boogie Board is even further down the line than that, 60 points right now. They need to go have a very strong finish here. So let's have a look at the series results overall then. As we can see that so far, DarkZero picked up 30. They just don't stop these guys.
I mean, literally holding forward right now. DarkZero playing with confidence, 14 kills, 30 points overall, but not too far away is Elevate Gaming. After taking that dub, getting KP themselves, they are right behind them with 25 points. I'm even looking at LG, I mean, they have a total of 16. Even TSM in that top 3 with 8 KP. Legends Gaming with 11 kills. Very tight after you look beyond Virtus.pro all the way down to even Fnatic.
Even some of the other teams going for the contest. 2 Rats, 1 Controller. They've managed to pick up 8 so far, but you can see they are skewed towards the kills. Because, you know, they're struggling with those rotates after taking the fights and you know, then just having to take so much time to find their spot later in the game.
Also forces you out to use different legend compositions. I mean, that's not the case for Fnatic. They're just juggling around things that they just want to play around, and we've been enjoying it thus far here at World's Edge for those first 2 games. Of course, we got some more action. We got some more action for the crowd. I want to hear a little bit more from Peeps. Talk to us. What's going on?
Vicky and Gino, thank you guys. Apex! What up? I am here with some fans in the crowd. They are loud, they are rowdy. Guys, what is your name and where you from?
Mike from Passaic.
Chris from Jersey, baby.
Eric from New Jersey.
We got some Jersey boys down here. I see the TSM shirts and logos. How'd you guys feel about that win game 1?
It was amazing. You can't ask for better work than what they put in. And like I said, to have a coach like Raven, he is the Bill Belichick of Apex. And when you have someone like the Tom Brady of TSM, AKA the CEO, they're unstoppable, baby. Let's go.
You heard it there, man. You heard it there. Crowd, make some noise! Back to Vicky and Gino.
Thank you so much, peeps. I love the energy in this crowd right now. We've been playing Apex all day long, and we are not tired of it whatsoever. The TSM chants are ringing through this crowd. We see so many familiar faces from the entire Apex Legends community. It's been a fantastic time so far, Genome, and we still have one more game to go on World's Edge.
Yeah, looking at TSM there and thinking about their run through this group stage, it feels eerily familiar to the Pro League. A rough start. Yeah, I wonder where that screenshot came from. A rough start, and then, you know, they bring it back, as they always do. And now that they're sitting here at 91 points, is that 5 points away? Is that 10 points away? Is that 15 points away from qualifying for the winners bracket? It seems like TSM are certainly on that arc.
Whenever I look at teams that want to go into that winners bracket, or at least find that threshold, I'm always looking between like that 90 to 100 point margin here, and TSM sitting already at 91 points. I mean, just got to keep this up. We know that they excel on Storm Point, so that's probably not going to be an issue, but hopefully no chaos or curse here. We still got one more game once again on World's Edge, rather. Love this flyby right now here too. Love the energy that we've been feeling, not only from the audience, but from these players too. Here to prove themselves after the action that we just saw in that previous game. E8 coming on top with that 10 KP here.
Young Koifel there. Yeah, well, I'm not going to say the new recruit, but the new, temporary addition to the team of Legends Gaming. He's helping them get up to 80 points so far overall. So still very doable for Legends Gaming to make it into that winners bracket. I was having a chat with them before. They were talking about some of the growing pains of, working Koi into their group. I was saying one of the things they were trying to iron out is, the communication styles, which are a little bit different between the three of them. Just trying to make sure, Koi knows when's a good time to be talking, how much is too much information. There is such a thing. And that was something that obviously they had down pat with Easy Flash, and it's been hard to try and introduce Koi at this late stage, but they're three players of such a great caliber that, I think they will be able to.
Clutter comms are a thing, but the one thing that I love to see on this stage is a clutter of these lights. Loving this flyby here of World's Edge. It's tough. I mean, you talk about a young legend like Koifel. He's not only young, but trying to build up that experience here on a big stage where you could feel that pressure. Fnatic still playing with my heart. Nice little flyby right here, where we have only one game left on World's Edge.
Only one left for today. 2R1C, they stick with the lifeline.
All right, let's get started, everybody. Match number 3, make some noise! The last time we're gonna see World's Edge here for these group stages. And the 50-50s don't stop. Choosing chaos no matter what stakes are on the board here. Crazy Raccoon learning their lesson. They're gonna be able to split some of this loot over here by Geyser, but they are gonna be landing this side by side with 2 rats, 1 controller, who we saw in the last game. Go for a quick rotate through that tunnel side. Oh man, the landslide 50-50 also hasn't slowed down. This has been a way faster pace, as Legends Gaming looking to engage, but losing out player K.
It was 2-0 up until this point. We just highlighted they need about 20 points to feel safe going into that winners bracket. So this contest is important. You average, what is it like? On average, probably 6 points a game for the next 4 games if they're trying to make up those kind of points, and that means leaving a couple on the table here just make it harder. MDY White now trying to close the distance here. The Mozam comes in.
Silent but deadly sometimes with some of those shots out here. The Mozam Cheeks gonna try to help them out, but Koifel gets beamed. The gravity lifts. helping them out, but look who's right behind with the alternator. It is Strafing Flame. He was one shot. He needs to just disengage for now, trying to pop the med kit before they try to re-engage the conduit, trying to push solo. He pulls it off! He pulls it off, but it's a conduit at the end of the day. The Radiant transfer. I mean, that is why conduit is so good for these early contests.
Which I still love how his teammates, even while they were knocked, pinging exactly where that teammate was so he could get around the box and finish the med kit. But yeah, look, unfortunately, the earlier blows in the fight too much to overcome.
Gotta see Legends Gaming situate themselves here. Boogie Borders, quick to try to clean things up themselves because they are right behind MDYY, and LG is also quick on their rotate because they're gonna try to meet them up on the other side, closer to the train tracks, maybe looking at them from Mirage Etoile as Boogie Borders are now backing away. Maybe able to get the leftover loot that was left at their feet after that early fight that we saw in Landslide.
Yeah, MDYY no longer there, so Boogie Borders still got quite a job to do. They're gonna have to absolutely slay this. Probably could have used a couple of KP had they run through MDYY there, but they've scarpered.
Elevate on their rotate, go to Grandma's house to get information on that beacon. It's on the roof. They were getting shot out. Rather, Elevate on the other side, they were shooting at Never to Change, who were able to get information on that beacon. It is nice to note that this circle will be moving over to the south side again. Fnatic with Satsuki falling low though. Leica gonna be able to avoid that nade for now, cross that distance. They were able to get that first knock, so they have the number advantage. Do not want them to reset here. Jumping all the way down though. Virtus.pro not giving up without a fight.
Yeah, but price is already down. They can't put any barrels to slow Fnatic down, and that will be a couple of points. Do they get the reset in before NORTHEPTION come though?
I mean, look, at least they have the gold knockdown from the lifeline. Very quick to be able to get that reset, and you talk about NORTHEPTION, that's why the lifeline's so strong.
Yeah, and because they've got that early fight, they do have the blue armors. NORTHEPTION have to be a little bit careful. Every time you get a bullet onto a white armor, there's just that little part of your brain that goes, hey, we should push them. Hey, they've only got white armors, let's get in there. They've got white, we can take them.
And then when NORTHEPTION actually hit a shot, I mean, Taido's actually feeling the blunt end of that force. Even with the Radiant transfer, it's not even going to be enough time. They beam them almost immediately, and it's a different team right behind them. Crazy Raccoon now moving in instead. This Harvester side is looking incredibly congested.
Yeah, it's the inner bloodhound in every player, honestly, that comes out when you get a tag on that white armor. But this is 07 dealing with Na'Vi over down in tree, but LG is on the hunt.
Oh, wow. Sweet coming in, swinging with the Mozam is all he needs. Finding Amphi 07, who had just taken out Na'Vi, now forced to back away. LG, great timing. I mean, I did just say Mozam, but look at these attachments. He's got the Digi, the Hammies, the gold shotgun bolt. We know that this could make you cry, absolutely, but this is also going to allow LG to not only take up the space, but get some extra loot if they need.
Damn, that's not even the gold Mozam. He's actually just picked up all of 3 of those attachments. But TSM, gonna take out 07 very quickly here. I think there's only gonna be the one left alive after this, but will they be able to deal with LG?
We're gonna have to see. Let's jump into a listen-in with TSM as they realize that another team is right across from them, being LG.
And loot the fucking buddy, smoking him. Grab all these meds. I have an evac.
This team's leaving the close building, by the way. They're leaving right now.
Where are they going?
Towards the choke that we're gonna play.
I'm 6'4", now.
Okay, his body.
There's nothing else on it, really.
I'm grabbing this Havoc.
We need to hit beacon for third.
Okay.
What's our meds? I'm 6'4".
4-2. 4-2.
8-2.
Go to smoke me
Yeah.
Need some barrels here so I can hit this. Smoke me.
Someone's in here.
Might be something.
He's right here, angling.
All right, so TSM taking out one member of 07. The other's still in the vicinity. They may run into each other before too long, but LG disengages and goes further back towards the circle. Yeah. Little Nasky hiding over in the corner there. But it's actually a reasonably similar zone to last time. Actually, probably will end up a little more towards Harvester than staging. But still, roughly the same teams have priority to this zone. So, you know, those fights we saw earlier on in Harvester will play a decent role in who gets to sit in the buildings.
Unfortunately for 07, they do not have a support legend on that roster, so no res is going to come out from here, but it's all about surviving on this last game of World's Edge. It is also nice to note that with Tree having both the survey beacon and the ring console, you could expect it, a lot of these teams to try to use that part of their pathing when it comes to these rotates. So LG actually backtracked just a little bit so that way they could see maybe if they could find an inch to a third party or even get that survey beacon. Already taking their time to rotate where we see more of these squads already over by Harvester. NTC playing off the low ground, but we saw the action go down earlier by the northeast side of Harvester. WMNDY here, Boogie border still alive, never to change as we saw below. Crazy Raccoon waiting for them on the other side, while DarkZero, again, this is Zero on his own mission. With the side quest on getting these red Evos as they claim heads, he's gonna be able to now move in after using that scan. Fnatic engaging right behind two Raccoon controller, actually splitting them up after seeing that they had blue Evos.
Yeah, they've completely cornered Hiraki here. And that's just gonna be such an easy kill after Mighty had already gone down.
The one solo left from two Raccoon controller, I mean, we know that they were able to rock the lifeline before, so trying to get away. Right behind Fnatic, EMP coming in. KINOTROPE trying to see if they can reposition themselves, but the beams coming in from one Tappy. It's not gonna be enough as WMN clean up KINOTROPE. 15 spots still left. They're trying to restabilize. It looks like that scan came out with so many other teams in the area. Crazy Raccoon maybe trying to see if they can rotate around them.
Okay, Mr. K though. Can't stay complacent for too long with Crazy Raccoon coming right on top of them.
Great timing, but it is a trade right here between Doesnot and Mr. K. Playing around the knockdown here. Chinese going on the other side. Misses out on some of these triple take shots, but it is okay. They finally get them out of here. WMNDY get taken out, but it's another team waiting for this fight to end before they can restabilize and now come in for the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, we call these ends of the buildings the snake, but it's a bit of an Ouroboros situation here with, you know, teams coming in and out from... And it's just a circle as they eat each other.
Look, I don't know. I would not want to go on vacation on this side at least because CR are going to be able to at least get away in time. But they lose out on their loot. They lose out on a teammate, and E8 is here to thrive.
As we said, E8 were very close to qualification, most likely after that last win. No kills yet in this game, but they are in a good position to take control of this. The zone shifts very much to the western wing of Harvester. Down in Lava Siphon, you've got Fnatic pulling up on TSM.
Furhol's taking on top of the roof, but Rex gets absolutely beamed by Leica. Using the Havoc, Cal trying to actually give some suppressed fire, but being isolated and Fnatic having that lifeline. Although Leica gets taken down, it could be an easy res right here. They get the scan for some more information.
Ooh.
But are they tipping here in this situation? Yes, they are. The last straggler from TSM just backing away the moment that Fnatic had the advantage, knocking two.
Yeah, wow, Verhulst really didn't have a lot of faith in his team for that fight, and you know, look, for fair reason. It was a really solid opening there from Fnatic, and TSM maybe just hoping to live to fight another day. A couple of placement points, obviously for them, these points do still matter.
Meanwhile, look at DarkZero and their cams. Looking completely unfazed, making their way downtown. Holding the south side here. By the empty building, though, as they do hold the edge of the circle, you could expect teams like Oxygen and LG to come across them shortly. First, though, it's going to be Made in Heaven on the outskirts of this. Oh, the 30-30 shots from Taxington. Finding Chaku, and Hierarch is going to meet him down on the ground. Jumping all the way before finding that last member of 2 Rats, 1 controller. 12 squads left, but Made in Heaven. It's always the timing from these teams exiting out of Harvester to move in perfectly. It's always EA.
Yeah, they're running the back of them now, Made in Heaven. Things are going so well for them just a second ago, but they have to tuck tail and run here with Elevate right behind them. And this is such a great spot from Elevate to play. Whoever sits essentially up the top of that hill will be very happy going into this final circle. We'll get, in 10 seconds, we'll get another peek of whether it ends, you know, closer to the blast doors that open up into Harvester, or perhaps on the hill with the river and the lava below it.
Usually where we sometimes see it pull over to that north side. Ooh, yeah, it is gonna be pulling more so closer to Harvester, but Elevate are in a great position as long as they can take care of Made in Heaven. DZ also gonna be playing by the edge. We know that they have no issue taking some of these fights here too. Like on the feed, finding Boogie borders. That's the chaos that we're expecting from the squads that have to exit out of Harvester. The action has not stopped. Satsuki here, taking some of that chip damage from the caustic gas, but don't worry, Yuka's right there to give you some suppressed fire on that Prowler. Clean up here on aisle 3. Satsuki is gonna be able to get res. Oh, but here comes the third party.
That's FURIA coming in. Boogie borders not completely removed, but Fnatic might be soon if FURIA can actually finish this off. So sad, Leica was the kill leader there with 6 kills already.
9 total KP here for Fnatic, and Yuka F getting scanned by the Bloodhound. Gonna have to actually just reposition if you want. Oh, I mean, no reposition actually, no opportunity. Sorry, put that medkit away. You are back in the lobby as Fnatic get eliminated. 11 squads left. Oxygen have not moved from that spot, and LG were playing off the low ground here as Made in Heaven. They have the health advantage, but playing this out of the duel for right now. Taxi team does get the knock onto Sweet. MDY White get eliminated in your fees as Arctic gets a scared, but having to back away. Literally one shot, but he's got Taxington right there to help him out.
Taxington, they do take out LG in the end. And everyone else around them, honestly, is way too worried about their position in the zone, I think, to come and deal with Made in Heaven right now. So I am expecting a full reset, but DarkZero on the high ground. Do they want to drop? I'm not sure.
As we reach close to the end of this third game, Made in Heaven very close to Crazy Raccoon in terms of points, as Oxygen now move in right behind DZ. Everyone mind your own business here, as Verhost, somebody called the Exterminator, he's gonna be waiting on the other side of the rock. Aiden, though, in a bit of trouble, not even the knockdown shields to help them out when DarkZero has you in their sights.
TSM still alive as a solo. DarkZero may find them at some point. May find Verholz just lying around in wait. Made in Heaven, though, are on the other side of the ditch.
Look at the Made in Heaven positioning right now. Made in Heaven making their way into that top 20 spot as they find more KP. 7 total KP for this squad. 8 squads left here, and they've claimed the building that DZ have been evicted from. But that was out of their own choice as they had rotated over to the side. They are getting pressured out by E8, as we noted before, that have been on that high ground since the mid-game here when they made that rotate over by the Harvester side.
I mean, we talked at the start of this about how them and Crazy Raccoon were so close together in points at the start of this series. Potentially they were going to contest each other, but they found a way to give essentially both of them a chance to come through in this series. Now, if they both continue to accrue points, they should be able to get through with still a couple of games left. But for the moment, they are fighting over that 20th spot.
They have to give up that building because it's not in that next circle, but free high ground rotate for DZ as they probably are looking at Made in Heaven in their sights. Elevate still on the height themselves. FURIA in their line of sight as Nasky trying to go for a little play. 07 still being alive too for so long after what we saw go down in tree. Leave it over to Nasky to get the job done here. 7 squads left.
Made in Heaven, they've been playing down the bottom. You're often just at the mercy of other teams down here. Lots of stalagmites here that you can hide behind to try and dodge these bang ults, but at this point, for Fnatic, it's really just placement points he's after.
I mean, while DC is so busy with Made in Heaven, we see a Braver shot in the distance onto Zero from Crazy Raccoon. Dogma trying to make the miracles happen out here as FURIA hold on to this height. Nasky, knowing the situation, pulling off this ultimate accelerant. We got the rat cam going on.
He's found a whole bunch of ultimate accelerants somewhere. Might actually have another bang ult ink to help him get out of this. But no, looks like Elevate scanned in there. You can see that red outline. He's dodging, ducking, diving. He's still alive.
Oh.
Finally, it's zapped from EA to take him out. Now, it's Elevate. They're on the high ground. So are DarkZero. You've got Made in Heaven down the bottom. Crazy Raccoon, you can see as a duo hiding behind their barrels, just using the caustic. He's basically 2 legends when you're inside a building. And then you've got FURIA on top of Harvester. That's how we're sitting right now with our last 5 squads.
These rats keep getting away. Made in Heaven is still alive, but FURIA know exactly where he is. Fnatic taking a page out of the Nasky book for dropping down. But look who's right behind him, DarkZero.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision. I'm pretty sure they were up the top, so as far as I can tell, they have deliberately made that choice to play underneath.
Crazy Raccoon is 2 points away from making it into the top 20 right now, and they are playing this out as a duo. Gonna have to take some circle damage before making their next move, but look at all those nades. I mean, he just barely got that Nox grenade out. Crazy Raccoon eliminated as FURIA move in.
So they don't get the extra points. Meanwhile, Made in Heaven is still accruing placement points at this instance. FURIA, they drop off the roof and get decimated by a combination of E8 and DarkZero.
Fnatic still alive with the top 3 spots left. Make it 2 with Elevate Gaming versus DarkZero.
Okay, Elevate, very much on the height right now. But they're trying to desperately get rid of these evac towers because they don't want DarkZero to be able to get back up. The climb is basically impossible, but they waste too many bullets on the first one. Is the care package weapon enough? I don't think so.
Absolutely not. Back to back. Elevate is here to stay. No threat of the evac tower with DC moving in at a disadvantage, looking at their position. But can we talk about the rat, Made in Heaven, surviving to the top 3?
That's huge for Made in Heaven. I mean, yeah, we harped on it a couple of times there, but there's 2 teams sort of knocking on the door of that winner's bracket. They're one of them. And obviously getting into the top 3, that's where the placement points start to kick in more and more. Before that, it's only, you know, maybe 1 point at a time, but 4th place, you're getting 5 points, and 3rd place, you're getting 7 points if they do actually pick up quite a few after that.
EA, what an amazing story for this team. Progressing through Pro League, back-to-back wins. I mean, I believe the first time we really see the back-to-back win really come out so far within this playoffs, but not only getting the dub game number 2 with 10 KP, now getting the dub here in game 3 with what, 7 KP that we saw right there here too, but they are feeling themselves. Zach Mazer waving to the crowd, an icon here in the competitive Apex Legends community overall, but can they keep it going here on Storm Point? Gino, we're gonna have to find out. Desk, take it away. Tell us your thoughts after those first 3 games on World's Edge.
Well, some measured excitement and in due time, especially with Zach Mazer constantly at this moment rewriting the term Mazer moment to mean something different. Back-to-back wins at LAN has a nice ring to it. Back on the desk here, Rainday, Zephyr, Hodsick, Graceful to break down the action after 3. We've seen a dominating performance from Elevate in terms of wins. They are not leading the charts though. Graceful, DarkZero have been pretty dominant across that and taking a second place here. So they're still looking like, at least in my eyes and a lot of people's eyes, LAN favorites right now.
Yeah, I think DarkZero has proven over and over again throughout the whole tournament that they are currently in their strongest form pretty much ever I've seen.
Yeah.
And you have to kind of adapt, but DarkZero is just, it looks like they figured out everything. They've been playing on several different zones. Like, we're talking more than 15 zones pretty much, and they're just showing up everywhere. Oh, we know how to play the zone. Yeah, we have this.
We have this, no problem at all. They've got the experience, they've got the wins under their belt, they've got the IGL, and now they maybe have the right pieces as well. We haven't mentioned a lot about Sykes and how he's fit into this team, but it has been pretty great. Match 3 results coming at you as well. For those who have seen it, you already know Elevate took the win. Back-to-back dubs for Zach Mazer, Shubi, and Zap. But DarkZero right behind them, leading with 10 kills, equaling out in 19 points. Made in heaven, the Rats and Fnatic stayed alive a little bit to keep things interesting and moved just 1 point ahead of TSM, who were in 7th place. FURIA rounding out our top 5 with Crazy Raccoon, a team we mentioned earlier on, also hitting 5th with a few kills to mention. Going to our back 10. Also, we've got some teams, LG, you know, I just wanted to mention them as well, standing out. It's possible that they could qualify, but we'll have to see. They're going to have to turn it up in Storm Point. Hodsick, back 10. Fnatic, a team that we've seen quite a bit. Virtus.pro, a team that we actually were looking at who's been performing quite well with a goose egg here in round 3.
Yeah, biggest one here is Virtus.pro, because I believe they had a really solid game 1. So they definitely are looking, they are right on the cusp there. We're going to probably discuss the points here in a second, but yeah. They're right on the cusp. They need to, obviously you don't want to drop a goose egg when you really, really need to, but you know, they got their little like 10-minute break. Just come back, fresh mentals, you got a whole new map ahead of you.
What makes it interesting as we look at the series results here too is how teams start to pick up their pace. We were noticing it, watching in the stands, watching in the green room as well. I'm sure you watching at home, how game 1 and game 2, so slow, so patient. Game 3, we start to see teams let on the gas a little bit, push down that pedal and pick up really the aggressiveness, and sometimes that's going to work out for you. For Virtus.pro, it did not, but Ben, as we take a look at the series standings here with DarkZero in the lead overall, Elevate right behind them, what's your takeaway?
You really got to be careful here looking at the majority, especially with teams like Oxygen and Crazy Raccoon kind of faltering. And notable too as well, 07, we've seen them have some of these stronger starts, but ultimately now we're looking for those residual finishes. I talk about kind of the minimum point amounts necessary, and it's still relatively good games you need to find, but bigger than what we are currently seeing.
It's been a strong, I think, showcase in terms of a team that's been underperforming in LG. I did mention them. I kind of want to go back to that as well, because that story may be something that is, if you throw it out in the Cinderella style, maybe it could happen. We're throwing there. TSM at this point, though, looking like as long as they handle a little bit of business, they'll be okay moving in, but there's still a lot more to do. And I think when you take it into perspective as we go through these final circles, there's a lot of room for improvement with some of these teams too. I'm sure sharpness, Hodsick is a big one coming into it as we take a look at match 1.
Obviously, yeah, I mean, you can't have a LAN without talking about TSM. And obviously these guys have, I mean, the story of most of the LAN is they've had a really, really rough start. So to see them come out with a huge win in game 1 is great. I kind of had them as my personal prediction because I talked to Hal in the middle of, during the second set. We both watched most of it together. And he was just kicking like his feet like a little schoolgirl, counting all of Red Rams, all the lack of points that they were getting. He was counting every single one, and you could tell he was hungry to make sure, 1, that they don't qualify, and 2, that they have a chance. So I had a really good feeling about them. He looked like he put the pass behind him, and he looked like he just really, really wanted to win this one.
Do you think that sparked them up a little bit? That got them going, a little fire underneath them, that Red Rams contest?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they, you know, as Vaxlon said earlier in the day with his interview, I mean, there is a little bit of NA getting humbled in this LAN. And I think it's about time, to be honest, like, if I'm being real. So I think it sparks a little bit. I mean, no one likes to go out like that, especially a team with that much veteranship.
And of course, in match 2, it would still be a story of North America being humble, but 2 strong performances. A team we highlighted in Elevate would take this game too.
Elevate has been one of my personal favorites, especially since, you know, having been able to sub in for Zach for C9 a long time ago.
Yes, when he was sick in Sweden,
when
that's
he was
right.
sick in Sweden, I got to, you know, play for him. And
you guys made winners.
We did indeed. Top 10 in the world, baby. And, you know, I've always been rooting for him ever since then, you know, since we got a little bit personal. And he has been grinding. And I'm saying grinding, he's been, you know, out of Pro League, back in Pro League. People doubted him. He's back now. He's gone through being a meme as the Macer moments. I'm waiting for, like I said before, the Macer moment. And I feel like with 2 back-to-back wins that he has recently had now, he has a great momentum leading forward, and he's showing that he should be in the finals.
I want to get back to that in a second, but Zephyr, game 3, it'd be the same situation. Elevate would find themselves in a battle, and they would take it.
You know, it almost feels like deja vu. I mean, compared to the last game, especially going into this next one, we talk a lot about the presence of some of these heavy hitters, notably, of course, FURIA and their lonesome, but DarkZero most notably there. But at the end of the day, Elevate has shown, especially coming into this last series, how effective they are at controlling this space and putting down pressure when the pressure is on. When some of these teams are starting to get more aggressive to go for some of these plays that you have to be ready for. So, especially in moments like these, when we pop the evac into the sky, it's nothing more than the double meat grinder. Elevate are ready and happy to share the bullets to spare that puts DarkZero to rest. So I have to say, when it comes to the tussle of the bustle for Elevate here, 2 major wins on the board and one of the best in North America should be more than safe at this point.
Graceful, back to you, because you did have that moment and I wanted to bring it up. I'm glad you brought it up yourself. As someone who played in substitute for Zach when he got sick in our first LAN back, we didn't have a crowd at that time. What is there something maybe about Zach and that experience that maybe you know about him, that you've experienced in that environment, that maybe people watching at home don't, because they see one side of things, but they don't get the full story like you might have?
So, you know, I've gone through everything from seeing their personal macro, since, you know, I had to take the reins over after he got sick. I saw the macro, I saw all the hard work and effort he put in, even from when he was super sick in his room. He really wanted to say, hey, you know, this is something you can work on. And he just kept giving me feedback and tips and always sharing for us. And, you know, that amount of passion, you don't really see that online a lot. You know, for us, when we're playing on LAN, you really only see the, you know, the peaks and the lows, the mountains and the valleys.
That's right.
And I think that, you know, there's a lot that goes on behind the scene that you don't really get to see. And I'm just happy to see all of them do well, not just Zach. You know, all of them are doing great. And I'm happy to see NA step back up as well, because we have been waiting for the awakening. It's been a rude awakening, but it's finally here.
Hodzik, that's a great point too. Just to, you know, there's a lot of things that go unseen in these moments. Some not so great, you know, and some that sometimes though strikes and I think makes the character of the team and the players that you see here on screen in our program.
Yeah, and I've definitely been, sadly, on both ends of it. You know, we've had our group stages where we've absolutely rolled, and ones where we really struggle to get by, and it's really. Like I've been kind of reiterating throughout the whole tournament, it's really all about you got to take group stage with a grain of salt, even though, yes, it does matter. Yes, you're playing for upper bracket. You don't want to be in lower bracket. That's a scary situation. But it's all about just figuring out how everyone else is playing at LAN. It's a completely different environment. Every LAN is different from the next. So it's really, you got to take it with a grain of salt. I saw a lot of sad faces when I was hanging out in the player lounge during set 2. Zach and Elevate being one of them. I could tell he had like a stone cold look on his face where he was, you could tell he was a little flustered, but at the same time, like extremely locked in. So I'm really happy to see them bounce back, and I think all but pretty much secure a winner's bracket for them.
You love to see it, the heart of a champion. Our teams, our players certainly are champions. All they've done to get here, the 10 weeks leading into our Split 1 playoffs in Season 20, which has been phenomenal and certainly thrown so many new things at us, including 100 perks. Well, guess what? Season 21 is bound to throw some new things at us as well, including a very much anticipated mode in solos. Let's take a look.
Blame it on the chemtrails. That was embarrassing. And Maggie's back from the Sidman. I'll light a candle for you.
Season 21 Solos is coming down, and just to get the hype started here at LAN in person, we will have our first ever Solos Showdown on Sunday before the finals begin at 1:30 Pacific time. We will have your favorite creators and community members going head to head. And a surprise, maybe not a surprise, a good thing, maybe not a good thing. We'll find out after Sunday. I'll be in that as well, alongside some other people. But, I'm getting coached by Graceful and Hodzik throughout this week to try to make the talent team proud. We will see if I fail them. We will see. I hope not. But it'll be fun either way. One thing, though, that we now have to turn to as we get into not just 3 matches of solos, that's later, but 3 matches left to go in our group stage. It is about to be over, fellas, but there is usually this big number that we talk about, Zephyr, the magic number of what you need to qualify, where these teams need to aim at. What is that? Break that down for us as we're getting closer to teams looking at that very imminent decision of whether they make it or not.
Yeah, I mean, people can't forget, at the end of the day, Apex is actually finite. It's 111 points in total per game here. So when we get to the end of group stage, there is a threshold you have to hit. And what better place to look than some of our previous lands? We talk about 104 points, 103, and at the lowest minimum, 92 here. Now, granted, we've seen some top-heavy performances between DarkZero and Aurora. So when we start talking about that number, we can settle somewhere close to an average, somewhere around 98, but even at its highest, just shy of 100, the average currently sitting at 100.6.
And just to be, very clear about that, coming into this at a point, let's say we were talking about LG, with 34 points, it sets the stage, Hodzik, for what you would have to do, some type of 70-point crazy game, which DarkZero looked like they're actually getting close to doing.
Yeah, I was going to say, LG's going to have to do some respawn farming or something. I don't know. It's looking a little out of the picture for them, but yeah, I was talking about E8, I believe, I don't remember exactly, but I believe they made around like 44 points at the moment in the current game, and I think they came in with like 73, something like that. So I think E8 is probably pretty good, we can say, but I mean, a lot of these teams are going to be looking and probably talking to themselves like, what should we shoot for? And the reality is most teams just need to go in with the mentality of, yes, we need a certain amount of points, but at the end of the day, we just need to win the game. That's usually, if you put yourself in a spot to win the game, if you're able to identify that win condition, you are able to produce a lot more points off that. So you want to think less. Everyone's thinking about that number, but you don't want to really fixate on it too much unless you're really in that, like, really close to it, and you know you're going to die, and you need to just play for kills.
Well, this is going to determine it. Tomorrow still has a chance for teams who do not make it into winners right away. Elimination 1 will kick off our action in the morning, but you do not want to be there if you do not have to. Winners is where these teams will all be vying to find a spot in. And of course, they have 3 games left to make it happen. We are going to go down to our casters to begin our final 3 games of our group stage. And with that, Gaskin, Dia, take it away.
Thank you so much, Randy. We are, as they said, about to jump into the last 3 games of the group stage, the last 3 opportunities that these teams will individually have to move themselves up into the winner's bracket. I'm here with Gaskin. Gaskin, it's nice to be alongside you, and I have to ask you a question. What does it feel like to be casting now with 2 people today that actually have some hair?
Yes, I love Onset roast. I've been getting roasted all day, and Onset, he needed them. We wish him well, of course, and he'll be back tomorrow, but great to be alongside you. Can't wait for the finale here today, because as the desk was mentioning, as you alluded to, we have to find out who is going to get into that winner's bracket and who is going to fall into that dreaded elimination bracket. We heard on the desk they were kind of mentioning the magic number, somewhere mid-90s maybe is where we're thinking at the moment, but we'll learn more as matches 4 and 5 go on.
Hodzik was mentioning something really important here as well. There are some teams in this group for whom actually getting into winner's bracket is starting to get a little further out of reach than would be reasonable to make up in the next 3 games. And for those teams, it's most important that they stay mentally on top of it, and importantly, play as they would, or as they're planning to in the elimination bracket, to give themselves the most value out of the practice that they're getting in the group stage.
And just to give you an idea of where the cutoff currently is, Disguised are in 20th place on 87 points. So at the moment, Disguised are making it into the winner's bracket, bracket. However, Crazy Raccoon only a point behind, so we have to imagine that Disguised will fall out and sadly fall into that elimination bracket. But that means that there is a target for these players at the moment. It's somewhere around 90 points. And as you said, there are a lot of teams who still have a lot to do here in 3 matches.
Let's see if they can do it. As already Legend Select has begun, you'll notice some Horizons, some Conduits being picked up already. And that's very much to allude to the fact that we've got a couple of contests going on Storm Point. MDY White and Legends Gaming should both be dropping around Stormcatcher as declared, and never to change in Fnatic, who should be going head-to-head at Downed Beast.
Yeah, Fnatic, who have been going up against NTC on both maps, and they've asserted their dominance, and they're going to be kind of cruising, you'd imagine, into that winner's bracket. However, for NTC, who currently reside in last place in the overall standings, it hasn't been the best of days for them, but maybe they can make that elimination bracket run. We will have to see. As the dropship, it is going to be from south to north, so those on the southern side are going to get a nice early drop, getting to loot up, and perhaps getting to priority position if they can get a ring console.
Teams like Na'Vi, teams like FURIA that are landing towards Echo HQ and Coastal Camp are the ones that will make their first moves. Stormcatcher, for now, conspicuously empty, but that's just because we got 2 teams rocketing in. Legends with the small lead, but MDY White landing all the way on the western side. We split this directly in half. Legends grab a gun, but an RE45 may not be what they were looking for to turn the tide. Strafing Flame goes low, and immediately a Radiant Transfer comes out, leaving player K to take the roof. The rest of Legends regrouping and resetting.
Hey, I'd take an RE45 every day in a contest. Legends Gaming in 25th position overall, by the way, against MDY White, who are in 36th. So very important points on the board for both of these teams, and it's whether they want to get involved in a quick scrap here. You can see there's a little bit of a delay. They're kind of sizing one another up, trying to work out if they can get any sort of advantage with any angle.
Could it be disrespectful or ingenious? MDY White choosing not to run Conduit or Horizon, these hot drop picks, and instead play with Catalyst for the later game. It does leave Legends with a small skirmisher's advantage, but a nice shot from MDY does leave them this time with the roof as the teams play Ring Around the Rosy.
Honestly, I like it. I think that if you want to qualify here for the winner's bracket as MDY White, you need to be thinking about the late game, not just about the contest. Yes, you might win that initial engagement, but then what happens later on? Catalyst, you never know. It could just be that little bit of something that you need to get further.
The reinforced doors, at least in Stormcatcher, proved useful enough to take down Strafing Flame. The first blow gets dealt to Legends Gaming, and Koifel, while they do fire back, does not find enough, takes a wide swing, finds an answer. Feichu is down. Legends getting double swung on. Player K and Koifel on slivers of HP.
Double car is going to do a lot of damage, but you can see there was a reply on the other side, and now Legends have to work together here. You can see Koifel very much. Oh, sadly, you're just going to see the snipe out of nowhere. The Sentinel does the job, and Legends Gaming eliminated. What a massive fight that is for MDY White to win.
It's not the only fight going on. Never to Change have lost out themselves, this time at checkpoint, choosing to leave Fnatic alone at Downed Beast, and instead go for 07.
Big win for 07. We've seen from Checkpoint, they have found victories so far in this tournament. Now, as the action dies down, we can look towards the circle. We're heading up a little bit further north, just probably west of Command Center is where we're going to be going.
Just as we're thinking about that, it does look like we're going to hit a short pause, giving our players the opportunity to best prepare themselves for the circles to come as we sort out a few things. Now, when we're going up towards the north, as you mentioned, there are a couple teams that'll have priority on this zone. I think the desk was actually the ones mentioning LG, who have the winner's bracket a bit out of reach, but they should be able to put on a pretty good performance here. Boogie borders as well with the priority rotate.
Yeah, and obviously during the pause, we will not allude to the zone too much, just in case for competitive integrity. You never know with these players, a sneaky little headphone off, and they get the extra info. But I can now start to give you the lay of the land of the overall standings. I did mention Disguised in 87 in 20th place, so that's where everyone's aiming for. You've got a few teams that are going to be a little bit lower than that, trying to find points to progress. You've got the likes of Na'Vi. They are on 70 points, so they've got a little bit of work to do, but not unachievable. And this is what the desk was talking about. You have some teams that had a lot to do, and then you've got some teams who have less to do.
That's certainly true. We've got just a few seconds until the game does resume once more, giving, say, teams like Na'Vi the chance to jump back in. We'll be starting this one off in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's jump back into the game of Apex Legends, bring ourselves into the final 3 games. And FURIA, already with their own rotate out of Coastal Camp, have slid right back into it. There was no sitting back down in chairs, no delay for them.
So we've already got some early movers. Crazy Raccoon being one of the biggest movers actually that I've seen. They have been so quick to try and get towards maybe Cascade Falls. Elevate Gaming also there. But on our screens, you can see TSM have made their move over to Stormcatcher from Lightning Rod. It's going to be 2R1C and MDY White both nearby.
Controlling the height at the moment. TSM know there's been a catalyst that passed by recently, but unfortunately for their composition, hitting a ring scan isn't really possible as they've chosen to bypass the opportunity for a Caustic or Watson, Rampart, etc. entirely. Instead, a survey beacon is the one thing that'll give them data, and I like that they're hanging around for a bit, giving other squads the chance to get in position and start heading towards the next zone.
TSM currently in 15th position, by the way. They are in that top 20. They're on 95 points, so I think that with just a few points here in these next few games, they should be good for that winners bracket. Quite the kind of turnaround after what we saw initially on day 1 here at ALGS Split 1 playoffs. But they still have to get the job done, and they will have that magic number in their heads, which Zephyr was mentioning sometimes can be as high as 100 points. So still a little bit to do.
Got another team joining the party, 2R1C, maybe making an impact as they wait for a fight to break out. MDY already low as Mingyue does fall quite low. Has the ultimate still available. Feiju, again, the first to go down, and MDY have lost momentum before the fight really even kicked off for them. They trade back on to Hal, but remember, a third party still absolutely possible as MDY desperately disengaged.
Yeah, 2R1C are waiting in the water here like sharks, just hoping that some blood will spill so they can smell it and then start to join in on the fight. As Virtus taking a lot of damage, too much damage.
2R1C find that first knock themselves. It leaves TSM as just one member standing, and into the building they go. The breach has occurred. 2R1C take control of Stormcatcher with 2 different squads now. MDY and TSM both on the run.
2R1C 33rd at the moment in the overall standing, so again, they need to do quite a lot. Maybe this could be the significant point of them turning things around and making a difference in this game to start to push themselves towards winners bracket. So, again, another look up towards the map. You can see it's getting very congested just on the western side of Command Center. Boogie Boarders are making their way down slightly. TSM, you can see 1 remaining player still alive, and potentially an opportunity for TSM to get back into things up at Lightning Rod.
They'll have the move up towards the north if they want to try and take the top of Command Center. You can evac tower into center zones later on to try and go for a safer play. E8 control the exit of Command Center on the low ground, however, and are playing an interesting game here, both controlling high ground for the teams below and from the squads behind them that could move out of Command Center later. For Meidan, it's a bit risky to set up here, especially if you want to play into the late game, because you're relying on the ability to take multiple 3v3s at a time.
See the kill feed, MDY White were eliminated by 2R1C as well. So 2R1C win the battle of Stormcatcher in the end, and they can start to think about their move from the southeast. Now, TSM have been able to get one of their players back, and
they got it! No!
Oh, so close! Oh, not quite time!
No! Rams falling right into the trap of 2R1C. Now, weirdly, TSM is still alive after all of this shenanigans, but banner recovery looking even more unlikely. And 2R1C taking the strategy that Hodzik recommended to LG, little bit of respawn farming.
Have to respect it though, honestly. Just no man left behind for TSM, as it will be Imperial Hell as last remaining player, and we'll see whether he can rat his way to some points for TSM, because it could be a couple of important points, honestly, with their hopes of getting into the winners bracket. We'll have to see how their journey does later on.
It's going to be pretty close. I think we've got 1 med kit left, and well, that'll let you get into this zone. The next one, we're going to be just a little bit further away, and teams like Boogie Boarders should be looking up north, expecting a full squad to rotate in. I think they'll be very happy if they see just 1 person.
We've got such late movers here as well. Virtus.pro are still at the mill, right? They are still just sitting in the red. NORTHEPTION are going to be late to move. Na'Vi are going to be late to move as well, as we check in on DarkZero, are going to be holding the southern side of this zone, and you can see they've got the ring console information.
This is one of the things I was nervous about, though. E8 are the ones up on high ground, now really under pressure as DZ start to move in. There are squads sitting in command center that could take advantage of this fight, and we've got another one brewing and just as quickly ending over by Stormcatcher as Made in Heaven go down to WMNDY.
Yeah, NDY there, just making sure they shut down Made in Heaven, and again, important points on the board, and they'll now be able to move from that southern side, but they could run into FURIA, who are starting to move in a similar position. This is where it gets tricky with a circle like this. When you are moving from south to north, you've got the elevation you have to worry about, whilst also thinking about the choke points other teams are going to be moving in through on the map as well.
One of the funny things about the way the WMNDY are rotating at the moment is that they don't seem to be prioritizing Evo Harvesters or ring consoles nearly as much as other squads. When you're playing low ground like this, it's very likely they, much like Na'Vi and NORTHEPTION, take a similar route to FURIA and end up congested over by Cascade Falls, or worse yet, cut off in their journey by moving up to command center.
Yeah, it's very frustrating when you get cut off like that, and you can see actually Virtus.pro have finally made it into zone on that northwest side, so they could arrive through the choke, but could be greeted by the likes of 07, the likes of Fnatic, as action starting to unfold between Na'Vi and NORTHEPTION. I mentioned this earlier, and you can see ults now coming out.
With the bang ult used, looks like Na'Vi have bunkered down effectively. Since they hold the high ground and with the caustic, there is a defensive advantage to be had here, but as the round closes, Na'Vi have to worry about the increasing damage that they'll take, especially if they're not able to answer back with equal or greater damage onto the low ground. Kinda does set up well and defensively. It's interesting to watch how Na'Vi are approaching this, since they haven't even chosen to use an evac tower yet.
One of Na'Vi's biggest criticisms at previous events is playing incredible in regular season, but struggling when they get to land. They could right all those wrongs right here with this fight and start to get closer, as it's going to be big chunks here with the Peacekeeper.
NORTHEPTION were all over them for a second, but now it's just Razy left, and Tyler finishes the job, taking out NORTHEPTION, moving us to 14 squads left. Na'Vi should be able to reset in the zone and continue onwards, albeit through the south side.
Continue their journey to potentially making it to the winner's bracket for the first time and not having to fight through that elimination bracket. Now, TSM, we check in with them briefly. It's still how, it's still survival, and up into the top 15, so one extra placement point. Every point matters at this time in the tournament to try and get in through as well. But I think he's going to be fine for now, but as it gets a little bit further into the game, I will start to worry for it.
I'll be honest, he doesn't look too happy about it. Looking at the left hand of the
Great
screen,
assessment.
pretty unenthused.
Oh wow, that is a zone shift I've just seen as well. There's going to be a few teams unhappy about where the zone's going to be pulling, but a few that will be particularly excited about it because they did bank on it being a northern pull. Virtus.pro, by the way, have just arrived into zone again. So even though they were out at Mill some time ago, now they are making a big job of trying to get to center zone.
Another scan connects onto Hal. 2R1C aren't able to chase that down, but they are looking down at Virtus.pro. Chaco takes a big chunk and does reset briefly, allowing Virtus.pro a chance to chuck some meds of their own. Second Bangalore ult going to be thrown down by Sharky to cover an eventual push, and it should keep Virtus.pro alive for a few seconds. They are unfortunately sandwiched between two teams. However, it's the thing keeping them alive, at least temporarily.
However, that second scan probably confirmed it's only two players, so 2R1C are going to want to full send this to wipe out this squad.
2R1C, jump on in. I think we've got a third party maybe moving around, but they clean that one up pretty quick, and Virtus.pro are unfortunately no more. LG giga late rotate, moving through the mountain caves from Lightning Rod. Should be moving in behind Boogie borders in the next few seconds, but this next ring's gonna hurt quite a bit, and they won't even get to see TSM on the other side.
Yeah, TSM eliminated in 13th. Now, LG, for what they've got to do if they want to get into the winner's bracket, they are currently 32 points off that current top 20. So you'd have to imagine that 40 points is what they would need to be to get in the next 3 games. Not unachievable, and we have seen Sweet do some crazy things when it gets to the late game and later games in these tournaments, but we'll have to see whether he can find a little bit of that sweetness.
Taking height for now. They won't have to move for next ring. Fnatic, however, different story. they take another engagement. FURIA, having lost Vaxlon at the moment, are hoping to make a try to rotate, but find themselves cut off by multiple squads. We knew this choke was going to happen. We knew FURIA was going to be in trouble. Fnatic right alongside them don't manage to actually cut off the Trident, and as WMNDY fall, Fnatic look to as well, with Yuka already having gone down.
Yeah, Na'Vi, Fnatic, FURIA, 07, all in this area. This is going to be carnage, but it's a lot of KP that could be available for a team like 07, who've been holding this area for quite some time on the southwest of this circle.
Navi's move up the hill, actually going pretty darn uncontested right now. Well, we did see DZ move through this area previously. It's Fnatic that currently gatekeep the height and swing on down, looking for a pick on Navi. We know Fnatic are a duo, but that doesn't seem to be stopping their confidence. Tyler's got to give up the high ground, finally stick a few meds on the low. And Matafe, well, he looks safe, now can't support the rest of the team with smoke. Sko is down, Tyler joins him, kinda sits behind a gold knockdown shield, but we're saying goodbye to Navi in game 4.
KINOTROPE and 07 were all working together against Na'Vi and Fnatic there from a distance as well, may I add. Some of those sniper rifles so detrimental for your chances of getting into the circle. As we can now see, LG have made it far enough in where they're going to be right on top of DarkZero here, but is it just 2 of them now?
It does seem that they can hold onto space together. There's no real need for either squad to start moving out. For 07, very different story, as their low ground position necessitates that they make a move and make a move fast. Let's take a listen in with 07 to see how they do it.
Okay, I'm gonna go from a bomb, okay? Listen, shut the fuck up. Lasky, what do you want to do? Let me do, give me comms. He's sliding down on you. Did you crack him? Red. He's still there, one blood on. Coming, I got loot. He went back, I gotta grab that bow, can you smoke it for me please, I'm going. Here, I'm dropping loot, I'm dropping Amphi real quick. Okay. Amp next, 4 cells. Yes, I need heavy, I just need heavy. Play it out itself. They evac in. Yeah, just come up, move up. I'm gonna be a bit late, okay? Look at that evac though. They might land on a building and shoot us. We gotta watch out for this. Yeah. Flying above us. We're getting ready to play yellow. We play the crafter here. Red ping. Yep. They're gonna fight us. Kill. Blood out. We need to fight it. Smoke the right. Kill the blood out. He died. No smokes. Good on me. No, good on me. We need to come back. I'm pushing. Yes. Push this shit. No, we can't. Go back if you can. No, shoot this one. Give me look. From away. Why did you kill one? Red pink, go back to the spot where we can flood out that. Go. I'm trying. We're gonna die here. Fuck. I didn't have smokes.
And DarkZero look overall. We had an attempted jump from third party to third party, but it does ultimately bite 07 as they end up going down. E8 still alive on high ground, but the next focus of DZ.
Confirmation, by the way, with points that have been scored, Disguised have dropped out of the top 20 and will be in the elimination bracket. Currently now, Heroes have overtaken them in 20th position from their performance previously. It was because of Oxygen and what Oxygen were able to do with their points. They've jumped up temporarily into that top 20. So the team that's at risk now is Heroes in 20th position.
We've also got a story of hope for 2R1C. With the points as they stand, they're just about 11 away from securing a spot in the winner's bracket. From inside of wall, their position should be relatively unchallenged, though they don't have a lot of verticality to take a win in the late game. Do they stay in wall, play for placement, or do they move out and play for the win?
I think this is winnable from where they are. I mean, you've got a Rat that's to the side, and I tell you what, shots like that. 2R1C might just have a real opportunity of winning this game. DarkZero, LG are going to be on that right-hand side, on the eastern side, but LG are just a 1. Elevate are going to be on the southern side. They're going to be the ones most at risk here of just being focused, I have to say, because they're going to be slightly approaching from downhill. But DarkZero, they are commanding so much space right now. They are the real threat to 2R1C.
Jen Burton alone just moving up with a smoke. and pushing KINOTROPE away from height, pushing, in fact, KINOTROPE and E8 together. We know it's time for rotates because Rolling Thunders are starting to be called in, and Jen Burton looks overall.
Yeah, get the smokes down, try and get any sort of cover to make a move and hope that you don't get beamed whilst you're crossing. Sadly, though, when Jen Burton's watching, you're not going to have much opportunity to rotate. Zach Mazur's just gone down. This was what I was saying. Elevate are going to be the first team who should fall here. You can also see KINOTROPE Gaming taking a few losses.
Shubi falls. It's going to be tight, but E8 are the ones to go down first, meaning more placement points for KINOTROPE, though perhaps not an extended lease on life as DarkZero take a swing, leaving, in fact, Zero himself to try and finish the job. He will retreat back up, maintain control with the rest of DZ, but we know that KINOTROPE is their next focus.
Yeah, they are also another team that are about 11 points away from current safety, so another team that could disrupt things in that top 20. By the way, LG's still alive. Sweet is ratting it out, but he might have just got spotted here by DarkZero as he's going to make a mad dash to the center of the map.
Definitely been sniffed out, but they can only do so much. DZ don't want to drop into Sweet and risk making a 1-for-1 trade that would open them up to a push from another angle. 2R1C now laser focused on KINOTROPE as well. Two different full squads looking directly at KINOTROPE, who just got a respawn on Tappy. What on earth will they do from this position?
A win here for KINOTROPE or for 2R1C could really propel them up these leaderboards. It's massive. For DarkZero, they don't need it. They've already qualified for the winners bracket, but sometimes you just have to try and assert dominance throughout these tournaments, and somehow, some way, Sweet's still alive. He just keeps getting scanned, but he's just kind of saying, well, scan me all you like. Are you going to push out and actually try and go for it here?
Yeah, nobody's actually got the leeway given to them by any other squad, as everyone holds each other in chokeholds across the map, but the ring is going to push us all together. The ring will be the great equalizer. Initial nades start falling in on KINOTROPE, and Rufa goes aggressive against the odds. Zero smells it all happening, watches it occur, and starts to contribute to their takedown. Miyake does go down to 2R1C, but KINOTROPE are getting thrown into the meat grinder, and I don't like the looks of it.
Does this open things up for 2R1C? No, because Sykes was watching the other side, and also Sweet getting involved at the same time, and DarkZero on full rare, you'd have to imagine, should be able to just solidify this one. But 2R1C, if they can get one knock here, if they can just get that one entry, they can really change things to their fortune.
Miraculously, LG is still alive. We just saw Sweet take the zip up behind DarkZero, as of yet unspotted. They're facing all towards 2R1C, giving Sweet the chance to stay alive for a bit longer. Jen Burton drops down, Vicey falls, Yarka falls, 2R1C and DarkZero are really in it, but it gives Sweet the chance to third party, and he comes from the low ground. Can Sweet do it? Havoc in hand, turboed up, he takes the 2v1, drops, but man, was it good. DarkZero take game 4.
DarkZero continue to be the dominant force here at ALGS Split 1 playoffs, closing in on 200 points in the group stages, really looking like the in-form team going into this weekend's competition. However, there was still brilliant points gathered by the likes of 2R1C, KINOTROPE as well, even LG to give themselves that slim chance of maybe, just maybe, making it into the top 20.
I fully believed for a second. I was right there with him going, here comes the third party, but a little too clean by DarkZero. Literally 50 HP of a difference, and there's actually a chance that Sweet's able to take that. DarkZero, I think, really demonstrating masterful control of that endgame.
It's how well they command space as individuals. The fact you had Jen Burton, who just kind of threw himself onto a team, you got Zero watching everything else, and then Sykes saying, look, don't worry about the other 4 players, I can take them on myself, and quite literally just beat them all as they started to approach. Very impressive performance from DarkZero as they continue to impress us more and more as each day goes on.
Very proud families as well. We've almost always got them in attendance, and it's nice to see not just the team celebrating, but those that came out to support them. Now, as you were talking about with this ability to individually take space, I was also really impressed by the way that Zero and Jen work together. Of course, this duo has been together for what feels like ages, but to see Zero be able to take a really wide swing with no cover on Bloodhound, actually aggress on KINOTROPE, and know that there's going to be artificial cover provided by Jen Burton on demand was really inspiring.
Jen Burton is just a dog sometimes. You've got to let off the leash and let him start barking, because boy is he terrifying when he gets in those close range engagements. Just outputs so much damage. And I think DarkZero now, they are going to be full of confidence, as they probably already were going into this weekend. But they've still got 2 more matches. Maybe they're starting to even think about breaking records here of how many points you can accumulate throughout group stages. I think it's around 240 is the most we've ever seen, but I'll get confirmation from Zephyr, because he was the one who was looking at it. But wow, what a match 4 we just had.
And as you talked about, I mean, them 11 points for DarkZero off kills alone. That's leaving the placement. Have taken first place by a landslide. 2R1C, not looking too shabby either, as 16 points for them does technically put them in second place. LG have some great placements, lacked a bit on the kills, but honestly, for the way that they've been performing, this is probably one of their best shots so far.
And with DarkZero kind of point sponging so much there, that is great news for the teams that are currently sitting in kind of 16th to 20th place in the overall standings right now, just biting their nails, hoping that they're going to get into that winner's bracket. Well, especially the teams that aren't playing anymore, like Red Rams, for example, who are in 16th position at the moment. And of course, Heroes, who I mentioned, in 20th spot.
We'll take a look at the teams that perhaps were not so lucky in Game 4. Teams like Boogie Borders, and WMNDY, who just barely miss out on the top 10. And notably TSM, who despite claiming a win earlier today, have reverted back just a bit to where they started.
Does put them on 97 points overall though, which is what, 14th position at the moment, and if we're saying the magic number is somewhere between 95 and 100, TSM might be good. But again, you've got to play it safe, you've got to ensure you push yourself over 100 just to be extra certain. But this is the series results at the moment after 4 matches. And yeah, it's looking brilliant for DarkZero. 72 points on the board. Pretty insane.
Now, you've been doing a wonderful job of keeping us updated on what's going on throughout the rest of the leaderboard, even for the teams that aren't here. And I'd say that as much as we talked about DarkZero, and I'm sure we will continue to talk about DarkZero as they continue performing like this, the story is just as much about the teams in this group that are barely on the line to make it into the winner's bracket. They're fighting other teams that may not be playing today, and even the ones that are in this group themselves. We've got quite a few teams just on the edge of qualification, and that, to me, is one of the most interesting parts.
Yeah, just for clarification, these are the series results, but of course they add to the overall standings, and you have to be within the top 20 of the overall standings to get into the winner's bracket. Teams that are chasing that right now, Crazy Raccoon, who are currently in 22nd place. They're only 2 points behind Heroes, who are in 20th, and then you've got the likes of 2R1C in 25th position. They are on 83 points, so a little bit of work to do, but at the same time they have hope now after a performance like that where you're able to get into that final circle. And sometimes that's all you need, just that one game. You might have been struggling all these past couple of days, but you can have one big game where you get to the final circle, you get a good amount of kills, it propels you up the leaderboard, and it just gives you the utmost amount of confidence that yes, you can get to the winner's bracket, you can play with the big teams, and you start to believe in yourself.
And on the other side of this, of course, elimination bracket does not mean the end of the run for these squads. Instead, it just poses a little bit more risk, where you've got the chance to drop out of the tournament. Should you truly believe that you're performing better than the competition, should you really get your reps in today, you've of course got the chance to make your way back up and into the finals. There are just a few teams here playing now that have oddly comfortable positions. While they may not be at the top of the leaderboard, I'm thinking specifically of Virtus.pro, who started the series in, I believe, 8th place and should be much closer to the top now.
Yeah, they're in 11th place on 107 points. They're good. They're going to be into the winner's bracket. I think we've confirmed that now. If you're over 105, you're guaranteed, and then we'll have to see what that magic number is going to be. But with DarkZero taking that amount of points, the number is going to start to dip down a little bit, which could be great news. So the team that is going to be concerned, Heroes and Omit, who of course played earlier on and not playing right now, they're going to be watching in the wings, hoping that maybe we see more sponges like DarkZero to take the points away from the chasing pack.
Because the more points the teams like DarkZero accumulate, the slower the rest of the leaderboard is going to be able to advance, sort of like artificially lowering or keeping, in this case, the barrier to entry relatively low. for the moment, the players are readying up for their next game, the next drop. And for me, I'm really looking forward to the next contest between MDY White and Legend, who unfortunately did not have a great start to last game. MDY White never even leaving the POI even after they won the contest.
Yeah, and I think that's going to hurt for MDY, especially considering, you know, they went for a composition that wasn't necessarily staged around the contest, but they weren't also able to get going, and they're sitting down in 37th position right now, so they needed it. They needed that game where they could just elevate themselves to a higher possibility of getting into the winner's bracket. And I think if you are going into these last two games now and you're in the bottom 10, you're probably starting to realize the elimination bracket is looming. And you mentioned it as we come into it. How can you learn from these games if it is going to be the elimination bracket? Is there something you could potentially try or take a risk here to go for that Hail Mary of maybe getting a 40-point game and suddenly you're into the winner's bracket? Or can you just start to try a different composition or a different drop spot, or even just going for a different landing? Like, there's a lot of things you can change here.
It's really important to remember that for those teams that may drop down or that look to be in that position, that they're currently competing against just as many teams that will be making it into winners or are in position to do that. This is probably the highest quality of teams that you're going to face off against if you are dropping into elimination for at least the next stage. And so it's ever important that you perform just as well, if not better now, as you move towards your tournament best. Storm Point Map 2 looms ahead of us, leaving these teams just 2 more opportunities to collect points, or as Zephyr would say, there'd be around 222 points left to collect.
There is a lot of points left to collect, and yeah, Zephyr does his numbers as we're into Legend Select, and that means we are almost ready for Match 5. It's been another incredible day here at ALGS Split 1 Playoffs, live from Los Angeles, USA, and now we get to see whether maybe North America and DarkZero can continue to dominate this lobby, or are we going to start to see a different kind of result here? Someone making their story here in Match 5.
I'd love to see the I'd love to see MDY White make it out of Stormcatcher using Catalyst. I think this pick has a lot of potential. It was experimented with in scrims leading up to this by a few different teams, actually notably E8 having dropped it just a couple of days before the LAN began. But with Catalyst, you can do quite a bit that many other teams simply don't have access to. Cutting off line of sight in endgame rings, you've just got to get her there, which seems to have been the hardest part for them so far.
Well, here we go again then, and potential contest that will be happening on your screens. MDY White, what can they do? Can they get out with this Catalyst? And are they even going to take the fight? That's the question.
Really out.
They have decided to dip out of here. Maybe won't happen with the weapons they found, but also probably looking at that leaderboard. I was speaking about taking risks, doing something a little bit different. MDY White, they want to change things up.
And they've actually got a pretty good rotate from here, given how quickly they did it. However, the rest of the map, not necessarily the same story, never to change. Have indeed not changed, but it seems their fate may be. Amphi does God's work in checkpoint, manages to hold up, but with a reinforced door, one that he himself can't open, he turns his back on never to change, and will unfortunately go down, leaving 07 with a 0-point game.
Shouldn't hurt 07 too much. They're in 13th position on 102 points as we look over towards the circle then, and we are heading northwest, which is great news for the likes of Fnatic, Get Down Beast, KINOTROPE Gaming, who need points and are in the conversation of getting into winner's bracket as well up at Northpad. They'll be delighted because they do have at least a ring console to work with, as do Fnatic. So it's always good when those teams who have the circle coming towards them also have all the information.
Yeah, lots of Evo in the area as well, just a little bit south of Northpad, as well as a little bit off to the eastern side. They should be able to collect everything, including the Prowlers PvE that I actually wanted to highlight when we saw MDY White disengage off of Stormcatcher. They've got a lot of PvE that they can hit up, including the Spiders just a little bit further to the south, but unfortunately getting hit up a little earlier than they anticipated. It's Na'Vi, kinda goes down trying to hit a scan, and FURIA will take that KP every day of the week.
Yeah, this is not good news for Na'Vi, and it really could hurt their chances of getting into that winner's bracket. And yes, okay, Matafi and Tyler might be able to get away here, but this is really just going to be one of those situations of fight or flight. Do you try and go for any sort of banner crafting here to try and get back into the game, or will you be chased?
Got a little while longer. Dogma's been abandoned on the high ground. This is really not good. He may actually go out to the out of bounds timer. We got 5 more 4 seconds is in, he drops, just catching the evac tower. Dogma survives against the most dangerous opponent, the Oob Timer.
He was fine. Yeah, I was a little bit nervous. I've been there far too many times, it has to be said, getting left behind by whoever is the jump master. Now, Crazy Raccoon, a team who are very close to pushing themselves into the top 20. In fact, they're only 2 points off of Heroes who currently reside in that position, so they just need one good game, and they'd be thinking about that winner's bracket, as our current leaders, DarkZero, all on white at the moment, making their way through their rotation.
Surprising to see them not just on white shields, but getting shot at as well. A quick rotation out of Mill is not going to do DarkZero a lot of favors, and E8 have the opportunity to take advantage of the quick rotates. Shubi doesn't quite find a lot of damage, but given that E8 have a quick rotate themselves, they don't need to concern themselves with DarkZero. It would be a benefit, however, to pick up a bit more KP.
So it's going to be a tough rotation for the likes of NORTHEPTION down from Echo and Coastal. You can see FURIA also down on that far side, or at least I can on the map, excuse me. All those teams on the southeast are all going to be forced together as well, so you've got to really be thinking about how you can beat them in that race. There's now Fnatic, who are going to be able to reside here at Downbeast for quite some time and could really find a victory from this position, to be honest, if the circle continues to pull this way. We have seen circles that do finish around this area as Na'Vi get back up to a full 3.
Pulling off the res, thank God we've got a lifeline. Matafe making the pick work, even as it maybe has not worked out as well for them over the course of this week. Kinda's back in the game, and for now, that's going to be the best they could hope for. Their future rotates, a future problem, as Na'Vi do still have a ways to go. Over on the opposite side of the ring in Launchpad, FURIA are making their slow rotate. They've already picked up the singular KP on Na'Vi earlier and should be heading towards the south side, maybe moving through Pylon for a bit of loot before ultimately accessing the Ceto area and planning out their next rotate.
Confirmation, by the way, the record at the moment for most points in group stage is 205 by Alliance. DarkZero on 199. So that record might be broken here at Split 1 playoffs, and that's pretty impressive, you've got to say, from DarkZero, and a very commanding way to enter into the weekend. But it's not the only story we have on our screens, because 2R1C are starting to think about getting into that winner's bracket now. It was an incredible performance going into that previous game where they were able to get into the final circle, and yes, they didn't win the game, dear, and that doesn't really matter. As long as you can find the kills and get the points, you can put yourself in that conversation.
Funny to see them changing up the composition at this stage of the tournament as well. 2R1C was really known regionally after the patch for running with Crypto, Lifeline, and Bangalore. They've now changed to mirror everyone else over the past couple of games and are running the standard caustic Bangalore Bloodhound. It does leave them a lot less exposed to other squads who could spot out their composition and target them, and it also seems to have given them just enough of an edge in the fights to equalize whatever ground they were missing because of the delayed reactions that you can only put out with Crypto. He's not nearly as quick on the draw as Bloodhound when providing your team split-second information.
This game really slowed down as well. A lot of teams just avoiding each other on their rotations. As soon as they're hearing noise, they are maneuvering their way a little bit differently throughout the map, and I think that really just says how difficult it is to get points at the moment. So everyone's playing with a little bit of trepidation. They're a little bit nervous about how this one's going to go down, and now we'll get more information, and it is continuing to pull the way we had thought. You can see on the northern side, TSM are going to make a big rotation over the fingers on the far north. LG's still at the wall at the moment, and Na'Vi, it's going to be a long journey, but at least they're back up to a 3 at Lightning Rod.
You can definitely feel the trepidation of these teams. I know that we've got this game about halfway over, let's say, and then another one to determine who gets into the upper and lower bracket. It's going to equate to about 45 minutes of time, 45 minutes to decide your tournament future. And that's definitely weighing on the squads who've got to be dialed in for all of that time. After a full day of games, TSM have made their way comfortably into North Pad. I do wonder how they'll get out of it, especially without an evac tower from the height of North.
Someone has spotted them, but it looks like they are just going to be able to get out of dodge for now. And there's the evac tower, or an evac tower they can utilize here if they would like. And it's going to be straight up into the skies for them. Or is it? There's a maybe a call to potentially take this fight. It's Oxygen on the other side of things. They've pushed themselves into the top 20, by the way, with their performance so far. They're looking pretty good for the winners bracket.
A nice way to deny the evac tower as well. On scan, Oxygen never really committed to the fight, but they did fake it for a second, causing TSM to hold on, ultimately fully launching themselves as a team into, or rather close to, the next zone. This further cross for TSM in future rings will be difficult, taking them towards Down Beast, as many squads should be moving in from the north. But for now, Rox will provide a little bit of cover, and they'll be able to wait things out to face the final bosses of the next ring.
And that little bit of hesitation could change things. It probably won't in this scenario, but it can be those minor things that can make a difference. So I love that from Oxygen, of just trying to force a little engagement and saying, hey, we'll take a fight. We're actually in a good spot right now. A few KP wouldn't do us any harm. And I think that Oxygen are a squad that when they get confident, they really will build off that momentum. So we'll have to see if they get the opportunity to get into some engagements a little bit later.
Made in Heaven hitting a really nice late scan are going to get so much information off of this, especially when it comes to how they'll rotate into the next ring. They should have a pretty good idea that moving into Downed Beast from the south side over by Mill is actually pretty uncontested, just Virtus.pro standing in their way. Throughout the rest of the map, a lot of congestion continues to pile in around the north side. We already know that we've got squads that rotated through Northpad, Oxygen, and TSM in that conversation, but Na'Vi just a little further north, 2R1C doing the same. Crazy Raccoon in the trenches. The north side of the map is terrifying.
Na'Vi up to red thanks to a little bit of an Evo cash, and it has to be this game for me. If Na'Vi are going to make it into the winners bracket, it's not going to be a huge game in match 6. I think it's going to be now where they show us what they're made of. I think if they go into match 6 and they haven't done it already, nerves start to kick in, and maybe historical memories start to kick in of previous performances at LAN as well. You want to just dust them off. I don't know if they're going to be able to. It's going to be the story will follow, but Virtus.pro are going to be approaching from this southwestern side. It's Made in Heaven that are just to their east here, and this is a little bit of an unnecessary fight. It's a poke and it's a prod. It probably won't end up in a full engagement.
With the way that Virtus.pro have been playing today, there's always the chance that they straight up out-trade and take the fight, take the win. In this case, Made in Heaven are playing really conservatively and nicely with the information that they got earlier in Cedo. They put the survey beacon to good use and move along the rotation that has just one team in their path. Virtus.pro easily move on, but now are pushed into the side of Downed Beast with not a lot of wiggle room.
LG being chased at the moment. Are they aware of it would be my biggest question. It looks like maybe NORTHEPTION won't follow them because the ring just cut them off and LG were able to beat them. As at the moment, 31 points for LG. They're in third place in this series, but there's still a long way to go if they want to start thinking about that winner's bracket, but could still start here. As again, we'll just check in with the map. LG on that far eastern side that you can see, they're going to be approaching Na'Vi first, and I'm sure that Na'Vi would love to get a little bit of this action.
This is a really tough decision point for LG as well. Do you go through checkpoint, bet that there are less people there? Do you go through North Pad, bet that there are less people there? We know from our perspective, neither option looks particularly good right now, but it's the reality of their situation, as checkpoint actually could turn into a really fascinating fight, leaving just one team alive to exit a choke point into Downed Beast.
At the moment, 19 squads still alive, so there is not much room to play with here on Storm Point, and that is going to become a problem in about 38 seconds when the zone begins to close and we have still 8 teams outside of this circle, so the kill feed is certainly going to light up. There's the Catalyst wall that we knew could be featuring as Virtus.pro. They've lost 2.
We did mention they had not a lot of room to play with. It certainly comes to fruition here. Way still somehow alive, but Made in Heaven, having squeezed that vice around Virtus.pro, have drained almost every bit of life out of them. MDY still in the building, tanking zone to grab some loot. Are going to be next in their sights, but Virtus.pro will fall before anything else, finally pushing us down to 18 squads.
Virtus.pro being eliminated, though, as one of the top teams in the lobby is going to be a good sign for those who are still trying to achieve points. As Made in Heaven still being a nuisance on top of this rock. And sadly, because the Catalyst wall was already used for MDY White, they don't have the ability to use it as a distraction technique or an ability of cover.
Really surprised to see Maiden haven't committing onto the low ground so quickly as well. Fnatic do not even fire on them from up on high, entirely focused on MDY, or should I say previously focused on MDY, as that almost immediately resolves itself. The rest of this conflict, however, will take place in checkpoint, as FURIA do hold a bit of height. Plenty of squads surround them, however.
Great shots at the moment coming out from Madness, but needs support. Wants to try and maybe thirst something, but realizes he gets the call from the teammates and instantly turns around. Very important that you support people here, and it looks like FURIA should be okay.
Insta-smoke is really nice. Baxlon's getting back into the fight immediately, while Keon finishes the kill. FURIA re-established their position almost immediately, and it's just in time as Na'Vi were starting to creep up behind them. The rest of FURIA grouping up on high ground. Na'Vi still relegated to the low with 2 more squads in their way.
Here we go. This is the carnage that we were expecting. Now we're down to 15. Make it 14 is Made in Heaven. They're eliminated. Fnatic also go 2. Just like that, we lost 6 squads in the space of, what, 30 seconds. Make it more as Crazy Raccoon have also fallen.
This is a crazy moment, because what happened off screen, Fnatic were taken down. Fnatic were taken down by DarkZero. The team on top of Downed Beast was eliminated by the squad in first place, and that's going to give them an incredible power position. 2R1C fight for one of their own. Mozambique in hand. No hammer points, no problem. Iorka takes down 1. NTC trade back, but Uchako clutches things up just in time for the third party to come in. Na'Vi should be finishing off 2R1C. Taking out Iorka, full thirst there, and searching for the final member.
2R1C start to close in on that top 20, but they will be slowed down by Na'Vi finding them and being able to clean up some of those pieces, cleaning up all the pieces as 2R1C are eliminated.
In come FURIA, very scary for Na'Vi. They're backed into a corner. Kinda's 1 HP, 2R1C are down. Keon is down, but 2 trades onto Na'Vi. Give FURIA the small edge. It's just Tyler left. A shield swap gives him maybe 3 health. NORTHEPTION show up for the 4th party, and everyone is thrown into chaos once more. Na'Vi go down. FURIA still alive. Managed to get a res on Keon. Have height, but the zone is closing, Gaskin.
Yeah, you gotta go. And NORTHEPTION, they've realized it, and they are going to be speed walking down this hill, and they are not going to worry about what is left of FURIA. It's an evac tower for FURIA. It is just by foot for NORTHEPTION, as now all the other teams have already made it over towards Down Beast. So actually, FURIA, TSM, NORTHEPTION, the last teams to arrive, and of course, they have lost players.
What a huge evac tower for FURIA, perfectly landing over the wall. It does put them right in the sightlines of Legends, however, who from the low ground, from the tail of Downed Beast, have got to prioritize appropriately. I think we'll be sniffing out that Bangalore for too long. Koifels tosses out a Skynade, but you've got to clear your back. Legends should be committing right behind them.
Legends Gaming have a chance to maybe find themselves into the top 20 as well, as all things are said and done. They are closing in on the points total, and they really could rip through this lobby with the position they currently find themselves in. Triple Take doing work here, dear.
Wow, no way. The Volt at that range as well. TSM and NORTHEPTION drop. Meantime, Legends refocus onto the high ground. They're picking multiple fights at once, picking up multiple kills on multiple fights. KINOTROPE right below them are engaging, and Legend really have to pick where they want to farm KP. Koifel already knows, dropping down and taking, I'll say, a bit of a risky swing before ultimately grouping back up.
Legends Gaming only 1 point behind 20th now. They're closing in on eliminating heroes into that elimination bracket. And why wouldn't they? Especially with how they're playing, how they're targeting at the moment, all focusing the right things. It's great teamwork on display.
Legends aren't even taking the time to heal between these engagements. Scraping Flame has been missing shields for so long, goes for a shield swap, gets support from Player K. That's a stick from Player K! And it's a squad wipe on KINOTROPE.
That's Legends Gaming pushing themselves into the top 20. Heroes will be in the elimination bracket, but now we get to see Elevate have a little sniff at this one, saying we want to get involved in this action. We hear all this commotion, maybe we can pick up some KP.
With Zach tossing out another aggressive smoke, you know the beast, the hunt is ticking. You know Zap's been unleashed. Legends are chewed through from 2 sides. The Boogie Borders contributing as Elevate take on the next engagement, but need a reset desperately and need ultimate accelerants to prepare them for the next zone.
Still a last-ditch effort for Boogie Borders as well. They're about 15 points behind the mark at the moment, but again, a victory here and some more kills, still doable. By the way, DarkZero, we were talking about that magic number being 205 earlier of the most group points ever in ALGS. DarkZero have surpassed that. 208 8 they are now currently residing on. They've broken records here at ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
I'm sure they'll continue to set them. We've still got another game after this as well to extend their lead. For now, they are really extending their reach, setting up on top of Downed Beast, playing on the low ground, controlling space just as they did in the game previous, where ultimately DZ were able to pilot themselves to victory. Boogie Borders extend just a bit too far and get picked off by E8. It's the beginning of the end.
Well, now you're going to try and defend yourself. Maybe you can get someone to come back, and maybe you can even get a res off here, actually. But no, okay, the damage will come through at Boogie Borders. Well, how long are they going to be boogieing for here? That's my real question, because Nade's starting to be a real problem for them.
I can't believe LG are still in this as well. 4 squads left, and LG with just 1 member standing. DarkZero on high, watch it all, and with the next zone, they don't have priority, but man, do they have sightlines. They watch LG sending it onto Boogie Borders. They'll have to consider their next move. E8 still wait below, staying out of a lot of the fights as Sweet does get full thirsted. Jen Burton looks for an angle, looks for a beam. Well, Funk sets up right next to Boogie Borders.
What a statement it could be from DarkZero to go back-to-back here, but they still have work to do, but that work currently being done in the kill feed. E8 have just lost 1. Boogie Borders back up to a full 3. The respawn is successful, the weapons are now being grabbed, and maybe the Boogie Borders can take on DarkZero.
As DZ drop down, it's our final 2 teams. Boogie Borders must stand their ground now from on high. Zero slides in, Zero with the Havoc takes the win, and DZ do go back-to-back.
And they're breaking records. It was Alliance who held the record at 205 points from Year 2 Split 2 playoffs. But now here in Year 4 Split 1, DarkZero, they're up to 222 points. And the crowd are absolutely loving it for good reason.
They can't get enough. Just continuing to farm these points. Like we've said, it's not even about getting into winner's bracket. Nothing is happening for them. It is just pushing them ahead of the lobby, ahead of the entire rest of this lab.
I mean, when we were looking at Aurora and Alliance earlier, and they were around 157, 158 points, we were thinking, wow, so impressive. DarkZero are like 70 points ahead of that. It's unbelievable what we're witnessing, and this is a return that we needed to see from DarkZero. Remember the downside of DarkZero after they had that poor performance, but then Sykes gets added to the team, and boy, does he not look out of place. He has been the perfect addition to this roster.
Just the right amount of swagger on Sykes. You could always see it coming out in his gameplay, even when he was on exit. Wants to take the extra fight, wants to be unleashed, and as we talked about last game, DZ certainly know when to let themselves, let each other get a little playful, get a little egotistical even in the lobby to accumulate extra points. It's one of the things they've always been so good at, is knowing when they can push their limits and when it's safe to take a gamble.
DarkZero for sure the favorites going into the weekend's competition as we get into the winners bracket and the elimination bracket, but we still have to find out who is going to be the top 20 teams because we still have 1 match left. But as we look at the match results there, we can get confirmation of the victory from DarkZero. Again, it's another mammoth victory, 23 points on the board.
Really well placed by Boogie Borders as well. It's an awkward spot to play in the end game, and that's with a respawn on top of it. E8 playing from the low ground in Down Beast, played fantastically, and Gaskin, I cannot help but appreciate that LG have once again made it into the top couple of squads with just 1 man standing.
I mean, again, it's impressive. We've seen it a few times throughout this tournament, but sadly, it's not really the points total they needed if they want to be looking at the winners bracket. With 1 match left to play, LG are currently in 35th in the overall standings. That puts them about 20 points, sorry, 19 points off of the current cut. Again, still doable, but at the moment does not look probable.
Let's move ourselves down to those teams that were not fortunate enough to be in the top 10 during game number 5. 2R1C barely missing the cutoff as their continued rotation through Stormcatcher does not bear fruit for them this time. A little bit further down, we've got teams like Crazy Raccoon, Never to Change, Fnatic, and near the bottom, Virtus.pro and 07, even MDY White, who had disengaged so early on to survive the contest, only to go down with just 1 point.
And of course, after match results, you've guessed it, we get series results now. DarkZero on 95, closing in on a banger 100. That would just be, again, so impressive going into Saturday's competition. Elevate, though, maybe the unsung heroes of this tournament, of this, not just this tournament, but this series, 62 points right now. They're being overshadowed, but that is not a points total that should be kind of sniffed at here.
This is one of those moments where I'm going, I predicted E8, I believed in E8, but at the end of the day, what everyone's going to remember is the ridiculous amount of points that DZ were able to put up. But I see the work that E8 is putting in, and it is absolutely making them look good when we think about the ultimately winners bracket and perhaps finals lobby that these teams want to qualify for. We've got FURIA, LG, and TSM joining these squads in the top 5, and we're looking pretty good, pretty well-rounded in terms of macro for our final games. We noted that last game was very slow. Teams are playing what I think as many would describe scared, but I see it as very respectful.
Very respectful indeed. 5 matches done, records have been broken, but we've still got one more match, so don't go anywhere. We're gonna take a short break, but we'll be right back after this.
Seven gonna be eliminated. GG's. Need to make sure below us doesn't reset, guys. Slide to me, you guys have to slide to me, kind of. I'm dead, bro. Like, I'm fucking trolling. I can't hit the barrel. The barrel's on me.
I want to say it's happened to all of us, Gaskin, but I have to ask, has losing a 1v1 to a caustic barrel ever happened to you?
I think I've been 1v3'd by a caustic barrel, actually. I think it's been even worse than that. So, I mean, yeah, it's just one of those situations. Caustic, very powerful legend, but we're here. Match 6 just around the corner. We're breaking records. We're seeing and sending teams into the winners bracket, but also, sadly, sending teams into the elimination bracket as well.
It's a lot more heartwarming when we consider that at least they get to play tomorrow, because lower bracket is a harsh comparison to what we'll be doing tomorrow, which is culling teams out of LAN, out of Los Angeles playoffs. It's been really incredible during the group stages so far, as teams have definitely gotten the chance to strut their stuff, try out a few plays, try out a few compositions, see what translates from scrims to the international stage. But as many of the commentators and the analysts today have echoed, the time for experimentation is very much over. The final game on Storm Point, the last chance to secure your spot in the winners bracket.
Well, this is the moment where you can change your path, you can change your destiny if you are in the bottom 10 here. There is still a lot to do, but it is still achievable for a lot of these squads. So I'm expecting big things from those who are chasing the likes of Crazy Raccoon, the likes of 2R1C, the likes of KINOTROPE Gaming, who are still, oh, so close to getting into that winners bracket.
KINOTROPE have looked really good from my perspective moving into this LAN as well, and I'd love to see them succeed just that little bit more. Like so many of the teams on stage, they've been giving it their all, and really, as we're seeing this lobby get even tighter, as we're seeing the teams get more, the word that we used last game was trepidatious, you can tell they understand that these last few games, or rather this last game and the next few days, will be what determines history of the Apex Legends Global Series. Stormpoint is coming up just now as we'll be letting loose into our 6th game, but at this point, Gaskin, I can't help but wonder, will we be getting something a little bit more aggressive? Will we be getting one of those more trepidation games? I can tell you, we'll be seeing these players give it their all on stage, leave nothing at home. I want to hear Los Angeles get hyped for the group stage, the conclusion, and the move on to the elimination brackets.
That's how you what, the USA, they're getting louder by the day. They're catching up with the UK, I might say, but we're into things here, and we're gonna have some scraps again. It's 07 taking on NTC, and 07 looks like they might be able to get the better of them here.
1-for-1 trade for now, but 07 do lose a thirst. Amphi goes down, Nasky Nax kick down the door, and they kick never to change into the lower brackets.
What a start for 07 to just solidify, not just never to change being in the elimination bracket, but also making sure they themselves can start to think about that winners bracket. Now elsewhere, Legends Gaming, who need the points, they're against MDY White, and they have taken them down. Again, confirming MDY White will be in the elimination bracket tomorrow.
Blink and you'll miss it, but adrenaline is flowing through their veins. Both contests having gone extraordinarily quickly. Legend will have the chance to reset, as will 07, and their rotations should be hardly interrupted with how quickly that went. I can't help but look at the zone, though. The zone that's pulling right towards E8. They probably can't catch up to DarkZero, but they're my prediction, man.
I mean, it's also pulling towards DarkZero.
Oh,
you know,
right.
The script writers, they've changed things, it would seem, for this event, because DarkZero are the ones that seem to be benefiting from this zone, and I'm sure they'll be putting on a show when it does start to transition their way. Now, Virtus.pro are also going to be on that southwest side at Cenote Cave. They have an opportunity to move very quickly, as do Fnatic from Downed Beast. But it's the teams who are just a little bit outside of that top 20 that will be hoping to maybe get a rotation sooner. So Crazy Raccoon, 2 points off of top 20 at the moment, and it is Omid who hold that 20th spot. Now remember, Omid are not playing. They competed earlier, they played all of their matches. They currently sit on 89 points. Will it be enough?
That's going to be a tough call as Oxygen finish up their looting of Barometer. Should be ready to go in the next couple of seconds, simply preparing for a couple more rotations, picking up evac towers, mobies, whatever you need, because Oxygen do have a little ways to go. Well, the zone is right next door, sitting on whites. I'd rather see Oxygen take their time getting into zone and visit a few Evo Harvesters, perhaps a few beacons, before they commit to an endgame.
I mean, that's how we see the success from the likes of DarkZero, right? They've been one of the best. They were kind of the pioneers when we saw the changes of the Evo Shields, of getting yourselves up to red in such a fashion by trying to utilize every little bit of in-game item that can get you an Evo charge. As we start to look over towards Oxygen versus 2R1C. Now, this is a massive fight. If Oxygen win it, they can probably guarantee themselves winners bracket. If 2R1C win it, they can start to dream of the winners bracket. So it's an engagement that could happen, but whether they will actually want to engage is a different question.
One of the safer survey beacons on Stormpoint. It's a pretty free hit of information for Reeds and the Oxygen squad, and it gives them the info, importantly, that this is an isolated fight should they choose to take it up against 2R1C. It's a quick rotation from Jurassic that puts 2R1C here, much like it's gotten them to Stormcatcher real quickly in the past. But the fight, I believe, should take a bit longer because 2R1C can't initiate it like they were in other POIs.
We've also got FURIA and Na'Vi posturing up against one another as well. If Na'Vi were to lose this fight, they'd be in the elimination bracket. They need to win it to keep their hopes alive. As for FURIA, they're going to be fine. They're on 120 points, so they can play this one a little bit recklessly if they want. They could get aggressive. They could just try and take Na'Vi out of the game here.
Certainly seems like that's what's happening. At this point, once you get a shield crack like that, you should feel enabled to play as you like, but they're playing it slowly. There's always the opportunity for another squad to come in. Neither team has hit the survey beacon just yet to get the extra information, and there are a few teams that could be lurking.
Yeah, WMNDY are nearby as we refocus our attention back to Oxygen Esports and to R1C. Now, Oxygen Esports are in 19th position at the moment. If they lose this fight again, it opens up the doors for those teams who are chasing them. So they're going to be nervous. I wonder whether the comms are nervous. Let's have a listen and find out.
Bottom door, bottom door.
left. Yep. I'm climbing.
Can we peek the door on the right? Down here? Can we peek this door?
Yeah.
I got hurt. Good luck, close. Q us up, Q us up, Q us up. Q gang. On me. Help raids.
Picking up.
Oxygen go down, devastating for them. 2R1C, the ones collecting the kill points.
2R1C push themselves into 20th position and sending Omit down into the elimination bracket, and only 1 point behind Oxygen. Suddenly, Oxygen Esports are the team who is going to be vulnerable here at the bottom of the top 20. As we look now to Fnatic, NORTHEPTION also in the kill feed, and the Havoc in the Hemlock, the designated duo for so many of these teams, doing the damage as 07 get taken out, but it's okay. They'll be in the winner's bracket, don't you worry.
I am a little worried, however, for their benefactors, for Fnatic, for as quickly as they clean that fight. Still have Crazy Raccoon on their tail. Bangle defensively from Fnatic gets one cooldown out of the way, one that Crazy Raccoon don't have to answer. Since they're running Watson, there's no aggressive ability to throw down with their ultimates, and instead, they're gonna try and dodge Fnatic altogether, maybe grab a bit of the high ground instead.
Well, LG, 4th place in this series, and you know, there is still a slight dream alive, and I will keep mentioning it because if it happens, it would be one of the most incredible comebacks that we've seen in ALGS, because they were struggling so much yesterday, even at the start of today. But 4th place looks good, but when DarkZero have been mopping up the points, they just still haven't achieved enough so far for me.
It's all going to come down to, as you say, not placement in today's lobby, but how many points are going alongside that relative to the rest of not just even this lobby, but the rest of all 40 teams at LAN. LG need to collect every single one. They're starting things off strong, taking an engagement. Slayer with the Devo opened up with damage, but Funk has no shields. LG are losing control of the fight. Sweet takes some back, re-swinging with the Havoc again and again. Funk finishes off the knock, but gets traded back himself. Fnatic are re-entering, and has made it heaven fall. LG, as we said, lose control. Slayer drops down, Devo is empty. Shield swap has nothing for you, and LG should go down right here and now.
LG into the elimination bracket. No Cinderella story for them today, but of course, they will still have the chance tomorrow when they compete in that elimination bracket I spoke of. Now, Crazy Raccoon, who are still hunting for a winner's bracket spot. They need kills, they need points here, and it seems like they're on the hunt a little bit, maybe chasing potential kills, or just running away from Fnatic. This is an interesting one, because Fnatic were there for the taking if they had been a little bit quicker.
What a conservative play. I've got to look at last game and think that's what's influencing Crazy Raccoon. They're playing more passive, they're playing for the slow side of zone, and looking at the map as it is right now, if they can play the bridge just outside of Mill, I dare say they could get a few placement points for their trouble. Not a bad look.
Well, they need more than a few.
That's true.
And there will be some teams biting their nails and hoping that those few points are not achieved. Crazy Raccoon will land somewhere near the Boogie borders, as DarkZero are still hovering around Mill as well as they continue to dominate this lobby, as are Elevate. Now, late movers, NORTHEPTION, who need a miracle if they're going to get into the winner's bracket. Legends Gaming, WMNDY might have a fight in Jurassic Park here.
I do wonder who comes out on top of this. Legends did start things off well, but WMNDY should have the additional information given that they're right on top of Survey Beacon. What they don't have is health, something that Legends seem to have taken off them on the move up. Eager for kills, they've already got 3, and Legends leave no space, no time to reset, ever pressing forward. WMNDY back off immediately. FURIA rotating in above on the gravity cannon. And I think this should lead both teams to take a big breath of fresh air, because nobody wants to fight when there's a 3rd squad in the area.
Well, there would have to be a win for WMNDY if they are going to make it into the winner's bracket. For Legends Gaming, they hold 18th place at the moment. So they just need a few more points. They just need to get over the finish line here. So they're probably not going to take the fight and are more likely to make a rotation. Perhaps you can see they're going to head north out of Jurassic Park and away from the likes of FURIA.
What's funny about this is that FURIA, with the gravity cannon, as audacious as it was, have put themselves in the perfect spot to gatekeep both squads should they stick around. Perhaps even a few more that are rotating in from the southeast side. But FURIA are going to be playing through the little bit of information that they've got left, maybe picking up the survey beacon as well, while Legend take the evac tower up towards the north end, wrapping into Cedo Station from the side of Cascade Falls.
Yeah, Legends Gaming might just drop somewhere close to Fnatic, or what's left of Fnatic anyway, but they of course won't know about that just yet. For now, it's just about being conservative, getting into that top 10, securing extra placement points, and then starting to assess what's happening in the rest of the lobby. This is really where coaches will earn their money as well. The players assigned to watching that kill feed will earn their money. Are you going to be able to spot out which teams are eliminated? Are those teams ahead of you in that leaderboard? Is someone behind you that now you don't have to worry about? All these different things that players have to consider when they're in a match 6 like this.
Something that, unfortunately, NORTHEPTION do not have the luxury of considering is how they will approach this. FURIA have made that decision for them. It was an early setup, it was an early gatekeep. NORTHEPTION did not sniff it out, and now Horizon ulted. They may not have lost one yet, but as I say that, Taida falls, and we should be saying goodbye to at least one member, if not more.
And it would be elimination bracket on the horizon for NORTHEPTION as well if they do lose this engagement. It looks like it might just happen, but FURIA, they don't want to throw themselves into this one. They don't need to, because NORTHEPTION kind of have to come to them, but what FURIA want is perhaps just some resources.
What a smooth slide into the shield swap. It does backslide a lot of favors, keeping him alive for a little longer than expected, but still ultimately going down. Follow-up from Keon and Madness finds the next knock onto Yuka Perodador, and Razy follows immediately. NORTHEPTION are down. It's a pretty quick fight from FURIA, and they've got plenty of time to reset.
What FURIA are going to be joined by Fnatic though, but elsewhere, 2R1C. How's their journey doing? How can they take this fight? It's going to be a difficult one, you'd imagine, but it does look like they've got a good spot on the bridge to work with, but it's a straight 3v3. No other teams in the area right now.
Very difficult to fight on this bridge. Nox gas grenade is great, however, cutting off an exit. Yarga takes the swing initially, taking out Bolin. It's a good start, and it should be an even better finish. Smoke covers the fire back to our 1C. Slow reset as WMNDY go down.
Go down into the elimination bracket as 2R1C send themselves up to 17th place. And now it is going to be Oxygen Esports in 20th position as the most vulnerable spot, and certainly could be caught up by the likes of Crazy Raccoon. As we check back in with Elevate, our second place team at the moment on 63 points. I didn't think I'd be saying that today, but they should be very proud of themselves. What a performance this has been. We've been asking Zach Mazer, you know, when are we going to see that huge moment where his team's able to perform, and this seems to be it.
We've seen such a difference in E8 from last split to this split as well. Their comms have really focused up. We've seen a totally new look at how they can perform in the ALGS, and the meta seems to actually be suiting them pretty well. For the moment, they will have to deal with squads rotating in ahead of them as they chose not to evac tower, will be playing out of the low ground, but it can keep teams like E8 out of the attention of other squads, a luxury that 2R1C simply don't have as they've landed in one of the most coveted positions.
Fnatic were just griefing FURIA there on their approach to the zone, and FURIA will be eliminated, and suddenly we're down to 10 squads. So a very different game than what we just had in match 5, but 2R1C also the kill leader right now, really showing that they want to make sure that they dominate their way into the winners bracket.
And I mentioned it earlier, I'm going to re-emphasize it. Great spot for 2R1C. TSM, however, using ults on the opposite end of this engagement, are going to be terrorizing E8 on the low ground. Zap has fallen, Verhulst gets the knock, but TSM cannot commit, knowing that other squads should be rounding the hill just behind them.
For fellow TSM enjoyers, they are in 14th place and 103 points right now, so winners bracket is looking very likely, but can they sign things off with a victory here? There's a Kraber in hand for reps, and it's 210 right to the nutsack.
That'll do it, and another one as well. This has certainly opened things up for TSM as they move on forward towards 2R1C. Will claim a kill and likely this very powerful position.
Oh no, Fnatic out of nowhere, just from behind now in TSM. They look like they were in a powerful spot, but they've lost 2 and Verhost just has to get out of dodge. Still 10 squads remain, but Verhost and TSM might be that 10th squad to be eliminated.
And with Fnatic inheriting all of the glory that TSM just opened up on 2R1C, Fnatic get kills, they get a Kraber, and they get the spot that 2R1C had earlier. They're even able to look a little further down at Virtus.pro and gatekeep for potentially another 3KP.
Still wondering how Reps hit the head there. Honestly, unbelievable shot and unbelievable play coming out from Reps, but what we would expect from one of the best. Now, Crazy Raccoon, they are so close to Oxygen Esports. They are only 2 points behind 20th position at the moment, but they need to stay alive. Blue shields and also running low on meds, but they will have the Watson gen, and they're in a really good spot right now, but it is a desirable spot.
This gen's really difficult to position in a low ground spot like this. While this cannot be shot from checkpoint, Crazy Raccoon still have a lot of other angles that can be taken on them. TSM go down, Virtus.pro go down, as it's actually DarkZero who inherit those kills, racking up a few more. 2R1C pick a fight with Fnatic up on the high ground, while Crazy Raccoon just outlast in a war of attrition on the low ground.
Crazy Raccoon only 1 point away from tying up with Oxygen Esports in 20th position. And now we see 2R1C eliminated in 7th spot, so they are doing the job. Fnatic also go down. That's great news for Crazy Raccoon. They tie 20th position. 1 more place, and they will be guaranteed into the top 20. And this was terrible news for Oxygen.
Crazy Raccoon playing things slow, playing for the zone has been their plan, but looking at the next ring, they will not have that option anymore.
It's not just Crazy Raccoon. KINOTROPE Gaming also still alive, also very close to that top 20. So this wouldn't even guarantee Crazy Raccoon just yet. They've got to play for more. They have to be thinking about how can you secure more placement points right now, but it's the Boogie Boarders who are griefing them from above, and it's going to be so difficult for them to transition to the kind of latter stages of this zone.
It's a matter of who is allowed to stay alive at this point. Legend have nobody to deal with, no one else to fear. DarkZero hold the high ground that Fnatic previously did and are collecting even more kills. That's KINOTROPE down!
KINOTROPE down, that means Crazy Raccoon will be in the top 20. They get that placement point. Oxygen Esports down into the elimination bracket. Now, Boogie Boarders, Crazy Raccoon, Legends Gaming, and still DarkZero are alive. Can DarkZero continue to demonstrate how powerful of a team they are here?
Boogie Boarders swing out. Crazy Raccoon lose 1. These 2 squads should have ultimately their destructions mutually assured. Wide swing from Penny takes down Crazy Raccoon, with Boogie Boarders having not suffered a loss. Nobody's been able to push them in the meantime. Penny spots DarkZero just ahead, and with meager fence cover, Boogie Boarders have to decide, do they fight DarkZero? Do they fight Legends Gaming?
Hold on a second, Boogie Boarders only 4 points behind Crazy Raccoon in 20th position. It's not done for Crazy Raccoon just yet. They need the Boogie Boarders to be eliminated. If we were to see Boogie Boarders get first place, it's doable. But Legend going forward with the big grenade, and Boogie Boarders go down. So that's going to be perfect news for Crazy Raccoon.
It's a 2-squad fight. DarkZero looking to go back to back to back. Genburn's already slid up on Legends. Can Legends with Koifel fight back somehow against the monsters of this lobby? Player K is down. Koifel's going to follow, and through the smoke, DarkZero come for all of them. It's Sykes and Zero up against the last member of Legends, and DarkZero go back to back to back.
Are you not entertained with what we're seeing from DarkZero? It's just easy. It's a walk in the park. It's hands behind the head if you're Sykes. He doesn't. It's just yawning, sleeping at this point. Easy dubs.
It's his bedtime. We've gone pretty late here in Los Angeles, but DarkZero have stayed dialed in the whole day. And really, the difference between them and every other squad present here in Los Angeles is absolutely demonstrated when you look at their results through these last 3 games.
DarkZero, the informed team going into the winners bracket, but we knew they were going to be there quite some time ago here today. The ALGS Split 1 playoffs. A team that may not have thought they were going to be in the winners bracket, Crazy Raccoon, who will secure that 20th position, and that meant the cutoff, 92 points. So we weren't that far off. We were not that far off, suggesting maybe 95. I think you said potentially 90?
I did.
Right, so it dropped down a lot because of DarkZero just taking all of these points.
I mean, it's really fun from a personal experience standpoint to come in, commentate the last 3 games, and have it just be DarkZero, DarkZero, DarkZero. When you think about it like that, it gets even more ridiculous, and this sets them up, of course, for a fantastic run into tomorrow's games. You've got to imagine that they can keep this up. But a lot of other teams actually having really impressive performances. Boogie Borders, in fact, getting very close to the winners bracket in that final game, absolutely stood out to me as a team to watch.
Yeah, Boogie Borders were close, and maybe they thought the dream was still alive. A victory would have done it. However, it very quickly got eliminated. And when DarkZero is still alive in the final circle, likelihood is you're probably not going to be winning the game.
After all these 3 games, I'm just left wondering, when you're going up against DarkZero, what on earth can you do? It doesn't seem like teams have a lot of options, because we are seeing a lot of squads play respectfully. Fnatic had a fantastic position. Fnatic is a world-class team, really highly rated as a potential upset team coming into this LAN, and they disappeared on the other side of the map as almost an afterthought.
It almost seems unfair, really, doesn't it, when you're going up against DarkZero in that form. Confirmation, they hit 248 points in the end, so they smashed the record of what we've seen a team achieve throughout group stages. They didn't just slightly surpass it, they absolutely demolished it, and I'm struggling to see anyone ever beating that with a performance like we've just seen. I mean, sometimes we'll see back-to-backs, sometimes we'll see 3 in a row, but the fact that they did it in that fashion was unbelievable.
You know, we're fortunate enough, Gaskin, because we've watched DarkZero win 3 times, and having seen all of that, I've got to say, I'm left wondering how you could possibly beat this team. We've asked the question, perhaps there's no answer, but I leave it to our analyst desk to discuss whether that's actually true.
You know, the truth is, Dia, I didn't hear what you just said to me because Ben was making a bunch of noises on the desk. I'm sorry. So I'm not going to be able to answer that exact question. However, I do think that it's about 10 o'clock here in LA. We have ended, and we have seen basically the stream. Was that messing up for you guys too? Or just kept showing the same thing over and over again and over again? I think it was a problem with program.
Yeah,
but
I think I was seeing that too, yeah.
Yeah, you guys saw that as well?
It was going a little dark.
Yeah, it was going a little
Yeah.
dark, right. So, you know, all jokes aside, it's been a crazy finish to this. I mean, history doesn't even put it into words, Zephyr. They've blown it out of the water. The record book is just, you know, burning somewhere. It's a whole new thing that has to start. DarkZero, what a performance to end the group stage here.
Yeah, we've never seen anything close to the performance that DarkZero has put on. It's something that will literally likely stand the test of the time, but of course, it starts with these mega wins. 4, 5, 6 in the row. They managed to surpass Alliance here now after this series as the most winning team within our group stage.
I mean, it's just really, really not close, and I can't stress that enough for those if you just maybe are tuning in, maybe you're just, you know, checking into the venue, getting excited because now we start having elimination games tomorrow. What DarkZero have just done has put them far and away most other plays and teams, and we have seen some great play, Hodzik, throughout the day, and a lot of these teams too have performed very well throughout this tournament. It's just been a whole different level.
Yeah, so many teams have showed up despite DarkZero's score, but they are being overshadowed by that massive Titan of a point total as you look at the match 6 results here. Legends Gaming, a team that was on the cusp as well with the Sand and Koiful. Really big game that they needed right there out of the end, coming in on the back end here.
Now, at the end of the day, too, while we have a lot of a big story at the top, it's definitely going to inform and lead us into tomorrow and have us waiting with bated breath if they can do it in winners. We do have to also look at who made it into winners. We want to take a look at the overall series because that's going to inform us who got the job done. We know TSM needed something big. We were looking at 07, who had done well. Could they keep it up? We were also looking at FURIA, who've been phenomenal over the course of these days, a very consistent team. You know, it looks like DarkZero got to play, 12 games, and the other 19 teams got to play 6. at the end of the day, Elevate, though, a team that we highlighted graceful at the very start. I mean, that's a great series so far. 64 points. You got to say that they did show up today.
They did show up indeed, and not only them, all the other teams as well. You know, we were talking about TSM, we were talking about it. Some fell a little bit short. I think that people have a lot to think about going into the next rounds, and I think that we can also see that groups heavily affect how teams play. Yeah.
I mean, this is just, it's really an unbelievable thing to look at. I've been casting and hosting Apex for 4 or 5 years now. I have not seen a scoreboard like this, I think, ever. Hot
Yeah, I mean, the top 2 teams encompassing 180 points is absurd. So, I mean, like I said, we've been talking about DarkZero, but I do want a huge tip of the hat to Elevate and Zach Mazer. I mean, they came in strong when they absolutely needed to.
They did.
So huge congrats to them. FURIA as well, turning it around from the really grim start in the beginning. So, again, a lot of stories to tell here. One big one, though.
Well, that leads us to the moment many of you have been waiting for. Who will be in our winners bracket? Here it is for tomorrow. Crazy Raccoon just make it in 20th. Boogie Borders, had they won that game, would have swapped spots with them. I think Dan was doing some quick math there. 90 points, I think, would have been it. But look at the difference between 1 and 2. That is a 90-point difference between our first team, DarkZero, and Aurora. Zephyr, this is dominant, and it doesn't really quite describe it, but it's the only word that's coming to mind right now. DarkZero are your favorites as of now to win land.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the previous record holder sitting around 205. That was Alliance coming almost initially out of Stockholm here. We haven't seen a performance like this in literally over 2 years, and it makes me so sad after that last series that there's no extra points that we can award a team like DarkZero. They blow through the 50-plus point margin and things like we have for our breakers and bonus points, and they even balloon past the 50% plus wins. It's something untellable. You have to be here to see it.
What a great moment, especially those catching it live at the Galen Center. And just to preview that as well tomorrow, DarkZero, Aurora, Alliance, they've all been so dominant every time they play, but now they got to be in a lobby against each other. So it's not going to be possible for all of them to keep dominating the way they are. We shall see tomorrow. But for those who will see bright and early tomorrow as well, who will have even more at stake, is our losers, our elimination bracket. They haven't lost yet, which is why I got to call it an elimination bracket. But let's just say that they're close, Hodzik. If they do get the bottom 10 in their bracket tomorrow, they will be out of the tournament. We'll be sending our first 10 teams home after that.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at this, again, losers bracket, or elimination bracket.
It's my fault. I'm sorry.
Elimination bracket isn't the end of the world. There's a lot of teams in the past have made the run and gone back to finals. But if you look at this list, I mean, there's some big names. Oxygen, sadly, I mean, that's got to hurt.
That's got to hurt.
Coming in only at 21st. This guy's obviously a big name, a lot of hype around that team. Na'Vi had a pretty good start. A little bit of a flux there towards the end. I mean, obviously, I think the story, and I feel bad for bagging on him a lot, is LG. I do want to do, as a coach, I like to look at the bright side, especially coming in at the end. They didn't give up. They did end up, I think, in that last series, like 3rd or 4th or something like that, which it wasn't a crazy amount of points. But even when you know that you have impossible odds of like qualifying for something, it's really good to at least finish off somewhat in a strong series going into the next day.
I think after so many games now that, you know, we've seen all of these stage, right, that teams have adapted now. Teams have also been looking to challenge for POVs. We've seen a lot of contests, but now as we move into, you know, elimination round 1, teams that were contested are no longer contested. There's going to be a lot more points that are, you know, it's going to be balanced a lot more now due to the fact that you're not contested, you have better macro. It's probably going to go more alongside of scrims, I'm even going to say. And as we saw later on in this game, people are getting tired in these long runs.
Yeah.
Is that going to be a buff or a nerf? Some teams, like we like to say, is, you know, slow starters and, you know, fast starters. I remember I've done loser elimination round runs all the way back up, and I've also done winner runs. And the thing is that depending on your environment on your team, it could be very beneficial. So don't give up. We've seen that you have the potential. You're here on LAN. It's time to show up, though. Time is running out.
Yeah, one more point. I did want to make a quick point. We didn't really mention it. Red Rams did make it in 19th, which means they have been a turbulent team, a thorn in the side for a lot of teams with a lot of contests. We see them in Climatizer, lightning rod as well. Obviously, it's going to be interesting because TSM made it as well.
That's right.
It's going to be interesting to see tomorrow which drop spots they claim. Do they decide to just go with it? Obviously, they put a whooping on TSM today.
Yeah, and the issue would be if that happened again, you would expect that if that did occur, Red Rams and TSM, and it didn't work out both for them, they would then fall to the elimination bracket 2 together as well, which would be very difficult. So trying to get that separated somehow as soon as we can. You know, we've had some great performances, but we cannot forget to shout out the individual performances that have been phenomenal. That's, of course, our kill leaders on the day. And who else but Zero and Jin Burton together tying for top kills, 43 each, with Unlucky very close behind. Oirain and Sykes. It's 5 out of the top 5, 3 members from DarkZero, and then a little Alliance and Aurora in there.
And to be honest, we can move down, look at the rest of us. Yesterday, we talked about the fact that we see a lot of repeat offenders. This time around, we get some new faces here. Of course, Nasky is back again, but Vaxlon and Leica on their come up here, notably FURIA having some explosive series in their best efforts, and of course Fnatic kind of coming into their own here, securing their top 5 position.
And one funny point I think to notice, there's Unlucky is at 1 kill below Zero and Jen Burton.
Yeah.
And I think they're just under 100 points down. So that just goes to show how great of a pickup Unlucky was for Alliance. Obviously filling in for the shoes of Yuki, which you know, we miss him dearly.
Yeah.
But a great pickup for Alliance. I mean, 42 kills out of 100, like 50 some points is insane.
That's a pretty impressive performance across the board with Alliance as well. You know, you cannot forget though, DarkZero absolutely have dominated today, and hats off to them and their fans as they'll be enjoying a fun Friday night getting ready for tomorrow. We have, however, of course, a player that stood out today, and that would be our MVP. And it's none other, in my eyes, than Effect on Alliance. I think Effect has had not only a phenomenal tournament so far, I believe 7th place overall in kills, 33. Yes, trailing a little bit under Unlucky, but for me with Effect, he is the motor for Alliance. When he is playing well, it gives them not only the confidence to push these fights, but it takes pressure off of Unlucky too. Jumping into this squad where Effect and Hockeys have a rhythm, he can now be a little bit more relaxed. If he's got to pick up Effect slack as well, that starts to spin their wheels too much. And I think Effect showing up, doing what he can do is also a testament to the experience that he's had, because he admittedly was someone who was talked about a lot at LAN. Did not perform in the finals when people expected him to, and Alliance fell flat. This is a redemption arc in many ways for Effect, and with the raw skill that he has, expectations are at an all-time high. I think he is living up to them so far. Alliance in a top 3 after group stages is probably the best that you would expect them to do. So for me, Effect, a crucial part of this squad, getting our MVP for today. You can see it, damage dealt, 17 kills, 15 assists, hailing from Serbia, and 5,000 and some change damage to boot as well. You gotta love it, and you gotta appreciate it. Effect getting the job done there. Another thing we want to throw to is, I believe, a man that we know and love, standing by with 2 other men who are very well loved after their performance today. It's Peeps with Zero and Jin Burton.
Rain, thank you so much. I am here with the world record breakers in the group stages here. There's a lot of talk between you and Hal, who's the greatest IGL in the world. Do you think whoever wins this LAN settles that?
Well, I'm already ahead in ALGS, like current 3-2, but yeah, I think it does for sure. Like the boys making an easy job, and Hal's currently getting farmed by Red Rams. Like they're straight from CC, so I don't know. It's looking rough for the boy.
Hey, I believe in the TSM fellas. I believe in you guys. Jen, you guys have some sort of secret sauce with macro, micro, I don't know what it is. No matter what the zone is, you guys end up finding success. What's the secret?
Honestly, the secret is the best at having the best and most dedicated teammates in the game. We're the best fighting team in the game. We haven't lost a fight the whole group stages, so we just have the best team.
So when you're not losing fights, you just got to feel good. It's that vibe, it's that energy going ahead. And you now have a platform right now on the global stage. What is your statement to the rest of the world right now?
Where's the challenge? Where's the challenge?
I mean, that's a statement right there. Zero, what about you?
Shout out to the Cozy Critters. AU on top, it's just too easy for the boys.
Australia, mate, you heard it here from the world record breakers in the group stage. Most points by far, I think 43 points above the other record. Absolutely insane performance.
And the damage record as well.
And damage record as well. He didn't let me forget. So guys, thank you so much. Crowd at home from around the world, make some noise for these winners. Rain Day, take it home.
Thank you so much. Obviously great to hear from some dominating players. If you are going to talk that talk, this is the time to do it. However, I do remember a very upset Zero walking away, not making finals, our last land. So you have to look at this moment as, okay, let's stay confident, but let's also realize job's not done, job's not finished. And I think they know that as well. They've been waiting a long time to do it, and rightly so, enjoying the moment. So DarkZero fans, happy, we'll sleep well tonight. And of course, we have to give a shout out to our sponsors you've been seeing around our table here, Alienware, for our play of the day. And I believe it is Fnatic who had a nice little rush that we'll be highlighting here. And, you know, Fnatic, I think this is not only exciting to see in terms of the play, but I mean, the lineup here, you know, a little Maggie, a little Lifeline, a little Horizon, Ben.
Every once in a while, we get the chance to see something kind of start to cook up, especially as we get deeper into these brackets. And Fnatic, they were getting playful. Remember, we saw them on the Mirage. We saw them, yes, on the Maggie. But once they started to reel it in here, I love also the fact that we always still get to see that Northern APAC passion and patience. This is something that comes from at least rosters all the time here and allows for Fnatic, as you can see them cheering out to take advantage.
And that is our Alienware play of the day. We'll keep highlighted throughout each day of our ALGS Split 1 playoffs with the best moments and keep you caught up to date with Alienware. All right, I'm going to leave it to all of you to give us our final thoughts here as we close out day number 2. Our group stages are done, Ben. We've seen dominance from DarkZero. What's your takeaway as we head now into elimination days and ultimately our match point finals on Sunday?
You know, a lot of people are getting ready to start discussing kind of the harder consequences or what is necessary for these teams to achieve as they make their way through these brackets. But remember, it's still a points game, right? We come down to the raw mental that the fact that we're talking about top 10 all throughout tomorrow. So while we are starting to truly, yes, send folks home, put them on the airplane, send them far and away from the ALGS and their passions, there is that ability to work in this kind of evolving state that they still have a chance to learn, go into tonight, check out those VODs, and come in an even stronger product.
Odzik, heading into tomorrow, big day for a lot of these players. You've been there yourself. What are they saying to themselves? How are they getting ready to handle these winners and elimination brackets?
I mean, you got to take your group stages, whether or not you had good or bad group stages, you got to take the victories that you did have and carry the momentum from those. Learn from the mistakes. Even if you're a team that did really well, it can be super intimidating to see what a team like DarkZero is doing. I mean, I think like I haven't fact checked them, but they claim they haven't lost a fight, and their point total definitely reflects that. And that's even if you're like your Alliance, even if you're Aurora, you know, that's an intimidating stat. Yeah. I mean, it really is. So I think teams are going to go hit the books, probably, hopefully, maybe look at what they're doing and try to replicate a little bit of their magic.
Grace, I'll leave it to you to help close us out here. You know, you've been in this position as well. You've gotten through winners brackets. You've gotten into match point finals. What's the secret? What do you got to do? What switch do you have to hit inside to just make sure that you handle tomorrow and put yourselves in a position to hoist that trophy on Sunday?
I think the most important part to be able to capitalize from having a bad group stage is that it's vastly different even in elimination round 1. Like I said, I've always been talking about macro. I always talk about gameplay on a deep level. But a lot of the time, it's honestly just about staying focused and disciplined in a way that you're just sticking to your game plan. However, when things aren't working, at some point you have to take a shot and throw a haymaker sometimes, because when it's not working, I saw a lot of teams beating their head against the same wall over and over again. When you're on the same macro as 4 teams and you're running into them on repeat, maybe go the opposite side every now and then.
That's very simple but very wise advice. Fellas, Zephyr, Hodzik, Graceful, thank you so much. We'll see you on the desk tomorrow. And for those who are watching, we will see you tomorrow as well. You want to know when to tune in? It's the same time as the last 2 days. Don't think that's Sunday, though. We'll have some different things happening on Sunday. But tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific time, Elimination Round 1 begins. That is when we will send 10 teams home. That is right. So stakes are high right in the morning. If you are live, if you're here in the Galen Center, you want to make sure that you step in and get here early. After that, we will have our winners bracket, which will send these top 20 teams, 10 of them, into our match point finals on Sunday, where they can rest up and relax for the rest of the day and watch the elimination round 2, where our bottom 10 teams from the winners bracket and our top 10 teams from the elimination round 1 bracket will battle it out for the final 10 spots. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a great day ahead of you tomorrow. It's been a great day today so far. And if you want to catch up on all the action or anything that you might have missed, make sure to check out Play Apex Esports on X. And of course, you're probably watching us, but make sure to follow on twitch.tv/PlayApex and youtube.com/PlayApex for all of our VODs and information on our tournament. This has been a fantastic day. It's Friday, but guess what? Tomorrow, we send some teams home, we send some teams to the finals, and we keep having our Split 1 playoffs action continue here in our ALGS Split 1 playoffs in Los Angeles. My name's Rain Day. Never give up, never stop gaming. Get some rest. We'll see you guys in the morning.
What is up, LA? TSM are looking to make a statement. That was a huge Nox data send in that corner right now.
Crowd, make some noise!
Let's go line up to see if they can reposition themselves, but the bees coming in from the...
He takes the 2v1, drops, but man, was it good? DarkZero. Brinham. For all of them, it's Sonics and Zero up against the one.
The official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.